Welcome to IFFI Audiobooks. Here you can listen to crime, detective, and mystery fiction. If you enjoy my content, please consider hitting the like button. It's the only way the YouTube algorithm notices me. Today you will listen the story, The Heist, written by IRFAN Noor. Stonebridge City was a sprawling urban metropolis, renowned for its blend of modern skyscrapers and old-world charm. The city had evolved over the decades from a quiet industrial town into a bustling financial hub, boasting towering steel and glass buildings, high-end shopping districts, and vibrant cultural centers. Its skyline was dominated by massive office complexes, luxury hotels, and corporate headquarters, the most prominent of which was the Stonebridge First National Bank, a behemoth of a structure that stood in the heart of the financial district. The bank itself was housed in an imposing, 12-story granite building that had been a symbol of wealth and security since its founding over a century ago. Inside, it featured marble floors, soaring ceilings, and intricate moldings that gave it a sense of old-money prestige. Yet beneath its classical facade, the bank had been updated with the latest in cutting-edge security technology, from biometric scanners and advanced surveillance systems to a vault that was said to be nearly impenetrable. Rumor had it that the vault had never been breached in its long history, which made it the ideal target for the city's most audacious gang. This bank wasn't just another financial institution. It was a fortress of wealth, holding millions in cash, gold, and priceless valuables, drawing the elite of Stonebridge City and beyond to store their riches. Politicians, celebrities, and influential business tycoons trusted Stonebridge First National Bank to keep their fortunes safe. But the bank's reputation for security was also its vulnerability. It had become a symbol of untouchable power, and there were whispers in the criminal underworld that breaching the vault would be the ultimate heist. If someone could pull it off, they would not only become rich beyond their wildest dreams, but also legends in the city's shadowy underbelly. On a typical day, the financial district was teeming with people. Businessmen and women in tailored suits hurried down the streets, clinging to their briefcases and checking their phones, while tourists marveled at the grand architecture. Stonebridge City's streets pulsed with activity from dawn until well past sunset, the constant hum of traffic, voices, and urban life creating an almost tangible energy. However, after dark, the mood shifted. By midnight, the financial district became eerily quiet. The polished streets that had buzzed with activity during the day were deserted, the only movement coming from the occasional security guard making rounds or the beams of headlights from a passing taxi. High above, the lights in the skyscrapers began to wink out, one by one, as workers wrapped up their long shifts. It was during these silent nighttime hours that the gang would make their move. Friday night, with the weekend stretching out before them, the bank would be closed, and the streets devoid of pedestrians. The gang had planned meticulously for this moment, waiting for the perfect window when the streets were empty, and the bank would sit in the heart of the financial district, defenseless. The bank stood like a sentinel in the center of the district, an ancient but powerful structure dwarfed only by the newer skyscrapers around it. Its marble columns and polished stone exterior gave it an air of indomitable strength. Above the grand entrance, large brass letters spelled out the bank's name, Stonebridge First National Bank. At the base of these columns, a wide set of steps led to massive oak doors adorned with intricate carvings. By day, these doors welcomed the elite of Stonebridge society, but by night, they stood firmly locked, guarded by a sophisticated security system that, so far, had never failed. Behind these doors lay the bank's crown jewel, the vault. Reinforced with steel several feet thick and equipped with cutting-edge security systems, it was said to be impossible to breach. The vault was located deep within the bowels of the building, below the main floor, shielded from even the most determined attempts to break in. It held the private safety deposit boxes of Stonebridge's wealthiest citizens, a treasure trove of riches and irreplaceable heirlooms. To crack it, the gang would need a perfect plan, flawless execution, and a significant amount of luck. Beneath the glittering streets of Stonebridge City lay a vast network of underground tunnels, old sewer lines that crisscrossed the city like a forgotten labyrinth. The tunnels were ancient, remnants of the city's early years before modernization had taken over the surface. They were dark, damp, and twisted, stretching for miles beneath the city's streets. It all started with Frank Donovan, the architect of the entire heist. In his early 40s, Frank was a man of precision and intellect. His sharp, hawk-like features mirrored his personality, sharp and methodical. A former civil engineer, Frank had once lived a normal life, spending his days designing infrastructure for Stonebridge City, ensuring that every road, bridge, and tunnel was built to perfection. However, that was a lifetime ago. Betrayed by a corrupt corporation that stole his designs and left him to take the fall, Frank had been forced to start over. And so, Frank Donovan became a criminal. But not just any criminal. Frank was meticulous, calculating every possibility down to the last detail. He wasn't the kind of man who would rush into things. He spent years studying the world of crime, observing and learning from the best, but always staying one step ahead. And now, his ultimate plan had come together, the heist of Stonebridge First National Bank. It was his masterpiece. As Frank stood at the center of the dimly lit garage, poring over the final blueprints of the bank's layout, his team of thieves watched in silence. Every line, every room, every angle of the building was mapped out in his mind. His fingers traced the path from the bank's rooftop down to the vault hidden deep within its fortified walls. Frank addressed the team, his voice calm but commanding. "This isn't just a bank job. This is the biggest score of our lives. You follow my plan, and we walk out with $15 million without a single hitch. If anyone strays from the plan, it all goes to hell." Frank's words hung heavy in the air as Jackson Cole leaned against the wall, his arms crossed over his chest, a lazy grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Jackson was in his early 30s, with sandy brown hair and a charming but roguish face. He had the confidence of a man who had spent his life getting in and out of tight spots, with his skill set often involving the kind of cars people didn't want to lose. Jackson was an expert at stealing and hot-wiring vehicles, a car lifter plain and simple. His past was checkered, to say the least, but his reputation on the streets of Stonebridge was untouchable. He'd been boosting cars since he was a teenager, and over the years, he'd perfected his craft. No matter how advanced the anti-theft technology was, Jackson could crack it. "I've already got us the perfect ride," Jackson spoke up, flashing a cocky grin. "Got my hands on an Audi Q7, no plates, no GPS, no alarm system. I've stashed it in the alley 2 blocks from the bank. Clean as a whistle, ready for us to make our getaway." Frank shot him a look, raising an eyebrow. "And no one's going to notice it missing?" Jackson shrugged casually, not the least bit worried. "Trust me, I'm the best in the business. That car's been sitting there for 2 days, and no one's even given it a second look. We're golden." Frank gave a slight nod, and Jackson grinned wider, clearly pleased with himself. "I'll be ready when you are, boss. The second we're done, I'll pull it around, and we'll be gone before anyone even realizes what happened." Sitting on a metal stool next to a pile of heavy-duty tools was Leo Ramirez, the muscle of the team. Leo was in his late 30s, built like a linebacker, with a thick neck and bulging arms covered in tattoos. His presence was intimidating, but his quiet demeanor often masked just how dangerous he could be. Leo had worked in construction and welding for over a decade before he started using his skills for something a little more lucrative. He was the guy you called when you needed to get through steel, reinforced concrete, or anything that stood in the way. He'd spent years working with torches, cutting through the toughest materials for high-profile jobs. Now, he was applying those same skills to break into the bank's vault, a vault that had been deemed unbreakable. Leo's deep voice rumbled through the room as he inspected his tools. "The vault is going to be tough, but I've seen worse. It's got reinforced steel, but nothing I can't handle. Give me 20 minutes, and I'll have it open." Frank stared at him, the slightest hint of doubt in his eyes. "You've seen the specs on that vault, Leo. It's not just any door. It's built to withstand serious attacks." Leo set his torch down on the table with a thud and stood up, his broad shoulders seeming to fill the room. "I've cut through tougher shit than that. I'll make it sing. Just make sure I've got the time." Jackson let out a low whistle, clearly impressed with Leo's confidence. "Glad you're on our side, big guy." I wouldn't want to be the one on the wrong side of that torch. Leo shot him a look but said nothing. He didn't need to. His reputation spoke for itself. Across the table, seated on a rickety chair with her laptop perched on her knees, was Zara Malik. Zara, in her late 20s, was a striking contrast to the rest of the group. Slim, with a sharp face framed by dark hair that always seemed to be falling into her eyes, Zara was the tech wizard of the operation. A genius when it came to computers, Zara had hacked her first system at the age of 15. By the time she was 18, she'd managed to disable the security system of a multinational corporation. Her work had gone unnoticed until she got cocky. After a short stint in prison, she'd emerged even more skilled and cautious, vowing never to get caught again. As Frank outlined the plan, Zara's fingers moved quickly over her laptop keyboard, pulling up the security schematics for the bank's alarm system. She had already infiltrated the bank's mainframe and disabled several layers of its security without even stepping foot inside the building. She didn't need to be physically present to be dangerous. She could control the entire system from anywhere in the world. "We're dealing with a pretty basic setup," Zara muttered, her eyes glued to the screen. "Stonebridge First National thinks it's untouchable, but their security is outdated. I'll disable the alarms, shut down the cameras, and take out the laser grids the second we step inside. Once I've cut the feed, they won't even know we're there." Frank moved closer, watching the scrolling lines of code on her screen. "How long can you keep the system down?" Zara's lips twitched into a slight smile. "As long as we need. I've already created a loop that will replace the live feed with old footage. It'll look like nothing's happening. They'll be blind until we're long gone." Leo, leaning against the wall, grunted in approval. "No cameras, no alarms. You're a damn magician." Zara's eyes flicked over to him, a glint of pride in her gaze. "I know." Frank glanced at Zara, his tone serious. "We'll only have a small window once we're inside. Timing is everything. You stay on the system, Zara, and make sure nothing comes back online until we're clear." Zara gave him a short nod, her fingers never stopping their rapid dance across the keys. "You got it. I'll keep them in the dark." At the far end of the room, leaning against the garage door with his arms crossed and eyes scanning the area, was Marcus Cross. In his late 30s, Marcus had the look of a man who had been through hell and back, and survived. He had the kind of steely resolve that only came from years of military service, where life and death often hung by the thinnest of threads. An ex-military sharpshooter, Marcus had once been part of an elite task force, trained to neutralize threats with deadly precision. But after a mission went sideways, leaving him disillusioned and abandoned by the system he had served, Marcus turned his skills to a more lucrative trade, armed heists and mercenary work. His cold efficiency made him the perfect man to handle security during the heist. Marcus didn't say much, but when he did, people listened. "I'll cover the entrance," Marcus said quietly, his voice low but steady. "If anyone shows up early, security, cops, whatever, they won't make it inside. I'll make sure of it." Frank trusted Marcus to be the muscle behind the plan. If anything went wrong, Marcus would be their insurance. His sniper-like instincts would ensure that no one got the drop on them. Frank turned to Marcus. "We shouldn't need to fire a shot, but if it comes to that—" "I won't miss," Marcus interrupted, his voice like steel. Frank nodded, satisfied. "Let's just hope it doesn't come to that." The team was in place. Each member had a role, and each role was critical to the success of the heist. Frank had chosen them not only for their skills but for their loyalty. There was no room for mistakes. This heist wasn't just about the money. It was about proving that they were the best, that no bank in the world was truly impenetrable. Stonebridge First National Bank sat at the heart of Stonebridge City like a fortress. The building itself was a monument to power and wealth, its towering walls a seamless blend of modern architecture and impenetrable security. Located on the corner of Liberty Street and Hudson Avenue, it was a place where the city's elite trusted their most valuable possessions, from family heirlooms and jewelry to millions in cash and gold bars. Frank Donovan had chosen this bank with purpose. He wasn't interested in robbing just any bank. He was after the grand prize, and Stonebridge First National was that prize. The bank's exterior gleamed with polished glass and steel, reflecting the city's bustling life back at its spectators. Every inch of the building had been designed to intimidate would-be criminals, but what made it stand out wasn't just the design. It was the vault. The vault at Stonebridge First National Bank had a reputation of being one of the most secure in the country, an almost mythical beast made of reinforced steel, concrete, and cutting-edge technology. This was the place people believed was unbreakable, and that's exactly why Frank wanted it. Inside the bank, past its elegant marble floors and tall, polished columns, was the vault, a true fortress within a fortress. It was buried deep underground, protected not only by the thick layers of reinforced concrete and steel, but also by a network of state-of-the-art security systems. Laser grids crisscrossed the halls leading to the vault door. Motion sensors monitored every inch of space, and heat sensors could detect even the faintest rise in temperature. CCTV cameras were mounted in every corner, their eyes constantly watching. But the vault door itself was the crown jewel, a towering, multi-ton slab of hardened steel, with layers of metal so thick that no ordinary equipment could hope to penetrate it. It was equipped with a complex locking mechanism, one of the most advanced in the world. Not only did it require a combination of numeric codes to open, but it was also biometric, requiring both a fingerprint scan and a retinal scan to grant access. Every evening, just before the bank closed its doors for the day, the vault was sealed with care, locking away its treasures until the bank reopened the next morning. To the general public, this vault was invincible. But to Frank Donovan and his team, it was a challenge, a puzzle waiting to be solved. The bank wasn't just relying on physical barriers to protect its treasures. The surveillance system at Stonebridge First National was cutting edge. Hundreds of high-definition cameras covered every angle of the building, both inside and out. They monitored every entrance, every hallway, and every inch of the lobby. More than that, the cameras were linked to the bank's central security hub, a small room hidden deep within the bank's lower levels, where a team of security professionals sat, monitoring the live feeds in real time. If anything suspicious happened, they would know within seconds. But Zara Malik, the hacker of Frank's team, had already studied this system. While the cameras were top of the line, their software hadn't been updated in over a year. It was an oversight that most wouldn't catch, but Zara wasn't most people. She had found vulnerabilities in the system that she could exploit. With the right code, she could loop the video feed, making it seem like nothing was happening while the team worked. They could move through the bank unseen. Then there were the alarms. If triggered, the alarms would not only sound within the bank but also send a direct signal to the local police station and the nearest private security company. It was a failsafe meant to ensure that help would arrive within minutes of any break-in. The alarm system itself was wired into every door, window, and access point in the building. A single tripwire, a single open door without proper clearance, and the entire building would lock down, trapping anyone inside until law enforcement arrived. But Zara had a plan for that too. Frank had also studied the human element. The security guards working the night shift were seasoned professionals, but they were few in number, just 3 on duty after hours. Stonebridge First National prided itself on discretion, and because the bank relied so heavily on technology, it had reduced the number of physical guards over the years. But these weren't amateurs. The guards had been trained to respond swiftly and decisively. If something felt off, they would investigate, and if the situation escalated, they wouldn't hesitate to use force. But Frank wasn't worried about the guards, not with Marcus Cross on his team. Marcus had already studied the guards' movements during their shifts, noting every patrol, every routine check. He had figured out that there was a small window between 2:30 and 3 a.m. when the guards were at their most vulnerable, just before the routine rotation. It was then that Marcus would make sure no one interfered. Zara had already planted a bug in the bank's network system. The moment they entered the building, she would take control, temporarily shutting down the security systems and ensuring that no alarms would be triggered. Everything would go dark, but the timing had to be perfect. One mistake, 1 second too late, and the entire plan would fall apart. The team gathered in Frank's hideout, a dimly lit basement hidden beneath a seemingly abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. A large table stood in the middle of the room, covered with blueprints, maps, and security schematics of the bank. Frank stood at the head of the table, his arms crossed as he stared down at the plans, his mind running through every detail. Stonebridge First National Bank, Frank began, his voice calm but commanding. It's not just any bank. This place is a fortress. But no fortress is invincible. The team listened intently. They all knew the stakes. This wasn't just about money. This was about pulling off the biggest heist in Stonebridge history. Frank continued, pointing to the map of the bank. The vault is here, buried deep underground. Reinforced steel, biometric locks, laser grids, motion sensors, the works. But every security system has a weakness. Ours is time. He looked up at the team. Jackson Cole, the car lifter, leaned against the wall with his usual smirk, confident in his role. Leo Ramirez, the welder, stood near the table, his arms crossed, ready to cut through steel and concrete to get to the vault. Zara Malik sat with her laptop open, fingers typing away as she continued her reconnaissance of the bank's network. Marcus Cross remained silent, his arms folded, eyes cold and focused, ready for whatever trouble came their way. Frank tapped the map with his finger. We enter through the roof. Zara will disable the cameras and loop the feed. The guards won't see us coming. We'll make our way down to the vault. Leo, you'll cut through the outer door. That'll take us inside the chamber. Once we're in, we'll have about 20 minutes to get through the inner vault door. Zara, you'll keep the alarms off. Marcus, you'll keep an eye on the guards. Jackson, the getaway car will be ready to roll the second we're out. Jackson grinned. Trust me, the car's already in place. They won't know what hit them. Zara glanced up from her laptop, her fingers still flying over the keys. I can disable the security systems, but I'll need constant access to their network. Once I'm in control, but if they reset the system before we're done, we're toast. Frank nodded. You've got it covered. Just keep us invisible. Marcus finally spoke, his voice low and calm. What if the guards catch on? Frank didn't hesitate. They won't. But if they do, you know what to do. Marcus' eyes hardened, and he nodded. He didn't need more instruction. Frank's final point was the most important, the escape. Getting into the bank was one thing, but getting out with millions in cash and gold was another. The central vault was located beneath the bank, and while the team could get in through the roof, they would be leaving through a different route. The city's underground sewer system. Stonebridge City was built on a maze of old sewer tunnels, many of which had been abandoned or forgotten over the years. Frank had spent months studying the city's underground infrastructure, mapping out a route that would take them from the bank's basement directly to the nearest manhole, where Jackson would be waiting with the getaway car. We'll take the sewer tunnels, Frank explained, pointing to the map of the underground system. It's a straight shot from the bank's basement to the nearest exit point. It's not far, but it's hidden from view. Once we're in, no one will see us. By the time anyone realizes what happened, we'll be long gone. Leo, who had been studying the blueprints of the vault door, finally spoke up. How long do we have to cut through the vault? Frank looked at him, his eyes serious. 20 minutes. No more, no less. Once you start cutting, the clock's ticking. You'll need to move fast. Leo nodded, confident in his ability to get the job done. I'll get us in. As the team finalized their plan, the weight of what they were about to do settled over them. This wasn't just another job, this was the job. If they pulled it off, they would be set for life. But if anything went wrong, it could all come crashing down in an instant. Frank glanced at his watch. It was nearly midnight. In a few hours, they would be inside Stonebridge First National Bank, making history. We go in at 2 a.m., Frank said, his voice firm. Everyone knows their role. No mistakes. No second chances. We're in and out in under an hour. Stick to the plan and we walk away millionaires. The team nodded in agreement. Each of them had their own reasons for being there. Money, revenge, a thirst for the thrill. But they all had one thing in common. They trusted Frank. He had never steered them wrong before. Frank looked around the room one last time, meeting each of their eyes. This is it. Let's make history. As they dispersed to make their final preparations, the air was thick with anticipation. In a few hours, Stonebridge First National Bank, the fortress, the impenetrable vault, would be theirs. The basement hideout of Frank Donovan's crew was eerily quiet. It had been days since they first gathered to discuss the heist. And now, as the final plan came together, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Maps, blueprints, and surveillance photos littered the table as Frank, their meticulous leader, paced in front of his team, outlining every last detail. Frank stopped in front of a large whiteboard where he had sketched out the layout of Stonebridge First National Bank, the nearby buildings, and their planned entry points. He took a deep breath, letting his eyes scan the room. He wasn't just looking at maps anymore. He was looking at the people who would either make this heist a success or doom it to failure. Frank pointed to the whiteboard with a dry erase marker, tapping the spot that marked the bank. "Friday night," he said, his voice calm but with an undeniable edge of authority. "That's when it happens. We go in, we get out. No hiccups, no heroics. Friday gives us the entire weekend. The bank won't open again until Monday morning. By the time they realize what happened, we'll be ghosts." Jackson Cole, the car lifter, smirked from his spot on the worn leather couch in the corner. His legs were kicked up on the armrest, as casual as if they were planning a weekend getaway, not the biggest heist of their lives. "Ghosts, huh? I like the sound of that." Zara Malik, the tech wizard and hacker, didn't even look up from her laptop, where she was furiously typing away, ensuring their digital entry into the bank would go as smoothly as their physical one. "We'll need to be more than ghosts if we want to pull this off," she muttered half to herself. Frank gave her a slight nod of approval. "That's right. This isn't some smash-and-grab job. We're professionals. We hit them hard, we hit them fast, and we leave no trace." Marcus Cross, their sharpshooter, who had been leaning silently against the wall, arms crossed, glanced at Frank. "What if things don't go according to plan?" Frank turned to him, his expression unyielding. "That's why we have you, Marcus. Your job is to make sure they don't go sideways. Anyone gets too close, you handle it. But remember, discretion. We can't afford chaos." Marcus simply nodded, his ice-cold demeanor suggesting that handling it was something he'd done many times before, and with deadly efficiency. Frank circled Friday night on the calendar pinned to the wall. "Friday gives us the edge. The bank closes at 5 p.m. sharp. By then, we'll be prepping in the building next door, setting up the gear, and finalizing our entrance." He paced the room as he continued, his footsteps almost rhythmic. "No one will expect a break-in that late, especially going into the weekend. By the time we make our move, around 2 a.m., the city's quiet. Security will be at its lowest, with only a skeleton crew of guards. Most of the staff will be gone, and the response time from police is slower on weekend nights." Jackson chimed in, still lounging but now showing more interest. "So why not go in right after they close? Say, 6 or 7 p.m. Why wait till the middle of the night?" Frank stopped pacing and turned to him, his sharp gaze cutting through the air. "Too obvious. If we hit them right after closing, it looks like we've been watching them. Too much heat. Plus, the bank is still fresh in people's minds. Staff, cleaners, anyone who might still be around. We need time for everyone to settle down, forget about work, and go home for the weekend." Jackson nodded slowly, understanding the logic behind the delay. "All right, you're the boss." Frank moved on, tapping the whiteboard again, this time at the location marked adjacent building. "We'll set up in this office complex next door. It's a commercial property, mostly empty after hours. Zara will loop the CCTV feed before we even step foot on the bank's rooftop. We'll spend a couple of hours getting everything in place, making sure we're ready to move the second Zara gives the all clear." Zara looked up from her screen, her dark eyes sharp and focused. "The moment I have control of the security feed, the cameras will show nothing but static for a few seconds. When they reset, they'll be looping empty footage on a continuous feed. As far as the security room at the bank is concerned, nothing's happening. No alarms, no lasers. But I'll need a solid 15 minutes to make sure it sticks." Frank turned to Leo Ramirez, their welder, who was standing near the workbench, examining his cutting tools. Leo, once Zara's done, it's on you to get us through the rooftop access and down into the vault levels. The door is steel, reinforced, no ordinary tools will cut it, but you've got the gear. We'll be using precision welding equipment, so keep it clean. Leo grinned, lifting his welding mask for a moment. Trust me, Frank. By the time I'm done, it'll look like the door never existed. Frank's fingers trailed down the board to a spot marked sewer tunnels. The path to freedom lay beneath the streets of Stonebridge, an old network of forgotten sewage tunnels that ran directly beneath the bank. We take the tunnels, Frank said, his voice steady but low, as though whispering a secret only the most daring of thieves could understand. The tunnels are old, barely used, but they connect directly under the bank right into the vault chamber. We'll go in through the roof and we'll leave through the floor. Marcus frowned slightly. And what if the tunnels are compromised? If there's a blockage or the entrance is locked? I've mapped them out, double-checked with city records, and even went down there myself. There's no problem with the tunnels. The only issue would be flooding, but the weather's been dry for weeks. We're safe, Frank replied with certainty. Jackson laughed softly. A sewer escape? Classy. It's effective, Frank shot back. By the time anyone realizes we're gone, we'll already be under the streets, and from there, it's a straight shot to the nearest manhole. Jackson, you'll have the getaway car ready there, outside of the city's view. Jackson, ever the charmer, gave a mock salute. Already got the car. We'll be out of Stonebridge faster than the cops can drink their coffee. Zara raised an eyebrow as she adjusted her glasses. Speaking of which, are we ready to deal with any external interference? Frank nodded. That's where you and Marcus come in. Zara, you're in charge of jamming any incoming communication frequencies. If the guards try to radio for help, they'll get nothing but static. And Marcus, you'll be our eyes and ears. You keep the guards distracted if it comes to that. But our goal is to avoid confrontation entirely. Easier said than done, Marcus muttered. I'll do my part. Leo's voice broke the tension, playful as ever. And all this while I'm burning through a few inches of solid steel. No pressure. Frank smirked. Exactly. You'll have around 20 minutes to get through the first door. Once you're in the chamber, we'll have another 15 minutes to get through the inner vault door. Jackson leaned forward, curiosity piqued. And the money? How much are we talking here? Frank's smile widened. A rare sight. Enough to buy an island and never come back. Millions in cash, plus gold bars and valuables stored in the safety deposit boxes. We'll take what we can carry. Frank straightened up, his posture rigid with confidence. The weekend buys us time. We have all of Saturday and Sunday to cover our tracks. By Monday, the bank will open as usual, but by then we'll be long gone. Zara clicked away on her laptop, the hum of her processing power barely audible as she hacked into the bank's employee schedule. From what I can see, the only people who'll be in the building over the weekend are a couple of cleaners, maybe some maintenance staff. No one who's going to sound the alarm before Monday morning. Marcus crossed his arms again, watching Frank closely. So we've got 2 days to make sure no one notices a thing. That's right, Frank confirmed. We'll clean up as we go, leave no evidence behind. The police will have nothing to work with when they find the place Monday morning. Jackson grinned. 2 whole days. Easy money. Frank glanced at each member of his team, gauging their readiness. It's all about precision. We don't rush. We don't panic. We follow the plan. And we're out of there before anyone even realizes the vault's been emptied. Leo cracked his knuckles, excitement in his voice. This is the big one, isn't it, Frank? The job we've been waiting for. Frank nodded slowly, his mind already racing through the final steps of the operation. Yeah, this is it. But don't get cocky. We pull this off and we disappear. We've worked too hard to blow it now. Zara tapped her keyboard a final time and closed her laptop. Everything's in place on and the bank systems are as good as mine. Jackson gave a playful salute. Getaway cars ready. Leo raised his welding torch. Tools are prepped. Marcus simply loaded his weapon, checking the scope. I've got your back. Frank stood at the head of the table, his eyes hard but filled with determination. "All right, team, this is it. We make history on Friday night. After this, we're done. No more jobs, no more risks. We get in, we get out, and we disappear." The room fell silent, the weight of their mission sinking in. There was no room for error. If they succeeded, they'd be rich beyond their wildest dreams. If they failed, there'd be no second chance. Frank clenched his fists, his gaze locked on the map of Stonebridge First National Bank. Friday night. Be ready. As the team filed out of the room, the tension lingered in the air. Each of them knew the stakes. This was the plan that could change their lives forever. The wind was cold on the rooftop, sweeping across the city's skyline like an invisible hand, rustling the old, worn edges of the neighboring building. The sun had long set, and the city was quiet, save for the occasional passing car far below. The sound of the distant traffic was nothing more than a hum from up here. Frank Donovan stood at the edge of the roof, looking down at Stonebridge First National Bank, its steel and glass facade reflecting the glow of streetlights like a beacon. But it wasn't the front of the building that interested him. It was what lay beneath the surface, the vault that held millions of dollars, gold, and priceless valuables. Frank pulled his black gloves tighter, feeling the grip on his fingers. His mind was racing, but his body was calm, steady. Every detail had been accounted for. Every step of their plan was coming into focus. Behind him, his team was assembling, each preparing for their roles in the heist. The bank was right there, just across the narrow alley, adjacent to the roof where they stood. Frank had chosen this old, abandoned building for a reason. It had been empty for years, left to rot after the real estate market crashed in this part of town. The roof provided the perfect cover. No security cameras, no alarms, no one to see them enter. From here, it was a straight drop down to the bank's roof, where they would make their entry. Frank checked his watch. 1:45 a.m. The city was asleep. This was the perfect time. "Everyone ready?" Frank's voice was a low whisper, but it carried authority. He didn't need to raise his voice. His team trusted him, and more importantly, they feared him just enough to follow every command without question. Jackson Cole, the car lifter, stood off to the side, bouncing lightly on the balls of his feet. Always restless, always moving. His hands were shoved into his pockets, but his sharp eyes were scanning the rooftop and the skyline beyond. "Ready when you are, boss," Jackson said with a smirk, glancing over the edge. "Hell of a view up here. Shame we ain't sticking around." "Stay focused, Jackson," Frank replied sharply, his tone brooking no argument. Leo Ramirez, their welder, was already kneeling beside the edge of the roof, inspecting his gear. He had his cutting torch laid out, along with a small, portable welding kit and a bag of specialized tools. Leo's hands moved with the precision of a surgeon, checking every connection, every valve. "We'll be through that door in no time," Leo said confidently, his thick accent punctuating the words. "This is gonna be clean work, Frank." Zara Malik, the hacker, stood apart from the group, her tablet glowing faintly as she worked through the bank's security systems. Zara was quiet, reserved, her sharp eyes fixed on the data scrolling across her screen. She had already hacked into the bank's surveillance network earlier that evening, but now she was preparing to loop the live feed from the rooftop cameras once they made their move. Her fingers tapped furiously against the glass, a rhythm only she understood. "I'm almost done," she said, not looking up. "The cameras will loop in 60 seconds. Once they reset, we'll have a clean entry. No alarms, no alerts." Marcus Cross, the sharpshooter, was positioned near the roof's entrance, his rifle slung over his shoulder. He was always the silent one, the calm in the storm. His eyes scanned the dark streets below, making sure no one was watching them from the ground. "We're clear down here," Marcus said, his voice low and steady. "No movement. If anyone's watching, they're too far away to see us." Frank gave a satisfied nod, stepping closer to the ledge of the rooftop. From here, the bank's roof was only a short distance across the alley. A metal ladder extended down from the abandoned building's roof to the narrow space between the two structures. It was the perfect path. A gap that allowed them to move unseen, shielded from the street cameras. "All right," Frank said, turning to the group. "We go now." Zara looped the cameras. Zara tapped a final command on her tablet. "Cameras are looping. We're good to go." Frank didn't hesitate. He secured a rope to a metal post on the roof, making sure the knot was tight. "Jackson, you first. Check the path." Jackson grinned, pulling on his gloves. "About time I got to do something fun." He took the rope in hand and, with the grace of someone who had done this 100 times before, he descended the side of the building, landing silently on the narrow metal catwalk that connected to the bank's roof. From his vantage point, Jackson had a perfect view of the rooftop access door. It was an old, rusted steel door, one that had clearly seen better days. Still, it was reinforced, bolted from the inside. Breaking through would take time, but Leo was more than equipped for the job. Jackson crouched low, signaling to the others above. "Path's clear. Let's get to work." One by one, the rest of the team descended the rope, moving with silent efficiency. Frank was the last to lower himself down, landing softly next to Leo, who was already inspecting the rooftop door. The welder ran his fingers along the edges, feeling for weak points in the structure. Leo pulled out his cutting torch, adjusting the flame. "This door's tougher than it looks, but nothing I can't handle," he said, his voice calm. "Give me 20 minutes, and we're through." Frank nodded. "Do it. Zara, you keep an eye on the cameras. Marcus, you're on lookout. No surprises." Zara was already back on her tablet, monitoring the bank's security systems in real time. She had eyes on every camera in the building, every alarm system. If anything so much as blinked, she would know. "We're still in the clear," Zara confirmed, her voice devoid of emotion. "But keep it tight. I can't hold this loop forever." Marcus took up position near the edge of the roof, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. He was always alert, always ready for the worst. His finger hovered near the trigger of his rifle, though he hoped he wouldn't need to use it. "Let's make this quick," Marcus muttered, his voice barely audible. The hiss of the cutting torch filled the air as Leo went to work. Sparks flew as he began to slice through the steel, the bright light of the torch contrasting with the dark night. He moved methodically, carefully. This was no time for mistakes. Every second counted. Frank knelt beside him, watching closely. He trusted Leo's skills, but he couldn't afford to relax. "Not yet." "How's it looking?" Frank asked quietly. Leo didn't pause his work. "Good. Just a few more minutes." As the minutes ticked by, the team remained silent, each focused on their role. Jackson paced slightly, his restlessness showing again, but he stayed out of Leo's way. Zara continued her digital watch, eyes glued to her screen, while Marcus kept scanning the streets, watching for any sign of movement. Finally, Leo stepped back, wiping sweat from his brow despite the cold. "Done," he announced. The steel door was now neatly cut around the edges, the lines precise and clean. Leo grabbed the edge of the door and carefully pulled it open, revealing the dark stairwell leading down into the bank's upper floors. Frank allowed himself a brief moment of satisfaction. The hardest part was done, or at least the first part. "All right, we're in," he said, turning to the team. "From here on out, we move fast. No distractions. Marcus, you stay up here and cover our exit. Zara, stay with me. Jackson, you're on the vault door with Leo once we get down there." They moved quickly, descending the stairwell into the heart of the bank. The air inside was colder, the smell of stale dust lingering in the halls. They passed through narrow corridors, each step precise, careful. Zara stayed close to Frank, her tablet in hand, eyes on the bank's internal security systems. As they approached the final corridor leading to the vault, Frank signaled for them to stop. He motioned to Zara, who quickly pulled up the schematics of the bank's security system. "Lasers," she whispered. "They're motion sensitive. If we trigger them, we're done." Frank nodded. "Take them offline." Zara's fingers flew across the tablet, her brow furrowed in concentration. After a tense moment, she looked up. "Lasers are down. We're clear." Frank gave a nod of approval. "Let's go." They made their way down the hall, finally arriving at the large steel door that guarded the vault. It was massive, reinforced with thick layers of steel and advanced locking mechanisms. Jackson let out a low whistle. "That's one hell of a door." "Not for long," Leo said confidently, already setting up his cutting torch once again. "This is what I do best." As Leo began to work, the tension grew thicker. They were now inside the heart of the bank, just moments away from their prize. Frank watched the door with laser focus, his mind running through every possible outcome, every contingency plan. This was the moment everything hinged on, the culmination of months of planning. Zara checked her watch, then glanced at Frank. "We're on schedule, but we can't stay too long. The security systems will start to reboot in under an hour. We need to be out of here by then." Frank nodded, his eyes never leaving the vault door. "Just keep us updated. We'll be in and out." The hiss of the torch was the only sound in the room as Leo cut through the final layer of steel. After what felt like an eternity, he finally stepped back. The door was ready. Leo wiped his hands on his jacket, a small grin forming on his face. "We're through." Frank took a deep breath. "All right, let's finish this." It was a dark and cloudy evening in Stonebridge City. The streets outside Stonebridge First National Bank were quiet, with only the occasional car passing by. Frank Donovan stood in the shadows of an alleyway across from the bank, his eyes scanning the imposing building one more time. He had done this hundreds of times in his mind, going over every step, every detail, but now it was real. The heist had to be executed with surgical precision. They only had one shot, and they had to be out before Monday morning when the bank would reopen. The gang had met earlier that evening at an old warehouse on the outskirts of town. Frank had gathered them around a large, weathered table, laying out the final blueprint of the bank's layout, emphasizing every part of the plan. Their timeline was tight, and any deviation could spell disaster. Frank's voice had been steady as he spoke, but there was an underlying intensity that commanded the room. "We've got exactly 48 hours, start to finish," Frank had said, pointing at the bank's vault on the blueprint. "We break in tonight, get through the vault, and load up everything we can. The plan is to be inside for no more than 6 hours. By the time the sun rises on Saturday morning, we're done with the vault. That gives us all of Saturday to clean up any loose ends and make sure we're set for our escape." The others had listened in silence, nodding in agreement. The timeline was crucial, and they all knew it. Back in the alleyway, Frank glanced at his watch. It was almost time. He could hear the faint sounds of footsteps as Jackson, Leo, Zara, and Marcus moved into position around him. The bank was closed, and the streets around it were practically deserted. It was the perfect window of opportunity. "All right," Frank said quietly, addressing the team. "This is it. We stick to the plan. No improvising. No mistakes." Jackson Cole, the car lifter, gave a small smirk as he adjusted the strap on his backpack. "We've got this, boss. I've got the getaway car ready, parked 3 blocks down. No one will know what hit him." Leo Ramirez, the welder, gave Frank a reassuring nod, his hands already checking the equipment in his duffel bag. "I'll have that vault door open faster than they can dream of." Zara Malik was focused on her tablet, running the final checks on the bank's security systems. Her fingers danced across the screen as she hacked into the bank's network, disabling alarms and preparing to loop the security cameras. "We're clear," Zara said in her calm, detached voice. "All systems are down. No one's watching." Marcus Cross, standing a few feet away, checked the sights on his rifle. His job wasn't to shoot anyone. He was there for protection, just in case things went south. With his military background, Marcus was prepared for anything. Frank's eyes scanned his crew one last time. They were ready. This was what they did best. "Let's move," Frank said, leading the way toward the building. They reached the roof of the abandoned building adjacent to the bank. Frank had chosen this building carefully. It was close enough to the bank to allow them to access the roof without being seen, but far enough away from security patrols that no one would notice a few figures moving in the shadows. Jackson was the first to descend the rope ladder they had set up, his movements quick and fluid. Once he was safely on the bank's roof, he signaled to the others. Leo and Zara followed, their steps silent as they reached the roof. Frank went last, keeping an eye on the street below. No one had seen them. Everything was going according to plan. On the roof, Leo immediately got to work, pulling out his tools and setting up his cutting torch. The reinforced steel door that led down into the bank was their first major obstacle. But Leo had dealt with worse. "This door won't know what hit it," Leo said with a grin as he ignited the torch. Sparks flew as he began to cut through the steel. Zara, meanwhile, was busy with the bank's security system. She tapped a few commands into her tablet, looping the rooftop cameras to ensure they weren't caught on any surveillance footage. "We're good to go," Zara said softly. "No alarms, no cameras. Just you and that door, Leo." As Leo cut through the door, the rest of the team remained silent, their eyes focused on the task ahead. The sound of the cutting torch filled the air, a constant reminder that time was ticking away. By the time they made it into the bank, it was close to 3 a.m. The stairwell leading down from the roof was cold and musty, the dim emergency lights casting long shadows on the walls. Frank led the way, followed closely by Jackson and Leo. Zara stayed behind at the entrance, monitoring the security systems from her tablet while Marcus took up a position as lookout. "Remember," Frank said quietly as they descended the stairs, "we have until sunrise to get into the vault. After that, we need to be out of here and laying low." The gang reached the basement level, where the bank's main vault was located. The hallway leading to the vault was long and narrow, and the walls were lined with reinforced steel panels. This was the heart of the bank's security system, and breaking into the vault was going to be the hardest part of the entire operation. Leo wasted no time. He set up his cutting equipment in front of the massive vault door, his fingers moving with the precision of a surgeon. The vault was heavily reinforced, but Leo was confident he could get through it. "This is going to take a while," Leo muttered as he ignited the cutting torch once again. "But I'll get us in." Frank nodded. He checked his watch again. They had until 6 a.m. to get through the vault and clear out. That was their window. No more, no less. As Leo worked, Jackson paced back and forth, his nerves showing. "This better be worth it," Jackson muttered under his breath. "All this work, all this risk." Frank shot him a look. "It'll be worth it. Just stick to the plan." Zara's voice crackled through their earpieces. "Everything's still good on my end. Security systems are holding steady. No one's watching." Frank allowed himself a moment of relief. So far, so good. After what felt like hours, Leo finally stepped back from the vault door, wiping sweat from his brow. The door was open. "We're in," Leo said, his voice laced with exhaustion but triumph. "Let's grab what we came for." Frank didn't waste any time. He stepped into the vault, his eyes widening slightly at the sight before him. Stacks of cash, gold bars, and priceless jewels were neatly arranged on the shelves. This was it, the prize they had been waiting for. Jackson let out a low whistle as he entered the vault. "Holy hell, we hit the jackpot." "Start loading up," Frank ordered. "We've only got an hour before we need to be out of here." The gang moved quickly, grabbing as much cash and gold as they could fit into their bags. Frank's heart was racing as he stuffed stacks of bills into his duffel bag. This was it. This was the moment they had been working toward. Zara's voice came through their earpieces again. "We've got about 45 minutes before the security systems start to reboot. You need to move." Frank glanced at his watch. Zara was right. They were running out of time. "All right, that's enough," Frank said, his voice firm. "We're done here. Let's get out." They left the vault, their bags heavy with cash and gold. As they made their way back up the stairwell, the tension in the air was palpable. They had done it. They had broken into one of the most secure banks in the city and walked out with millions. But it wasn't over yet. The sun was starting to rise as the gang made their way back to the rooftop. The sky was a pale gray, and the first rays of sunlight were just beginning to break through the clouds. "We're clear," Marcus said as he peered over the edge of the roof. "No one's out there." Frank gave a nod of approval. "Good. Let's get out of here." Jackson led the way back across the metal catwalk that connected the bank's roof to the abandoned building. One by one, the gang followed, their hearts racing as they moved swiftly and silently. By the time they reached the ground, the streets were starting to wake up. People were beginning to emerge from their homes, heading off to work or the nearby cafe for their morning coffee. But the gang was already gone, disappearing into the city's labyrinth of streets and alleys, their bags full of stolen wealth. Back at the warehouse, the gang gathered around the table once again, the bags of cash and gold spread out before them. The air was thick with the smell of adrenaline and sweat, but there was also a palpable sense of triumph. "We did it," Jackson said, grinning as he counted the stacks of bills. "We actually did it." Frank stood at the head of the table, his arms crossed over his chest. He was still on edge, but he allowed himself a small smile. The hardest part was over. Now all they had to do was lay low until Monday morning. "Don't get too comfortable," Frank warned, his voice steady. "We're not out of the woods yet. We need to stay under the radar until the heat dies down." Zara was already back at her computer, monitoring the news and the bank's security systems. "So far, so good," she said. "No alerts, no reports. Looks like no one knows what happened yet." Frank nodded. "Good. We'll regroup tomorrow morning to go over the final steps. Until then, everyone lay low. No contact with the outside world. We stick to the plan." As the gang began to disperse, Frank couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go wrong. They had pulled off the perfect heist, but in the back of his mind, he knew that perfection was a fragile thing. One wrong move, one small mistake, and everything could come crashing down. But for now, they had done the impossible. And for Frank, that was enough. This heist, meticulously planned and executed, was supposed to be their greatest triumph. But as the weekend wore on and Monday morning approached, they would soon realize that even the most perfect plans have their flaws. The sky above Stonebridge City was shrouded in darkness. Heavy rain battered the streets, the droplets bouncing off the asphalt like a symphony of percussion. It had been raining for days, and now, on the night of the heist, the weather seemed to provide the perfect cover for what the gang was about to do. The streets were deserted, and the rhythmic pounding of rain drowned out any sounds that might have otherwise attracted unwanted attention. From the rooftop of the abandoned building adjacent to Stonebridge First National Bank, Frank Donovan stood surveying the area below. His coat was soaked, his hair plastered to his forehead, but he didn't care. He took a deep breath, the chill of the wet air biting at his lungs. It was finally time. Every detail had been planned meticulously, but now that they were moments away from the break-in, the gravity of the situation pressed heavily on him. Frank turned to face his team. The four of them stood there, cloaked in the darkness, their faces barely visible under their rain-soaked hoods. Jackson Cole, the car lifter, was adjusting the knot on the climbing rope they had set up. He gave it a tug to test its strength, then glanced over at Frank with a smirk. "All set, boss. This rope will hold the weight of all 5 of us. No problem," Jackson said confidently, flicking a strand of wet hair out of his eyes. Frank gave a curt nod, turning his attention to Leo Ramirez, their welder and expert with heavy-duty equipment. Leo was crouched by his backpack, making sure his cutting tools were securely fastened. His fingers moved deftly despite the rain, handling the gear like second nature. "Leo, once we're inside, I need you at the vault door immediately," Frank instructed, his voice steady but low. "No delays." Leo grunted in response, giving Frank a thumbs up as he zipped his bag. "You got it. That vault doesn't stand a chance." To Frank's left stood Zara Malik, their hacker, her eyes glued to the screen of her tablet. Even in the downpour, Zara was focused, her fingers gliding over the screen as she bypassed security protocols and looped the bank's CCTV feeds. She glanced up at Frank, her expression unreadable beneath her soaked hood. "We're in the clear," Zara said, her voice calm, as though she were simply reporting on the weather. "The cameras are blind. Alarms are offline. You've got a 20-minute window until the backup systems kick in." Finally, Marcus Cross, their sharpshooter and security expert, was doing one last sweep of the surrounding area with his night vision binoculars. His military training had conditioned him for environments like this, high-tension, constant vigilance. The rain didn't bother him. He was already soaked through, but his focus was unwavering. "All clear on the street," Marcus said quietly, his voice barely audible over the rain. "No one's watching. We're good to go." Frank checked his watch. 11:35 p.m. They were right on schedule. Every second counted now. "All right," Frank said, tightening his gloves. "We go one at a time, quick and quiet. Jackson, you're first. Leo, you follow. Zara, you go after him, and Marcus, you bring up the rear. I'll go last." Jackson gave a mock salute, already gripping the rope with both hands. "See you on the other side, boss." With that, Jackson swung his legs over the edge of the building and began his descent. The rain made the rope slick, but Jackson's hands were strong and practiced. He moved like a ghost, his body blending into the darkened facade of the bank as he made his way down to the rooftop. "Rooftop secure," Jackson's voice crackled through their earpieces a moment later. "You're good to come down." Leo was next. Despite the bulk of his equipment, he moved swiftly and efficiently, descending the rope with precision. The cold rain didn't faze him as he rappelled down the side of the building. Once he reached the rooftop, he gave a quick thumbs up to Jackson, then moved to make space for Zara. Zara was the smallest of the group, but her agility and focus made her an invaluable asset. She grabbed the rope with confident hands and began her descent, her heart beating steadily. Her eyes stayed fixed on the target. She had no room for error. Reaching the rooftop, she immediately ducked into the shadows beside Leo, her eyes scanning her tablet as she monitored the bank systems. Finally, Marcus Cross, the ever-watchful soldier, descended with the practiced ease of a man who had done this 1,000 times before. The rain was nothing compared to the downpours he had seen in war zones. He landed with a soft thud next to Zara, his eyes already sweeping the area for any threats. "Clear," Marcus whispered into his earpiece. Frank was the last to descend. His hands gripped the slick rope as he swung over the edge. The rain pelted his face, but his mind was clear. Every muscle in his body was tense with purpose. He descended the rope methodically, making sure not to rush. The heist hadn't even begun, and a single mistake now could ruin everything. As he landed softly on the bank's rooftop, Frank took a moment to steady himself. He wiped the rain from his brow and signaled to the team. "We're on the clock now," Frank said into his earpiece. "Zara, how much time?" 18 minutes before the backup systems activate," Zara replied, glancing at the countdown on her screen. "But I can reset it. We're safe for now." The rain was a blessing and a curse. It made everything slippery, but it also masked their presence. No one would notice a few figures moving on the rooftop in this weather. Frank motioned toward the steel hatch on the roof that Leo had identified during their surveillance. It was their entry point into the bank, a maintenance hatch that, once unlocked, would give them access to the stairwell leading down to the vault. Leo didn't need to be told twice. He slung his backpack off his shoulder, pulling out a crowbar and a set of lock-picking tools. Within moments, he had the hatch open, the faint smell of old metal and dust wafting up from below. "We're in," Leo muttered, stepping back to let Frank take the lead. Frank peered down the open hatch, his eyes adjusting to the darkness below. He could see the narrow metal ladder that descended into the depths of the bank. This was the point of no return. "All right," Frank said, taking a deep breath. "Let's move. Jackson, you're first." Jackson, ever the risk-taker, was already on the ladder before Frank had finished speaking. He moved quickly but silently, disappearing into the shadows below. One by one, the rest of the team followed. Leo went next, then Zara, and finally Marcus, with Frank bringing up the rear. The ladder was old and rusted, and each step creaked slightly under their weight. The sound made Frank's stomach tighten, but he trusted the structure to hold. The maintenance shaft was tight and damp, the walls slick with condensation, but it was the quickest way into the bank's lower levels. As they descended, the sound of the rain began to fade, replaced by the dull hum of the bank's generators and the occasional dripping of water somewhere in the distance. The further down they went, the colder it became. When they reached the bottom of the ladder, they found themselves in a narrow corridor, dimly lit by flickering emergency lights. The walls were lined with pipes and electrical panels, and the air smelled of metal and dust. This was the bank's underbelly, its lifeblood, where all its systems converged. "Zara status," Frank whispered. Zara tapped a few buttons on her tablet, her eyes scanning the live feed of the bank's security systems. "All clear. No alarms, no motion sensors. We're invisible." Frank nodded, glancing at his watch. It was almost midnight. They had a little under 2 hours before the security shift changed, and that was their window to reach the vault. "All right," Frank said, his voice low but commanding. "Let's move." The team moved swiftly through the corridor, their footsteps barely making a sound on the cold concrete floor. Leo led the way, his bag of tools clanking softly as he walked. They reached a heavy steel door at the end of the hallway, one of the many barriers between them and the vault. "This is where the fun starts," Leo said, pulling out his tools once again. Frank stood behind him, his eyes scanning the room as he kept an ear out for any sign of trouble. Marcus stood at the entrance to the corridor, his rifle slung over his shoulder, keeping watch while the others worked. Leo knelt in front of the door, inspecting the lock with the practiced eye of a man who had broken into places far more secure than this. He pulled out a small drill, its soft whirring sound barely audible over the hum of the bank's systems. Within minutes, the lock gave way with a soft click. Leo grinned up at Frank. "Piece of cake." Frank didn't smile. "We're not there yet. Keep moving." Beyond the door lay another corridor, this one even narrower than the first. The air was colder here, and the sound of their breathing seemed to echo off the walls. At the end of this corridor was the stairwell that led down to the vault, the final barrier, before they reached their prize. But what they didn't know was that the rain outside, the very thing that had given them cover, was about to become their biggest problem. As they continued their descent toward the vault, time ticked away, and the rain continued to fall. The soft hum of the city echoed in the distance, but atop the roof of Stonebridge First National Bank, the only sound that mattered was the rhythmic drumming of rain hitting metal. Inside the darkened maintenance hatch, the gang had made their way down to the building's infrastructure, but they were far from the vault. First, they needed to breach the inner sanctum of the bank itself, and the only way to do that was through Leo Ramirez. The rooftop was quiet again, but the tension in the air was palpable. The cold, wet air clung to Leo's skin as he knelt by the steel plate that reinforced the bank's internal ceiling, hidden beneath the tiled roof. The bank had been built like a fortress, layers of security protecting its valuable contents. This particular section was one of the final barriers between the gang and the stairwell that led down to the vaults, and it was Leo's job to make it disappear. Frank Donovan stood behind Leo, his eyes sharp, watching the welder set up his tools. The laser cutter was small but powerful, capable of slicing through steel like butter. Leo had spent years perfecting his craft, from breaking into bank vaults to dismantling entire security gates. His hands were steady, methodical as he checked and rechecked every part of his kit. He wasn't the type to rush things, not when so much was at stake. "Take your time, but don't take too long," Frank said, his voice low but firm. He wiped the rain from his face, his eyes scanning their surroundings. "We're on a schedule." Leo smirked as he adjusted his welding mask, looking up briefly. "Yeah, well, if I don't take my time, this roof's gonna light up like fireworks. You want that?" Frank didn't respond, knowing full well that Leo was right. One wrong move with a laser cutter on a secured building, and alarms would trigger, sending the entire police force of Stonebridge City rushing to their location. Leo knew how to make precise cuts without tripping the bank's heat-sensitive alarms. It was why he was on the team. He was the best at what he did. Zara Malik, their hacker, crouched near the roof's edge, keeping her eyes glued to the screen of her tablet. Even though she had already disabled the bank's primary security systems, she couldn't afford to let her guard down. If anything happened, if Leo's work caused even the slightest blip in the system, she would need to intervene fast. "All systems are clear for now," Zara whispered, not looking up from her screen. Her fingers moved swiftly across the tablet. But Leo, you've got 10 minutes until I need to reset the security loop. That's when the bank's backup systems start their diagnostics. 10 minutes is plenty, Leo replied, his voice muffled by the welding mask. Just don't mess with my concentration. Jackson Cole, the car lifter, stood a few feet away, watching the rain cascade down the city's skyline. He turned back toward Leo, his lips curling into a lazy grin. You better hurry up, man. I'm not trying to stand around on this roof all night. It's freezing. Leo ignored the banter, already focused on his work. He carefully unwrapped the laser cutter, pulling out the small but potent device from his tool bag. The tool was sleek, state-of-the-art, something only a master craftsman could use. The laser beam itself was nearly invisible to the naked eye, but it could melt through reinforced steel without causing an explosion or setting off alarms, which was exactly what they needed. It was the perfect tool for a job like this. Leo crouched over the steel plate, angling the laser cutter in his gloved hand. His fingers flexed instinctively, gripping the handle as though it were an extension of his arm. He took a deep breath, the world around him fading as he focused solely on the metal before him. Here we go, Leo muttered, lowering the beam toward the steel. The moment the laser connected with the metal, there was a faint hiss, barely audible over the rain, and then the sharp, acrid smell of molten steel filled the air. The beam carved through the steel plate with a precision that could only come from years of practice. Leo's eyes narrowed behind his mask as he carefully traced a large rectangular shape, the edges glowing hot as the steel softened under the heat. Beads of sweat formed on Leo's brow despite the cold night. His hands were steady, his movements smooth and deliberate. Cutting through steel was no simple task, especially on a rooftop where one mistake could ruin the entire operation. But Leo was calm, his mind focused on the task at hand. The rain sizzled and evaporated the moment it touched the glowing steel, sending tiny clouds of steam into the air. Frank paced behind him, checking his watch, every second counting down in his mind. How much longer? Frank asked, his voice clipped, though he tried to keep the tension out. Halfway there, Leo grunted, not looking up from his work. His concentration was laser-focused, literally. Jackson, ever impatient, crouched down beside Frank, his arms crossed. This is where we trust the guy, right? I mean, he's done this before, hasn't he? Frank shot him a look. Plenty of times. We wouldn't be here if he wasn't the best. Zara's voice crackled over their comms, her fingers still working feverishly on the tablet. For minutes left before the systems run another check. Leo didn't bother responding. The rectangular piece of the steel plate was nearly free, the edges glowing faintly in the dark. He paused for a split second, adjusting his grip on the laser cutter, and then made the final cut along the base of the rectangle. The steel groaned as it gave way, but the piece stayed in place, barely clinging to the rest of the roof. Leo slid the laser cutter back into his tool bag and pulled out a suction cup. With a quick motion, he slapped it onto the center of the cutout steel, securing it in place. Then, with a firm tug, he lifted the heavy metal piece up, pulling it free from the rest of the rooftop. Got it? Leo said, grinning as he stood up, the suction cup still attached to the now removed steel panel. Beneath it lay the dark, open space of the bank's upper maintenance corridor, a narrow access area that would lead them to the stairwell. Frank immediately knelt beside the opening, peering down into the darkness. Looks good. No alarms? Zara shook her head, glancing up from her tablet. Nothing yet. Backup systems in 2 minutes, though. We need to move. Frank nodded and motioned to the team. All right, we're going in. One at a time, just like before. Jackson, you're first. Jackson, eager as ever, gripped the edge of the opening and swung himself down into the darkness. His feet hit the concrete floor below with a soft thud, and he immediately took a step to the side, making room for the others. Clear! Jackson's voice came through their earpieces. Leo, you're next, Frank said. Leo didn't waste time. He handed the steel plate to Marcus Cross, who would keep watch over the rooftop until they were all inside. Then, Leo slid through the opening, landing beside Jackson. The air inside the bank was cool, the silence thick, but the faint hum of machinery from the lower levels told Leo they were in the heart of the bank's infrastructure now. Zara followed next, her slim figure disappearing into the darkness below. Her fingers never left the tablet as she descended, her eyes flicking between the digital schematics of the bank and the security feeds she had looped. She was the eyes and ears of the operation, and every second they remained undetected was because of her expertise. Marcus went in last, and Frank, as always, brought up the rear. By the time Frank's boots hit the concrete floor of the maintenance corridor, the entire team was inside. Above them, the rain continued to pour, but inside the bank, it was deathly quiet. Only the distant sound of Zara's tablet and the faint hum of the bank's machinery filled the air. Leo leaned against the wall, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Told you I could do it. Nice and clean." Frank nodded, his face still serious but with a hint of satisfaction. "Good job, but we're not done yet. Now it's your turn," Leo added, a smirk forming on his lips. He gestured to the stairwell door at the far end of the maintenance corridor. "Time for us to see if all that planning of yours pays off." Frank didn't answer. He merely glanced at Zara. "What's the system status?" Zara checked her screen again, her face illuminated by the glow. "We're good for another 10 minutes. I've delayed the backup systems for as long as I can. After that, we'll need to be on the move." Frank motioned toward the stairwell. "All right, next stop, the vault." They were in, but the real challenge was just beginning. As they descended further into the heart of the bank, Leo couldn't help but feel a surge of adrenaline. Cutting through the rooftop had been the easy part. Now they were about to face the bank's final defenses. He was ready. He always was. Inside the narrow maintenance corridor of Stonebridge First National Bank, the air was thick with tension. The gang moved in single file, their steps silent but purposeful. The faint whirring of the air conditioning ducts above was the only sound that broke the silence of the space. Beneath them, deep within the core of the building, the vault awaited millions in cash, gold, and priceless valuables, all locked away behind layers of state-of-the-art security. And it was Zara Malik's job to make sure every one of those security systems stayed silent. The team had descended through the rooftop entry that Leo Ramirez had skillfully cut open, now making their way toward the internal security hub. This was the nerve center of the bank, where the alarms, CCTV feeds, and laser detection systems were controlled. If any part of their plan failed here, it would be over. No second chances. The police would be on them within minutes. The group finally arrived at a heavy metal door leading into a small control room that monitored every inch of the bank. The room itself was well protected, but Zara had already accounted for this. Standing before the door, she pulled out a compact electronic device, a custom hacking tool she had built herself. Her fingers flew across the touchscreen, connecting to the door's electronic locking system. Frank Donovan, the leader of the group, stood beside her, his face tense. His eyes darted between Zara and the corridor behind them. "How long?" he asked quietly. Zara didn't look up. "Give me a minute. This thing's old. I just need to bypass the encryption on the door's locking system." Her voice was calm, despite the pressure of the situation. Jackson Cole, the car lifter, leaned against the wall, checking his watch. "Yeah, well, don't take too long. I'm getting a bad feeling standing in one spot for this long." His voice was always tinged with sarcasm, but everyone could sense his nervousness. Marcus Cross, their sharpshooter, stood at the far end of the corridor, keeping an eye on their entry point. He didn't speak much, but his alert stance and the way his eyes scanned the space told everyone that he was ready to handle any threats. Frank nodded at Zara. "Just focus. We're good for now. We've got some time before the bank systems do their next sweep, thanks to your earlier work. We just need that door open." Zara didn't respond. Her eyes were glued to the screen, her fingers tapping rapidly. The sound of her own heartbeat pounded in her ears as she navigated through layers of encryption. Most hackers would have taken a while to break through the complex encryption protocols of Stonebridge Bank, but Zara was in a class of her own. When Frank had first recruited her, she was hesitant about joining the crew. He had found her online, in the dark corners of the internet where hackers roamed freely, and recognized her potential. Zara had always been a tech prodigy, capable of breaking into government systems, top corporations, and more. But it wasn't just skill Frank had seen. It was her calm under pressure, her ability to control a situation even when everything was falling apart. That's why she was here. Suddenly, a soft click echoed through the corridor. Zara straightened up, a small smile forming on her lips. Got it. The door to the security hub slid open with a mechanical hum. Frank immediately motioned for everyone to stay sharp. He pushed the door open wider and led the group inside. The security hub was a small, windowless room, lit only by the glow of multiple screens. Every inch of the bank was covered by CCTV footage displayed across the monitors. Every hallway, every vault door, every possible entry point. For a moment, it felt like they were being watched, even though Zara had disabled most of the external systems earlier. Still, she had to finish the job here. The center of the room was dominated by a massive security terminal. A sleek, modern console connected to the bank's primary security grid. Zara wasted no time and immediately made her way to the terminal, pushing aside the swivel chair. She pulled her tablet from her backpack and connected it to the console's mainframe using a custom cable. Her device flashed to life as she began her final assault on the bank's remaining security measures. All right, this is it, Zara said, speaking more to herself than anyone else. I've already got access to the bank's lower-tier security systems, but now I need to disable the heavy stuff. CCTV feeds, laser alarms, the whole 9 yards. Frank stood behind her, watching the monitors. The others gathered around, their nerves palpable. Can you loop the cameras first? Frank asked, his voice low. I don't want any footage of us lingering on their systems for more than a few seconds. Zara nodded. Already working on it. Cameras first, then alarms, then vault security. The system is complex, but nothing I haven't seen before. Her fingers tapped rapidly across the screen, lines of code filling her device as she hacked into the bank's CCTV system. The bank's internal defenses were no joke, but Zara had spent weeks studying their architecture. Every line of code was a familiar roadmap, and she navigated it with ease. Cameras are on a 2-second delay now, she said after a few moments. I'm rerouting the footage to loop back into the server. That means the cameras will show the same empty hallways we saw when we came in. Nothing else. Frank allowed himself a small smile of approval. Good. What about the laser alarms? Zara glanced at the corner of the room, where a diagram of the vault floor displayed a network of red laser beams crisscrossing in front of the vault door. Those are a little trickier, she said, but not impossible. The lasers were motion and heat sensitive, designed to trigger if anything crossed their path. However, Zara had studied the blueprint of the bank's security system long before they had set foot inside. She knew exactly where the central relay for the laser grid was located. Okay, she murmured. The laser grid is linked to the building's power supply, which means I can temporarily disable it by rerouting the voltage from this control room. But it'll only give us about 30 minutes before the system does an automatic reboot. She paused, glancing back at Frank. Once we're inside the vault, we're on a clock. 30 minutes. No more. Frank's expression was unreadable, but he gave a curt nod. We'll be out before then. Do it. Zara's fingers danced across the screen, navigating through the control systems like she was born to do it. Within seconds, the diagram of the vault's laser grid on the monitor flickered, the red beams disappearing one by one. Laser grid disabled, she said finally. We've got 30 minutes until it comes back online. Jackson let out a low whistle. Man, I don't know how you do it, but I'm glad you're on our side. Zara smirked, but didn't take her eyes off the screen. Trust me, you don't want me as an enemy. The room was silent for a moment, the tension easing slightly now that the cameras and lasers were under control. But there was still one last step. What about the vault? Frank asked, leaning closer. We need that open before we head down. Zara's brow furrowed slightly as she pulled up the vault's locking mechanism on her tablet. This was the hardest part. The vault was protected by a digital keypad, as well as a time lock mechanism that made sure the vault couldn't be opened outside of designated hours. This is going to take a little longer, she muttered. The vault's security is on a completely separate system from the rest of the bank. It's got its own encrypted firewall. I'll have to brute force it. Frank frowned, glancing at his watch. How long? 15 minutes, at least, Zara replied. But once I'm through, the vault will unlock and we'll be in. Just keep an eye on the time. Frank looked over at Marcus, who stood guard at the entrance. Marcus, stay sharp. We're moving as soon as Zara gets that vault open. Marcus nodded, his eyes focused and his hand resting on the holster at his side. Got it. Zara's fingers flew across the screen once more, launching a brute force attack against the vault's encryption. It was a complex sequence of numbers and symbols, one that most hackers wouldn't even attempt. But Zara had been preparing for this for weeks. Every line of code was a challenge, but one that she knew she could beat. Time ticked by in silence, the others waiting anxiously as Zara worked. The only sound in the room was the soft clicking of Zara's fingers on the tablet and the distant hum of the building's power systems. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Zara's eyes lit up. I'm in, she whispered. Frank leaned in closer. The vault. Zara nodded, a small grin spreading across her face. The vault's unlocked. We're good to go. Frank exhaled a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. He looked at the team, a determined glint in his eyes. All right, let's move. We've got 30 minutes before those lasers come back online. Marcus, you stay here and keep watch. The rest of us are heading to the vault. They had done it. With Zara's hacking skills, they had bypassed the bank's most sophisticated defenses. Now, all that was left was the vault and the millions of dollars inside. As they made their way toward the stairwell leading to the vault, Zara couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. She had done it. She had outsmarted one of the most secure banks in the country. But she knew they weren't out of the woods yet. The hardest part was still to come, getting out. Let's just hope the rest of the plan goes as smoothly, Zara whispered to herself as she followed the team into the darkness below. The hum of the security systems was almost imperceptible in the silence of the bank. Frank Donovan led the way down a narrow, dimly lit staircase, every step cautious and measured. Behind him, the rest of the gang followed, the tension hanging in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. At this stage, everything depended on precision and timing. The vault was close now, but so were the bank's most advanced security measures, the laser grids. Zara Malik had done her part, temporarily disabling them for 30 minutes, but the team still had to navigate through the corridors lined with motion detectors and remaining sensors. Frank knew all too well that one mistake could bring the entire plan crashing down. The faint glow from Zara's tablet illuminated the path ahead, the only light in the claustrophobic stairwell. She had rigged her device to show a real-time map of the bank's remaining active security systems, the few they couldn't disable. Red lines zigzagged across the screen, representing the invisible barriers they had to avoid. Everyone, listen up, Frank said in a low voice, stopping at the base of the staircase. The tension in his voice was palpable. Zara's disabled the major alarms and laser grids in front of the vault, but there are still motion detectors in this section. One wrong move, and we'll be surrounded by SWAT teams in less than 10 minutes. Stay close, move slow, and don't make a sound. Jackson Cole, always the wisecracking car thief, leaned against the wall, his face partially obscured by the hood of his black sweatshirt. So, no pressure then, he muttered under his breath. Frank shot him a sharp look. Stay focused, Jackson. We've got no room for error here. Marcus Cross, their sharpshooter, was already scanning the area, his eyes sharp and steady. His military training had prepared him for moments like this, and his calm demeanor gave the others some reassurance. We'll get through it. Just follow the plan, he said in his usual, composed manner. Zara, the hacker, was absorbed in her screen, tracking the security system's rhythms. We're going to need to move in single file, she instructed. The first motion detector is about 15 feet ahead, and after that, there's a laser grid that I couldn't completely disable. The set to reboot in exactly 25 minutes. We need to be inside the vault and out of its path before then. All right, Frank said, taking a deep breath. Let's do this. They reached the narrow corridor that led to the vault, its walls lined with sleek, polished steel. This was the bank's heart, where every step could trigger an alarm. At the far end of the hallway, the heavy steel door of the vault loomed, but between them and their prize stood the most dangerous part of the bank's security system, the invisible laser grid that protected the vault room. "Zara," Frank called quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Guide us through." Zara nodded, crouching low as she led the way into the hallway, her eyes glued to the tablet in her hands. She motioned for the others to follow, but kept her voice steady and calm as she explained the route they had to take. "All right, the first motion sensor is about 3 feet off the ground, right ahead of us. We're going to step over it. Careful. If it detects even the slightest shift in air pressure, we're screwed." One by one, the team followed Zara's movements, stepping gingerly over the invisible tripwires. Frank moved like a shadow, every motion deliberate. He turned back to check on Leo, who was carrying the laser cutter in a black duffel bag, its weight throwing off his usual grace. "Keep it tight, Leo," Frank whispered. "Stay low." Leo nodded, his face strained with concentration. His job was still ahead of him, cutting into the vault once they reached it. But for now, every ounce of focus was on getting there undetected. As they advanced down the hallway, the faint hum of electronics pulsed in the air around them, reminding them that one false move could set off a chain reaction of alarms. Zara, now halfway down the corridor, stopped abruptly, holding up her hand. "Wait," she said, her eyes narrowing at the screen. "The laser grid starts here." Frank, crouched behind her, looked down the empty corridor. There was no visible sign of the laser system, but he trusted Zara's readouts. If she said it was there, it was there. "How bad is it?" Frank asked. "It's set on a crisscross pattern," Zara explained, her voice quiet and focused. "The beams are spaced about a foot apart. We can move through, but it's going to take precision. I've delayed their reboot, but they're still active, and we've got 20 minutes before the whole grid comes back online. If we're not in and out by then, we're trapped." "Let me go first," Marcus said, stepping forward. His military background had made him an expert at navigating tight spaces under pressure. He was calm, methodical, and had the sharp reflexes needed for this kind of task. Frank nodded. "Go ahead, Marcus. Just be careful." Marcus crouched even lower, his body moving with practiced ease. Slowly, he advanced through the invisible maze of laser beams, his movements deliberate and precise. At every step, his eyes scanned for the slightest sign of danger, his body moving like liquid between the beams. The rest of the team watched in tense silence as Marcus maneuvered his way through the laser grid. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he reached the other side of the hallway, just in front of the vault door. "I'm clear," Marcus called back, his voice barely audible. "Follow my path exactly." One by one, the others followed. Zara was next, her small frame making it easier to navigate the tight spaces between the lasers. Her eyes were focused entirely on her screen, watching for any sign of malfunction or reboot. She reached Marcus without a hitch. Frank followed her, his larger frame making the task more difficult. Every movement was slow and calculated, his muscles tense as he stepped between the invisible barriers. His breath came out in short, controlled bursts as he made his way across the hallway. Behind him came Leo, his heart pounding in his chest. His mind raced as he navigated the grid, knowing that once they reached the vault, his expertise would be called upon. He couldn't let them down. As he slid past the final beam, his nerves were on edge, but relief washed over him when he reached Marcus and the others. Finally, Jackson made his way through, his usual cocky demeanor replaced by intense concentration. He might have been a car thief by trade, but when it came to delicate operations like this, he knew how to keep himself in check. When Jackson reached the end of the corridor, the group exhaled collectively, the tension in the air finally releasing for a brief moment. "That was too close for comfort," Jackson said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "We better hope there aren't any more surprises waiting for us." "Just stay focused," Frank said, his voice steady. "We're not out of this yet." "Zara, how much time do we have?" Zara glanced at her screen, her brow furrowed. 19 minutes before the laser grid comes back online. We need to move fast. Frank turned to Leo. You're up. Leo nodded and pulled the laser cutter from his bag. His hands steady despite the adrenaline pumping through his veins. His mind was already focused on the task ahead, cutting through the reinforced vault door. The clock was ticking, but this was what he had trained for. With a deep breath, Leo crouched in front of the vault door, positioning the laser cutter at the precise spot Zara had marked earlier. Here we go, he muttered, igniting the powerful tool. A bright blue light filled the small space as the cutter began to slice through the thick steel, sparks flying in all directions. The others watched in tense silence as Leo worked, the only sound the steady hum of the cutter and the occasional crackle of metal being torn apart. Zara kept her eyes on the timer. 18 minutes, she announced, her voice betraying the urgency of the situation. Frank's jaw tightened as he kept one eye on Leo and the other on the corridor they had just navigated. They were deep in enemy territory now, and there was no turning back. Every second counted. How's it going, Leo? Frank asked, his voice low but urgent. Leo didn't look up from his work, but his tone was calm and focused. Halfway through. Just need a few more minutes. The team remained on high alert, their senses heightened as they waited for Leo to finish. The laser cutter whined as it cut through the final layer of steel, the vault door beginning to give way. Got it, Leo said finally, his voice filled with quiet satisfaction. We're in. Frank nodded, stepping forward as the vault door creaked open. The cool, dry air from inside the vault washed over them, carrying the faint scent of money, gold, and security. The prize was theirs if they could get out in time. All right, Frank said, his voice resolute. Let's move. We've got 15 minutes before those lasers come back online. Grab everything you can and stay sharp. As the team entered the vault, the reality of their situation hit them. They were inches away from a life-changing score, but the hardest part was still ahead, escaping with their lives and their freedom intact. The vault loomed before the gang like a silent beast, a massive steel door that had stood impenetrable for years. The Stonebridge First National Bank was legendary for its security, and this vault was its crowning jewel. Reinforced with layers of steel, titanium, and composite alloys, it was designed to withstand any attempt at forced entry. But tonight, it faced a master, Leo Ramirez, one of the finest welders in the business. Leo's eyes, sharp and focused, scanned the door from top to bottom. The challenge was immense, but not insurmountable. He had spent years honing his craft, cutting through materials just like this. But this wasn't a typical job. There were no second chances here. If he slipped up, if the noise was too loud, if the heat sensors within the vault detected his tools, it would trigger a fail-safe alarm that would bring the police down on them within minutes. Frank Donovan, the gang's leader, stood just behind Leo, his nerves showing through the tautness in his jaw. They were deep in the belly of the bank, past the motion detectors and the laser grids. Everything had gone according to plan so far, but this was the moment they had all been waiting for, the moment that would determine whether they walked away with millions or ended up in prison. Frank glanced at Zara Malik, their hacker, who was still monitoring the bank's security systems through her tablet. Zara, how's it looking? Frank whispered, his voice low and controlled. Zara's fingers moved swiftly across the screen, her eyes scanning the code that controlled the bank systems. We're good for now, she replied in a whisper. I've looped the cameras and disabled the alarms in this section, but the system will reboot in 20 minutes and we'll lose control. We have to be out of here before then. Understood, Frank said, his voice steady. He turned back to Leo. You've got 15 minutes, Leo. Make it count. Leo didn't need the reminder. He was already focused, his hands steady as he removed the high-powered plasma cutter from the black duffel bag at his feet. He had spent hours studying the schematics of the vault, identifying its weak points. The hinges and locking mechanisms were reinforced but not invincible. If he cut through them just right, the door would give way without triggering the internal alarms. He set the plasma cutter in place, adjusting the nozzle to the correct angle. The tool emitted a low hum as it powered up, the glow from the laser illuminating the small, confined space. Sparks flew as the bright blue beam made contact with the steel, and the smell of burning metal filled the air. The gang watched in silence as Leo worked, the only sound the hiss of the plasma cutter and the occasional crackle of molten steel. Time seemed to slow down as the minutes ticked by. Zara kept her eyes glued to her tablet, monitoring the security feeds, while Jackson Cole, the gang's car lifter, stood by the door, his hand resting on the butt of the handgun tucked into his waistband. He was their lookout, ready to sound the alarm if anything went wrong. Marcus Cross, their sharpshooter, was stationed at the far end of the corridor, his sharp eyes scanning the hallway for any sign of movement. His military training had made him a man of few words, but he didn't need to speak for the others to know that he was always alert, always ready. Frank, pacing back and forth like a caged tiger, glanced at his watch again. "Leo, how's it coming?" Leo didn't look up from his work. His hands moved with precision, the plasma cutter slicing through the steel hinge like a knife through butter. "Almost got the first hinge," he muttered, his voice calm despite the pressure. Frank leaned in closer, watching as the bright blue light of the plasma cutter traced a path along the thick steel. The heat from the tool was intense, causing beads of sweat to form on Leo's forehead. But he remained focused, his movements controlled and deliberate. Finally, with a loud hiss, the first hinge gave way, the thick slab of steel falling to the ground with a dull thud. "One down," Leo said, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Two more to go." Time was running out. Frank knew they had to move fast. Zara had warned them that the security systems were set to reboot soon, and when that happened, they would lose control of the cameras and alarms. If they were still in the vault when that happened, the entire building would be locked down. "Let's pick up the pace, Leo," Frank urged, his voice tight with urgency. Leo nodded, his hands moving faster now as he positioned the plasma cutter on the second hinge. Sparks flew again as the tool cut through the thick steel, the sound of metal cracking and popping echoing through the vault. Jackson, always the joker, tried to lighten the tension. "You know, if we weren't in the middle of robbing a bank, this would actually be kind of beautiful," he said, watching the blue sparks dance in the air. Marcus shot him a look. "Focus, Jackson." "I am focused," Jackson replied with a grin. "Just saying, the man's an artist with that thing." Leo smirked, his eyes still on the vault door. "Thanks for the compliment, but I'll feel like an artist when we're out of here with the cash." Frank didn't join in the banter. He was too focused, too aware of the ticking clock. He glanced at Zara again. "Time." Zara's eyes flicked to the timer on her tablet. 12 minutes. Leo finished cutting through the second hinge, the metal falling away with another loud clank. He was almost there, but the toughest part was yet to come. The third and final hinge was reinforced with titanium, a metal much harder to cut through. He'd need to switch to a different tool. Without a word, Leo reached into the duffel bag and pulled out a diamond-tipped saw. It was a slower, more labor-intensive process than the plasma cutter, but it was the only tool that could cut through the titanium. He set the saw in place and started the delicate process of slicing through the final hinge. The sound of grinding metal filled the vault, louder than the plasma cutter, but there was no turning back now. They were too close. The pressure was mounting. Every second that passed felt like an eternity. Zara was monitoring the system's reboot sequence, watching as the countdown ticked closer to 0. They had less than 10 minutes before the bank security would come back online, and they needed to be inside the vault by then. "Leo, how's it looking?" Frank asked again, his voice betraying the tension he was trying to keep in check. "Almost there," Leo replied, his voice strained. The saw was cutting through the titanium, but it was taking longer than he had anticipated. The metal was tougher than anything he'd worked with before, and he had to be careful not to push too hard, or he could damage the saw. Sweat dripped down Leo's face as he worked, his muscles straining with the effort. The sound of grinding metal grew louder, echoing through the narrow corridor. 5 minutes, Zara announced, her voice filled with urgency. Frank's heart pounded in his chest. They were cutting it close, too close. If they didn't get inside the vault in the next few minutes, the whole operation would be blown. Leo gritted his teeth, pushing the saw through the final few inches of titanium. The sound of grinding metal reached a crescendo, and then, with a loud snap, the third hinge gave way. "Got it!" Leo exclaimed, pulling the saw back. Frank rushed forward, grabbing the edge of the massive vault door. With a grunt, he and Marcus heaved it open, the heavy steel creaking as it swung wide. Inside, the vault was exactly as they had imagined. Rows of shelves stacked with bundles of cash, gold bars, and priceless valuables. The air inside was cool and crisp, a stark contrast to the heat and tension outside. "We're in," Frank said, his voice filled with relief. The gang quickly sprang into action, grabbing duffel bags and filling them with as much cash and gold as they could carry. Jackson's eyes widened as he saw the stacks of money in front of him. "Damn, this is more than I thought," he muttered, stuffing bundles of cash into his bag. Frank worked quickly, his mind already focused on the next phase of the plan, the escape. They had come too far to fail now, but the clock was still ticking. Zara kept her eyes on the timer, her heart pounding in her chest. 2 minutes, she called out, her voice tight with anxiety. Leo, his hands still shaking from the effort of cutting through the vault door, grabbed a handful of gold bars and stuffed them into his bag. "Let's move, people," he said, his voice filled with urgency. The team moved with precision, their years of experience coming into play as they filled their bags and prepared for the final stage of the heist. The vault, once an impenetrable fortress, now lay open and vulnerable, but the real challenge was getting out before the security systems rebooted. 30 seconds, Zara said, her voice barely audible over the sound of cash being stuffed into bags. Frank slung his duffel bag over his shoulder and motioned for the others to do the same. "Let's go," he said, his voice calm but commanding. As they moved toward the exit, the reality of what they had just done began to sink in. They had broken into one of the most secure vaults in the city, stolen millions in cash and gold, and were moments away from making their escape. But the hardest part was still ahead, getting out of the bank and disappearing before anyone realized what had happened. They had come too far to fail now. The rain had begun to fall heavier, a steady drumbeat that masked the noise of the heist taking place in the heart of Stonebridge City. Frank Donovan stood in the shadows of the old, abandoned building adjacent to the Stonebridge First National Bank, his eyes scanning the rooftops, the alleyways, the corners of the street, and the deserted roads around them. He was a man who saw everything, who missed nothing. His mind worked like a machine, processing every variable, every contingency, every possible threat to their plan. This was his heist. He had spent months planning it down to the smallest detail. The bank, the vault, the entry points, the escape route, the timing, it was all his creation. Every member of the team had their specific roles, but Frank was the one who held it all together. He was the engineer not just of the machines they used, but of the entire operation. As the rain fell in sheets around him, Frank clicked the small headset in his ear, activating the radio communication between him and the rest of the crew. "Zara, status update," Frank said, his voice low but firm. Inside the bank, Zara Malik, the team's hacker, was perched behind a server panel in the control room, her fingers flying over the keyboard. She had been monitoring the security system, looping the camera footage, and making sure the bank's alarm stayed quiet. "We're clear," Zara responded, her voice crackling through the earpiece. "I've got control of the CCTV feeds. No alarms, no triggers. We're ghosts in the system." "Good," Frank replied. He checked his watch, calculating how much time they had left before the system rebooted. They were on a tight schedule, and any deviation could mean disaster. But Frank was used to pressure. His years as an engineer in the military had trained him to think on his feet, to adapt to changing situations. And if things went wrong, he was ready to adjust the plan in real time. "Jackson, how's the car?" Frank asked. Jackson Cole, their car lifter, was waiting in the alley with the getaway vehicle, a sleek, black van he had stolen earlier that day. He had stripped it of its tracking devices and swapped the plates to avoid detection. Now he was sitting behind the wheel, the engine idling softly. "Car's good to go," Jackson responded. "I've got the engine running, no sign of movement on the street. We're still in the clear. Frank nodded to himself, satisfied. He trusted Jackson to get them out when the time came. Jackson might have been a joker, but when it came to cars, he was a professional. He could hotwire, strip, and drive anything on four wheels, and Frank knew he'd make sure they were gone before the police even knew what had happened. Inside the bank, the team was moving like a well-oiled machine. Frank had drilled them for weeks, running through every possible scenario, every potential obstacle. He knew each member's strengths and weaknesses, and he had designed the plan around them. Leo Ramirez, their welder, was already working on cutting through the rooftop entry point with his laser cutter. He was meticulous, patient, his hands steady as he sliced through the reinforced steel. Frank had chosen Leo for a reason. The man had nerves of steel and a steady hand. He was the kind of guy who could cut through an inch of titanium without breaking a sweat, and that's exactly what Frank needed tonight. Marcus Cross, the ex-military sharpshooter, stood at the ready, guarding their position. Frank had specifically recruited Marcus for this job. Marcus wasn't just a gunman. He was a strategist, someone who could hold the line and take control of any dangerous situation. In a high-stakes heist like this, Frank needed someone who wouldn't panic under fire, and Marcus was that man. As Frank watched the team through his small surveillance feed, his mind was already running through the next steps. They were on schedule, just as he had planned. But Frank knew better than anyone that no plan survived contact with the enemy. The bank might be empty, but the systems were their enemy tonight, and anything could go wrong. That's where Frank's experience as an engineer came into play. He wasn't just a planner, he was a problem solver. "Leo, how's it going with the roof?" Frank asked over the comm. Leo's voice came back through the earpiece, calm and steady. "Almost through. This steel's thicker than I expected, but I've got it under control. Give me 5 more minutes." Frank glanced at his watch again. 5 minutes was cutting it close, but Leo was the best. If he said 5 minutes, Frank knew they'd be inside in 5 minutes. "Copy that," Frank said, keeping his voice calm. "Take your time. We're not in a rush yet." As he waited, Frank scanned the surrounding area again, his mind running through the contingencies. If Leo ran into trouble with the roof, they had an alternate entry point through a maintenance hatch in the basement. It wasn't ideal, too many cameras, too many locked doors, but it was an option. If something happened with the security system, Zara had a backup plan to reset the feed. And if the police showed up early, Marcus was prepared to hold them off until they could escape. But none of that would happen. Frank had planned for every possibility, and he trusted his team. They were professionals just like him. He had chosen each of them for their specific skills, and they had trained for this night. Everything was going according to plan. Leo finally broke through the roof, the sound of the steel giving way barely audible over the rain. He signaled to the rest of the team, and they moved into position. Frank was the first to descend through the opening, his boots landing softly on the concrete floor inside the bank. "Everyone in," Frank ordered quietly, motioning for the rest of the team to follow. One by one, they descended into the bank, their gear strapped to their backs, their faces obscured by black masks. Once they were all inside, Frank quickly surveyed the area. The bank's interior was as cold and clinical as he had expected. Polished floors, tall ceilings, and the hum of the security systems in the walls. But tonight it was theirs. They were ghosts, unseen and unheard, and that was exactly how Frank wanted it. "Zara, check the systems," Frank said, turning to the hacker. Zara moved swiftly to a nearby server panel, plugging in her tablet. "I'm in," she said after a few seconds, her fingers flying over the keyboard. "Cameras are looped, alarms are offline. We're good to go." Frank nodded, satisfied. "Marcus, take position near the entrance. Leo, get to the vault. Jackson, keep an eye on the exit." As the team moved into their respective positions, Frank remained in the center of the room, his eyes constantly scanning for any sign of trouble. His mind was already thinking 5 steps ahead. Getting through the vault, loading the money, escaping through the underground tunnel. It was all mapped out in his head, a blueprint of the perfect heist. But Frank knew better than to rely solely on the plan. Things could still go wrong, and when they did, he would need to adapt. The team moved silently through the bank's corridors, their movements rehearsed and precise. Frank led them, his mind focused on the task ahead. As they approached the vault, Leo set up his cutting tools, preparing to slice through the reinforced steel door. Frank checked his watch. They were right on schedule, but the hardest part was still to come. "Leo, you've got 15 minutes, Frank said, his voice calm but authoritative. "Get us inside." Leo nodded, already focused on the task at hand. He powered up the plasma cutter, the hum of the machine filling the vault room. As Leo worked, Frank stood just behind him, his eyes on the door but his mind on everything else. He was always thinking ahead, always calculating. He trusted his team, but he also knew that he was the one who had to keep it all together. If something went wrong, it was up to him to fix it. Zara was still monitoring the security feeds, her tablet connected to the bank system. Marcus stood guard near the entrance, his sharp eyes scanning the hallway for any signs of movement. Jackson was ready with the getaway car, his hand resting on his earpiece, waiting for the signal. "Frank, you sure about this?" Jackson's voice crackled through the earpiece, a rare hint of doubt in his usually confident tone. Frank didn't hesitate. "It's going to work. Stick to the plan." Jackson chuckled, the sound muffled through the radio. "You're the boss, man. Just don't make me wait too long. I've got a date with a bottle of whiskey after this." Frank allowed himself a small smile. "We'll be out in time for last call." As the minutes ticked by, Leo worked steadily on the vault door, the sound of the plasma cutter echoing in the empty bank. Frank watched him closely, his mind running through the escape plan again. Everything was in place, but the pressure was mounting. "Zara, how's the system looking?" Frank asked, keeping his voice low. "We've got 10 minutes until the reboot," Zara replied, her eyes glued to the screen in front of her. "After that, the cameras will come back online, and we'll have to move fast." "Understood," Frank said. He turned back to Leo. "How much longer?" Leo didn't look up from his work. "Almost there. Just a few more inches." Frank nodded, his heart rate steady. He had planned for this, anticipated every possible obstacle. Now it was just a matter of execution. With a final burst of sparks, the vault door swung open, revealing the stacks of cash and gold inside. Leo stepped back, wiping the sweat from his forehead despite the cool air inside the bank. "Vault's open," Leo said, his voice triumphant. Frank stepped forward, his eyes scanning the rows of money and gold bars. It was a sight to behold, but Frank wasn't here to admire the wealth. He was here to take it. "Load it up," Frank ordered, his voice calm but firm. "We've got 5 minutes before the system reboots." As the team began loading the money into their bags, Frank stood back, his mind already shifting to the next phase of the plan. The escape. The underground tunnel, the getaway car, the rendezvous point. It was all falling into place. But as the rain continued to fall outside, Frank couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go wrong. The massive steel door of the Stonebridge First National Bank's central vault creaked open with a slow, mechanical groan. The scent of cold metal and money filled the air, a mix of iron and the faint aroma of aged leather that hung around old cash. Leo Ramirez wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at Frank Donovan, who stood with a quiet sense of satisfaction. "Vault's open," Leo announced, his voice a low growl. He slung his welding torch over his shoulder, the blue light of the plasma cutter still fading in the background. "We're in." Frank stepped forward and glanced inside. The sight of millions in cash, gold bars, and various other valuables, meticulously organized in rows of safety deposit boxes, greeted them like treasure waiting to be claimed. Despite the urgency of the heist, there was a momentary silence as the group took it all in. The vault represented the culmination of months of planning, risk, and preparation. "Looks like we're in business," Marcus Cross, the sharpshooter, remarked from his position by the vault door, scanning the hallway behind them. Even though Marcus's job was to protect them from any outside threat, he couldn't help but smirk at the sight of the wealth. "All right, we're not here to admire the view," Frank said, snapping the team out of their reverie. His voice was calm but firm, reminding them of the precision required at this stage. We've got less than 10 minutes before Zara's security loop runs out. Let's move. Zara Malik, still keeping an eye on the bank's hacked security system from the control room, chimed in over the earpiece. 9 minutes to be exact, she said. The system reboot is inevitable, and once it happens, we'll lose control of the cameras. I can slow it down a bit, but we've got to be out of here before the failsafe kicks in. Frank nodded, knowing they didn't have a second to waste. Leo, Marcus, start loading the duffel bags with cash and gold. Leave no box unopened. Leo didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed a crowbar from his toolkit and moved to the nearest row of safety deposit boxes, prying open the heavy metal doors with ease. The sound of snapping locks echoed in the enclosed space as the team got to work, their movements quick and efficient. Jackson Cole, the car lifter and driver, joined in, using his own set of tools to crack open the safes. Each deposit box revealed a treasure trove of valuables. Stacks of crisp $100 bills bound tightly in rubber bands, glistening gold bars, intricately designed jewelry, and watches that gleamed under the dim vault lights. The sight of all this wealth would have made most people pause with excitement, but not Frank's crew. They were professionals. This wasn't just some smash and grab. This was a carefully orchestrated robbery, and each second spent in the vault had been accounted for in Frank's meticulous timeline. Jackson let out a low whistle as he yanked open another deposit box and found a sparkling diamond necklace resting on a velvet cushion. Now this, he said, turning to Marcus. This is the kind of haul I could get used to. Look at this thing. Probably worth more than my entire house. Marcus grunted, more focused on the task than the loot. Get it in the bag, Jackson. We're not on a shopping spree. Hey, I'm just appreciating fine craftsmanship, Jackson replied with a grin as he carefully stashed the necklace in one of the duffel bags already filled with gold bars and bundles of cash. Leo, who had been methodically working his way through the vault, cracked open another box and found a collection of rare coins. These are worth a fortune. Must be some collector's stash. Frank watched them from the center of the room, his eyes sharp as he kept an eye on the team's progress. They were moving fast, but not fast enough. The vault was huge, and while the boxes in front of them were the most obvious targets, Frank knew that even deeper treasure lay in the far corners. That was where the real wealth was hidden. The boxes belonging to the city's elite, packed with high-value items too dangerous to keep anywhere else. Marcus, Frank called, turning to the sharpshooter who had been keeping guard near the entrance. Go to the back of the vault. Start working on those boxes. That's where the real score is. Marcus nodded and swiftly made his way to the rear of the vault, where the most secured deposit boxes were located. These boxes were reinforced, heavier, and designed to be nearly impossible to crack without the right equipment. But Frank had planned for that. Leo followed Marcus, plasma cutter in hand, knowing that the thicker steel would require more finesse. I've got this, Leo said, setting up his equipment near the first box. These things are tough, but nothing I can't handle. Marcus stood beside him, scanning the area while Leo started cutting through the more fortified boxes. We've got to be in and out, Leo. Time's ticking. Relax, Marcus, Leo replied, concentrating on his work. I've cut through tougher metal than this back in the day. This is a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Frank directed Jackson and Marcus to continue emptying the boxes at the front. The clock was ticking, and they still had to get out before the system reset. Every moment counted. The bags were filling up quickly. Each duffel bag was packed with cash, gold bars, rare jewelry, and expensive artifacts. Some of the items were so rare that their exact value couldn't be estimated without appraisals. But that didn't matter to Frank and his crew. They didn't care about the item stories, just their dollar worth. Frank, Zara's voice crackled through his earpiece again, her voice tense. The system reboot is imminent. You've got 3 minutes before the alarms kick back in. Frank's jaw tightened. All right, everyone, speed it up. We're on borrowed time. Jackson and Marcus continued stuffing the bags, but the weight of the loot was starting to slow them down. The bags were getting heavier, and carrying them was going to be difficult once they left the vault. But Frank had planned for this too. They had a trolley waiting outside the vault to help them move the bags quickly. 2 minutes, Zara warned again, the urgency rising in her voice. Leo finished cutting through the last of the fortified boxes at the back and gave Marcus a thumbs up. Marcus pulled the door open, revealing stacks of black briefcases. These were high-value, untraceable items, likely stashed here by Stonebridge's wealthiest and most corrupt individuals. "These are the ones we're after," Marcus muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. He grabbed as many briefcases as he could carry and started loading them into the duffel bags. Frank's eyes darted back and forth between his team. "Jackson, Leo, Marcus, grab everything you can. We're moving out in 60 seconds. The team moved faster, stuffing the last of the valuables into their bags. Their movements efficient and calculated despite the ticking clock. "All right, time's up," Frank said. "Get those bags on the trolley and move." Leo, Jackson, and Marcus heaved the heavy duffel bags onto the trolley, the sound of metal and cash clinking inside. The weight of their haul was significant, but so was the risk of staying any longer. "Zara, we're almost out." Frank spoke into his earpiece as he helped push the trolley out of the vault. "We're coming back through the roof." "I've bought you a few more seconds," Zara replied. "But once the system reboots, the cameras come back online. You've got 30 seconds, maybe less." As the team hurried out of the vault, Frank glanced back one last time. The empty deposit boxes and the scattered remnants of what was once tightly locked inside lay across the floor like evidence of a perfect crime. They had taken everything they could, millions in cash, gold, jewelry, and artifacts. "Move, move, move," Frank barked as they reached the edge of the vault room, pushing the trolley towards the service exit. The plan was still on track, but the window was closing fast. As they raced down the hallways of the bank, Zara's voice echoed one last time through the earpiece. "I'm shutting down my connection. Alarms are going live in 10 seconds. Frank clenched his jaw, his mind racing as he mentally ticked off the remaining steps of the plan. They had pulled off the biggest score of their lives, but now it was time to disappear into the night. "Go!" Frank shouted as the team reached the access point for the roof. They were out, but the hardest part was yet to come. The bank alarms roared to life just as the gang disappeared back into the rainy night, the distant wail of sirens faint but growing closer. Now they had to escape. The vault had been emptied, and the room now looked more like the aftermath of a hurricane than the pristine, secure chamber it once was. Safety deposit boxes hung open, their contents stripped away, leaving only the hollow echoes of what used to be protected by thick steel doors. Millions in cash, gold bars, rare jewels, and priceless heirlooms were now scattered across the vault floor, being methodically packed into heavy-duty, reinforced backpacks by the gang. Each member worked with the precision of seasoned professionals who knew that every second inside this fortress was a gamble. "Start loading up the big bills and leave the smaller stuff," Frank Donovan instructed, his voice sharp but composed, cutting through the tense air. "We don't have time for every last scrap. Prioritize." Leo Ramirez, the welder, grunted in agreement as he pulled open the last of the emptied safety deposit boxes. The gold bars he found inside were immediately shoved into the bottom of his backpack, their weight causing the sturdy bag to sag. He looked up briefly at Jackson Cole, who was zipping up his second full bag with an almost casual efficiency. Jackson, the car lifter and driver, had been waiting for this moment. His fingers flew across the zippers and clasps of the bag, securing the straps with quick flicks of his hands. "Frank, we're gonna need to get creative carrying all this out of here," Jackson remarked, hefting one of the duffel bags onto his back. "This haul's a lot heavier than I thought. I hope those ropes hold up when we head back to the roof." "We planned for this," Frank replied without looking up, focusing on packing a bag of his own. "The bags can handle it. Just stick to the plan." Their backpacks had been custom-made for this Heist thick, military-grade material that wouldn't tear under the weight of the money and gold they were now shoving inside. Reinforced straps ensured the gang could carry the loot without fear of ripping or slowing down. Months of preparation had gone into this, and Frank wasn't about to let anyone falter now. Zara Malik's voice cut in through their earpieces. "I've got the security loop holding, but it's gonna fail any minute now," she warned from her remote station in the bank's control room. "Load those bags fast. We're down to the wire." Frank looked up at his team. "All right, listen up. No one carries more than they can handle. We don't need anyone collapsing under the weight on the way out." Jackson slung another bag over his shoulder and looked over at Marcus Cross, the team's sharpshooter, who was quietly securing a smaller, more manageable bag filled with jewelry and diamonds. Marcus always traveled light. As the team's security, he needed to be ready for anything. His bag wasn't packed to the brim like the others. Instead, he carried only what he could defend with ease, keeping his movements nimble and precise. "You good, Marcus?" Frank asked, catching his eye. "Yeah, I'm good," Marcus replied in his deep, calm voice. "I'm not carrying too much, just enough. We get into a firefight, I'm ready." Frank nodded, reassured. Each member of the team knew their strengths and weaknesses. Marcus had always prioritized mobility over greed. His role was to cover the team in case things went south, and having him weighed down by a bag of gold was a risk they couldn't afford. Leo, meanwhile, was working fast but with the care of a man who had cut through enough steel in his lifetime to know when to take things slow. He had filled 2 bags with cash and gold, his muscles straining under the weight, but he was used to it. Years of manual labor as a welder had given him the kind of strength required for heavy lifting, but even he could feel the weight starting to drag him down. "I'm good for now," Leo grunted as he stood up, securing the straps of his second bag. "But we better not be running a marathon with these things." "We won't," Frank said, double-checking his own load. "We're going straight to the tunnel, no detours. Everyone good to go?" Jackson, who had just finished packing his third bag, gave a thumbs up. "Ready as I'll ever be," he said with a grin. "I'm used to stealing cars, but this is another level." Zara, still monitoring the security feeds, spoke up again, her voice tense. "Guys, I'm losing the loop. The system's about to reboot. Get those bags and get moving." The gang knew they didn't have long. Once the cameras came back online, every second they spent inside the bank would be recorded, and the police would swarm the building like ants. Their entire plan had been based on careful timing, and right now they were running out of it. Frank, the meticulous planner, gave one final order. "Everyone get your bags on. We move in 30 seconds. He swung his own bag onto his back, feeling the weight of millions in stolen currency pull him down slightly. He quickly adjusted the straps, ensuring it sat snug against his body. The last thing they needed was a bag breaking or getting stuck while they made their escape. The reinforced materials and custom design would hold, but the strain of the loot was palpable. Marcus moved to the exit first as planned. His smaller bag slung effortlessly over his shoulder, he kept his handgun at the ready, eyes darting around for any unexpected visitors. He had been quiet throughout the heist, his main task being to keep watch and handle any surprises. But now, with the vault emptied, his sharp eyes were more focused than ever. Leo hoisted 2 heavy bags over his shoulders, his muscles bulging as he adjusted the straps. "These are heavier than I thought," he muttered, though he managed to balance the weight evenly. "But they'll hold. I've carried worse." Jackson laughed. "I don't know, man. You might be carrying half a city's worth of gold on your back right now." Frank shot them a look, cutting the banter short. "No talking. Stay focused. Let's get these bags to the exit." Jackson and Marcus nodded, their expressions serious now as the gravity of the situation hit them. They were standing in the middle of the biggest haul any of them had ever attempted, and it was all resting on their shoulders, quite literally. As the gang gathered their bags, the atmosphere in the vault room became tense. The sound of the reinforced backpacks being adjusted, the clink of gold bars against each other, and the zipping up of duffel bags filled the space as everyone geared up for the final stage of the operation. Frank looked around, checking in with each of them. "Jackson, you take the lead with Marcus. Leo and I will bring up the rear." Marcus nodded, already heading toward the corridor that would lead them to the access point back up to the roof. His footsteps were light, despite the weight of the bag on his back. "I'll scout ahead, make sure the coast is clear," Jackson followed closely behind Marcus, his muscles rippling under the strain of his loaded backpack. "Let's get the hell out of here," he said quietly, the thrill of the heist giving way to the necessity of a clean escape. "Remember," Frank said, his voice steady and commanding, "once we're back on the roof, we take the ropes down to the alley. From there, it's a straight shot to the getaway car." Leo hefted his second bag, grunting under the load but managing to crack a smile. "Good thing you brought those reinforced backpacks, Frank. We're carrying a fortune out of here." "Let's just hope it's enough to make this all worth it," Frank replied, his mind still racing with calculations. Every second mattered now. The team had done their part. They'd broken into the vault, filled their bags with millions, and now all they had to do was get out alive. But as they moved toward the corridor that would lead them to their escape, a nagging thought crept into Frank's mind. The weight of the bags wasn't the only burden they were carrying. They had come too far to let anything go wrong now. "All right, move out," Frank ordered, his voice low but urgent. And with that, the gang, each weighed down by bags filled with stolen fortune, made their way toward the exit, the pressure of their loot pressing on their shoulders just as the looming threat of capture pressed on their minds. Their bags, heavy with the weight of millions, were more than just the physical manifestation of their crime. They were the key to their freedom or the anchor that could drag them down into failure. Either way, the only thing that mattered now was getting out. With their backpacks secured, the team slipped silently out of the vault room, leaving behind the remnants of a high-stakes heist. But the real challenge was only beginning. Time was running out, and every second they spent inside the bank was one more second closer to getting caught. And as the team carried their precious cargo toward the roof, the weight of their prize felt heavier with each passing moment. The vault had been emptied, and the room now looked more like the aftermath of a hurricane than the pristine, secure chamber it once was. Safety deposit boxes hung open, their contents stripped away, leaving only the hollow echoes of what used to be protected by thick steel doors. Millions in cash, gold bars, rare jewels, and priceless heirlooms were now scattered across the vault floor, being methodically packed into heavy-duty, reinforced backpacks by the gang. Each member worked with the precision of seasoned professionals who knew that every second inside this fortress was a gamble. "Start loading up the big bills and leave the smaller stuff," Frank Donovan instructed, his voice sharp but composed, cutting through the tense air. "We don't have time for every last scrap. Prioritize." Leo Ramirez, the welder, grunted in agreement as he pulled open the last of the emptied safety deposit boxes. The gold bars he found inside were immediately shoved into the bottom of his backpack, their weight causing the sturdy bag to sag. He looked up briefly at Jackson Cole, who was zipping up his second full bag with an almost casual efficiency. Jackson, the car lifter and driver, had been waiting for this moment. His fingers flew across the zippers and clasps of the bag, securing the straps with quick flicks of his hands. "Frank, we're gonna need to get creative carrying all this out of here," Jackson remarked, hefting one of the duffel bags onto his back. "This haul's a lot heavier than I thought. I hope those ropes hold up when we head back to the roof." "We planned for this," Frank replied without looking up, focusing on packing a bag of his own. "The bags can handle it. Just stick to the plan." Their backpacks had been custom-made for this heist, thick, military-grade material that wouldn't tear under the weight of the money and gold they were now shoving inside. Reinforced straps ensured the gang could carry the loot without fear of ripping or slowing down. Months of preparation had gone into this, and Frank wasn't about to let anyone falter now. Zara Malik's voice cut in through their earpieces. "I've got the security loop holding, but it's gonna fail any minute now," she warned from her remote station in the bank's control room. "Load those bags fast. We're down to the wire." Frank looked up at his team. "All right, listen up. No one carries more than they can handle. We don't need anyone collapsing under the weight on the way out." Jackson slung another bag over his shoulder and looked over at Marcus Cross, the team's sharpshooter, who was quietly securing a smaller, more manageable bag filled with jewelry and diamonds. Marcus always traveled light. As the team's security, he needed to be ready for anything. His bag wasn't packed to the brim like the others. Instead, He carried only what he could defend with ease, keeping his movements nimble and precise. "You good, Marcus?" Frank asked, catching his eye. "Yeah, I'm good," Marcus replied in his deep, calm voice. "I'm not carrying too much, just enough. We get into a firefight, I'm ready." Frank nodded, reassured. Each member of the team knew their strengths and weaknesses. Marcus had always prioritized mobility over greed. His role was to cover the team in case things went south, and having him weighed down by a bag of gold was a risk they couldn't afford. Leo, meanwhile, was working fast but with the care of a man who had cut through enough steel in his lifetime to know when to take things slow. He had filled 2 bags with cash and gold, his muscles straining under the weight, but he was used to it. Years of manual labor as a welder had given him the kind of strength required for heavy lifting, but even he could feel the weight starting to drag him down. "I'm good for now," Leo grunted as he stood up, securing the straps of his second bag. "But we better not be running a marathon with these things." "We won't," Frank said, double-checking his own load. "We're going straight to the tunnel, no detours. Everyone good to go?" Jackson, who had just finished packing his 3rd bag, gave a thumbs up. "Ready as I'll ever be," he said with a grin. "I'm used to stealing cars, but this is another level." Zara, still monitoring the security feeds, spoke up again, her voice tense. "Guys, I'm losing the loop. The system's about to reboot. Get those bags and get moving." The gang knew they didn't have long. Once the cameras came back online, every second they spent inside the bank would be recorded, and the police would swarm the building like ants. Their entire plan had been based on careful timing, and right now they were running out of it. Frank, the meticulous planner, gave one final order. "Everyone get your bags on. We move in 30 seconds. He swung his own bag onto his back, feeling the weight of millions in stolen currency pull him down slightly. He quickly adjusted the straps, ensuring it sat snug against his body. The last thing they needed was a bag breaking or getting stuck while they made their escape. The reinforced materials and custom design would hold, but the strain of the loot was palpable. Marcus moved to the exit first, as planned. His smaller bag slung effortlessly over his shoulder, he kept his handgun at the ready, eyes darting around for any unexpected visitors. He had been quiet throughout the heist, his main task being to keep watch and handle any surprises. But now, with the vault emptied, his sharp eyes were more focused than ever. Leo hoisted 2 heavy bags over his shoulders, his muscles bulging as he adjusted the straps. "These are heavier than I thought," he muttered, though he managed to balance the weight evenly. "But they'll hold. I've carried worse." Jackson laughed. "I don't know, man. You might be carrying half a city's worth of gold on your back right now." Frank shot them a look, cutting the banter short. "No talking. Stay focused. Let's get these bags to the exit." Jackson and Marcus nodded, their expressions serious now as the gravity of the situation hit them. They were standing in the middle of the biggest haul any of them had ever attempted, and it was all resting on their shoulders, quite literally. As the gang gathered their bags, the atmosphere in the vault room became tense. The sound of the reinforced backpacks being adjusted, the clink of gold bars against each other, and the zipping up of duffel bags filled the space as everyone geared up for the final stage of the operation. Frank looked around, checking in with each of them. "Jackson, you take the lead with Marcus. Leo and I will bring up the rear." Marcus nodded, already heading toward the corridor that would lead them to the access point back up to the roof. His footsteps were light, despite the weight of the bag on his back. "I'll scout ahead. Make sure the coast is clear." Jackson followed closely behind Marcus, his muscles rippling under the strain of his loaded backpack. "Let's get the hell out of here," he said quietly, the thrill of the heist giving way to the necessity of a clean escape. "Remember," Frank said, his voice steady and commanding, "once we're back on the roof, we take the ropes down to the alley. From there, it's a straight shot to the getaway car." Leo hefted his second bag, grunting under the load but managing to crack a smile. "Good thing you brought those reinforced backpacks, Frank. We're carrying a fortune out of here." "Let's just hope it's enough to make this all worth it," Frank replied, his mind still racing with calculations. Every second mattered now. The team had done their part. They'd broken into the vault, filled their bags with millions, and now all they had to do was get out alive. But as they moved toward the corridor that would lead them to their escape, a nagging thought crept into Frank's mind. The weight of the bags wasn't the only burden they were carrying. They had come too far to let anything go wrong now. "All right, move out," Frank ordered, his voice low but urgent. And with that, the gang, each weighed down by bags filled with stolen fortune, made their way toward the exit, the pressure of their loot pressing on their shoulders just as the looming threat of capture pressed on their minds. Their bags, heavy with the weight of millions, were more than just the physical manifestation of their crime. They were the key to their freedom or the anchor that could drag them down into failure. Either way, the only thing that mattered now was getting out. With their backpacks secured, the team slipped silently out of the vault room, leaving behind the remnants of a high-stakes heist. But the real challenge was only beginning. Time was running out, and every second they spent inside the bank was one more second closer to getting caught. And as the team carried their precious cargo toward the roof, the weight of their prize felt heavier with each passing moment. The eerie silence of the vault was broken only by the sound of hands rifling through stacks of cash and the occasional metallic clink of gold bars being dropped into reinforced backpacks. Inside this fortress of wealth, the gang of 5 worked quickly, methodically, and with a chilling precision. Each of them had a role to play, and in this moment, it was clear they had rehearsed it in their minds 100 times. Leo Ramirez, the welder, had finished his work on the vault door long ago. The steel behemoth now lay ajar, like a wounded beast that had finally given in. Behind him, piles of money, gold, and jewels glittered under the cold fluorescent lights, waiting to be claimed. Sweat trickled down Leo's face as he heaved the first of the heavy gold bars into his bag. He paused only for a moment to catch his breath, feeling the weight pull at his muscles. "Damn, Frank," Leo grunted, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. "This is heavier than I thought it'd be." Frank Donovan, the mastermind behind the entire operation, barely looked up from the task at hand. He was focused, his hands moving with mechanical efficiency as he stacked rolls of cash into his own backpack. "You knew what we were getting into, Leo. No complaints. Just load up." Leo let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. "I'm not complaining, just saying it's a lot to carry." Next to him, Jackson Cole, the team's driver and expert car lifter, was already zipping up his second bag. He flashed a grin at Leo. "Guess you're not as strong as you thought, huh?" Leo shot him a sideways glance but didn't bother with a retort. He knew that the real challenge wasn't carrying the gold. It was getting it out of here. Each of the gang members had been assigned specific bags before the heist. The backpacks had been custom designed for the job, military-grade material, reinforced stitching, and padded straps to handle the weight of millions in cash and valuables without ripping apart. They had tested these bags during their preparations, filling them with sandbags to simulate the weight of the loot they expected to carry. But now, standing in the middle of the real thing with the gold and cash in their hands, the weight felt different. Heavier. More significant. "Keep moving," Frank said, his voice low but commanding. "We've got less than an hour before we're out of here." Zara Malik, the hacker, stood by the vault door, watching the countdown on her tablet. Her job had been done the moment she disabled the bank's alarm system and put the security cameras on a loop. Now, she kept her eyes on the bank's internal systems, making sure nothing triggered before they made their escape. "We're good on the loop for now," Zara called out. "But if there's a hiccup, I'll let you know. Just keep us invisible for a little longer." Marcus Cross, the team's sharpshooter, chimed in as he stuffed a handful of diamond necklaces into a small pouch. His role wasn't heavy lifting. It was protection. If things went south, he was the one who would handle any threats. Frank glanced around the vault, surveying the scene like a general overseeing his troops. The plan was clear: prioritize the high-value, low-weight items. Gold, large stacks of cash, and jewelry were at the top of the list. They had agreed not to waste time on loose coins or smaller bills unless there was room after the priority items were packed. "Stick to the big bills and leave the rest," Frank reminded them. "We don't need to get greedy." We take what we can carry and get out. Jackson nodded, hoisting his second fully packed backpack over his shoulder. Got it. We've already got more than enough here to set us up for life. The team moved with practiced precision, each member aware of the importance of speed and efficiency. There was no time for hesitation. Every second spent inside the vault increased their risk of being caught. While they had planned for everything down to the smallest detail, Frank knew that unforeseen complications could arise at any moment. A glitch in Zara's system, an unexpected alarm, or a patrolling guard, any one of these could spell disaster. Leo continued loading his bag with more gold bars, feeling the weight tug at his shoulders. We've hit the motherlode, boys, he muttered, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and exhaustion. If we can just get this out of here. Frank cut him off. We will get it out. Focus on your job. Despite the tension, there was a palpable excitement in the room. Years of planning, months of preparation, and now the payoff was literally in their hands. The fortune they were carrying wasn't just a reward for this one heist. It was a culmination of all their criminal careers, each step leading them to this moment. Zara spoke up again. System's still holding, but I'm starting to see some minor fluctuations. You're going to want to move faster. Frank's eyes flickered to Zara for a moment, then back to the piles of cash. We're almost done here. Just hold the system for a few more minutes. Jackson, always the first to finish his tasks, stepped back from his pile of bags and watched the others. Hey Frank, he called out. These bags are pushing 50-60 pounds easy. You sure these ropes are going to hold when we head back up to the roof? Frank didn't break his concentration as he shoved a final bundle of cash into his own bag. The ropes will hold. I calculated the weight. Just make sure your balance is right. If you fall off the side of the building because you didn't pack properly, it's on you. Jackson smirked but nodded. Frank was meticulous, almost to the point of obsession. He had accounted for every variable, the weight of the bags, the distance they'd have to travel, even the tensile strength of the ropes they'd use to get back up to the roof. Everything was part of a carefully constructed plan. But Jackson knew, as did the rest of the gang, that in a job this big, there were always things you couldn't predict. Leo let out a low whistle as he zipped up his bag, now fully loaded. We're carrying a whole damn bank in these packs, he muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. Hope you're right, Frank, because if those ropes don't hold, we're screwed. Frank, his backpack finally packed and secured, stood up straight and looked at his team. All right, everyone is loaded up. Each member nodded, adjusting their bags and checking their gear one last time. Marcus, whose load was significantly lighter than the others, had his weapon ready, keeping a sharp eye on the vault's entrance. Frank took a deep breath, the gravity of the moment settling in. We've got everything we came for. Now let's get the hell out of here. The bags were packed, each one filled to the brim with more wealth than any of them had ever seen in their lives. Jackson adjusted the straps on his bag, making sure the weight was distributed evenly across his back. These things are heavier than I thought, he admitted with a grunt. But it's worth it. Yeah, Leo agreed, his voice strained as he lifted his second bag. I feel like I'm carrying a small country's economy on my back. Frank checked the straps on his own bag, then moved toward the vault's exit. Just remember to keep quiet and stick to the plan. We're not out of here yet. Zara, holding her tablet tightly, was already moving toward the door, her eyes darting between the screen and the hallway outside. I'll guide you through the exit, but we're going to have to be fast. The longer we're here, the higher the chances of something going wrong. Marcus, who had taken up his position near the vault's door, spoke in a low, calm voice. I'll cover our exit. If anyone shows up, I'll handle it. Frank gave him a curt nod. Good, let's move. As the team moved out of the vault, their backpacks weighed down with their stolen fortune. The atmosphere grew tense. The sheer weight of the money and valuables they were carrying wasn't just a physical burden. It was the embodiment of their greed, their ambition, and their risk. Each step felt heavier, not just because of the weight of the bags, but because of the knowledge that every second they spent inside the bank increased the risk of being caught. Frank led the way, his mind racing with calculations. They had rehearsed this escape a dozen times, but now, with millions on their backs, everything felt more urgent. He could hear the faint sound of their boots hitting the marble floor, the soft rustle of cash inside their bags, and his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. Behind him, Jackson muttered under his breath, "Just a few more steps and we're free. Just a few more." Leo, struggling under the weight of his bags, kept his focus forward. "We get out of here and we're set for life," he whispered, almost as if trying to convince himself. Frank's eyes narrowed as they approached the corridor that would lead them to the service staircase. "We're almost there. Stay sharp." The reinforced backpacks, filled with millions in stolen money and valuables, were more than just tools. They were the weight of their choices, the culmination of their lives' work, and the key to their future. Whether that future was one of freedom or a life behind bars remained to be seen. But for now, all that mattered was getting out. The gang had been working for hours inside Stonebridge First National Bank. After bypassing the security systems, avoiding the laser grids, and finally cutting through the massive vault door, they had looted millions in cash, gold bars, jewelry, and priceless collectibles. But now, with their bags packed and ready, it was time for the most dangerous part of their plan: the escape. Frank Donovan stood near the center of the room, eyeing his crew as they hoisted the reinforced backpacks over their shoulders. Each bag was filled to capacity, weighing heavily with their stolen fortune. The weight of the money and gold pressed down, but the physical burden paled in comparison to the weight of the looming escape. "All right, listen up," Frank said, his voice sharp and commanding as he looked at each of his teammates in turn. "We're on the final stretch. All we've got to do now is get out of here and disappear. Everyone knows their part. Let's keep it smooth, stick to the plan, and we'll be sipping drinks on a beach by tomorrow." Jackson Cole, the car lifter, adjusted his backpack with a grunt. "Frank, you make it sound easy, but we've got a storm out there, man. That rain's been coming down for hours." "I know," Frank replied, glancing out the window where the sound of rain pounding against the glass was relentless. The storm had been raging since early evening, and it was only getting worse. "But we don't have a choice. We're not sticking around here for the cops to find us." Zara Malik, the hacker, pulled up her tablet, her face illuminated by the soft blue glow of the screen. "Frank's right. We can't wait around. I've been monitoring the security feed and the city's traffic cams. No sign of police yet, but the longer we stay, the more likely it is someone notices something's off." Frank turned his gaze to Leo Ramirez, their welder, who had just finished securing his tools in a duffel bag. "Leo, you good?" Leo nodded, though his expression was tense. "Yeah, but we need to get moving. The vault door's been open for too long. If anyone on the outside picks up on this, we'll be dealing with more than just a storm." Marcus Cross, the ex-military sharpshooter, stood near the entrance, his eyes scanning the hallway outside. He said little as usual, his calm demeanor masking the readiness of someone who had faced much worse than a heist in the rain. He gave a silent nod to Frank, signaling that everything was still clear. "All right, follow me," Frank ordered. The group gathered, following Frank as he led them down a narrow corridor in the basement of the bank. Their escape route had been meticulously planned, and it all hinged on one thing: access to the Stonebridge sewer system. The sewers ran beneath the city like a labyrinth, and if they could navigate through them, they would emerge far from the bank's location, safe from prying eyes. The narrow stairwell led to the bank's sub-basement, a dimly lit, forgotten part of the building used for storage and maintenance. At the far end of the room was their exit, a heavy, rusted manhole cover set into the concrete floor. Frank's heart raced as they approached it. This was their ticket to freedom. "There it is," Frank muttered, kneeling beside the cover and prying it open with a crowbar. The metal groaned as he lifted it, the sound echoing off the cold stone walls. Beneath the cover was a deep shaft, leading straight into the sewers. Marcus stood over the hole, peering into the darkness below. "Looks tight," he said, his voice barely audible over the pounding of rain above. "We've planned for worse," Frank replied. forcing himself to stay confident. Zara, check the levels. Zara crouched beside him, pulling out a small sensor device. She dropped a probe into the shaft, watching as the readings came up on her screen. Her brow furrowed. Frank, Zara said, glancing nervously at the data. We've got a problem. What kind of problem? Frank asked, tension creeping into his voice. The water levels, Zara replied, holding up the tablet for him to see. They're rising. Fast. Frank's eyes darted to the screen, where the readout showed the sewer system's water level creeping higher by the minute. The storm outside wasn't just an annoyance. It was overwhelming the city's drainage system. The tunnels were filling with water. Jackson, overhearing, came up beside them. What the hell do you mean, rising? He asked. You're saying our escape route is about to flood? Not about to flood, Zara corrected, her voice grim. It's already flooding. Leo swore under his breath, pacing as the implications sank in. So what, we're trapped? We can't use the sewers if they're full of water. Frank shook his head, refusing to accept defeat. No, we're not trapped. We just need to wait it out. The storm can't last forever. Marcus, who had been listening in silence, spoke up. How long can we wait? We're sitting on a ticking clock here. The moment someone realizes the vault's been hit, we'll have a swarm of cops all over this place. We have no choice, Frank said, standing up straight. We wait for the water to drain. The city's drainage system will kick in once the rain stops. It's just a matter of time. Jackson threw up his hands in frustration. Time we don't have, Frank. What if it doesn't stop? What if it keeps raining and the sewers stay flooded? Frank's jaw tightened. We'll figure something out. For now, we bunker down and stay out of sight. Zara, sensing the rising tension, added cautiously, I'll keep monitoring the storm. We'll know as soon as the water levels drop enough for us to move. The gang retreated to a small room in the sub-basement, close enough to the manhole to keep an eye on it, but far enough from the surface to remain hidden. The sound of rain pounding against the walls was louder now, an ominous reminder of the storm outside. They sat in silence, each of them lost in their own thoughts as they waited for the rain to stop. The air was thick with anxiety. Time was slipping away, and with it, their window of escape. The loot sat beside them, a tempting fortune that would mean nothing if they couldn't get out of the city. Leo leaned against the wall, his arms crossed. I've worked in tight spots before, but this is something else. We can't control nature. Frank sat on a crate, his mind racing. He knew Leo was right. They had planned for almost every contingency except this one. The weather had been a mild consideration in the planning stages, but now it was becoming their biggest enemy. Jackson paced, his impatience growing by the second. You think the cops are going to sit around while we wait for the rain to stop? We should have had a backup plan. We do have a backup plan, Marcus said, his voice steady. We adapt. We survive. Frank looked at Marcus, grateful for the calmness the former soldier brought to the group. Marcus was a man who had faced real danger, the kind of danger that made this heist seem small in comparison. His confidence was the anchor that kept the group from unraveling. Zara, sitting cross-legged on the floor with her tablet in hand, continued to monitor the weather systems. I'm picking up some good news, she said, breaking the silence. What's that? Frank asked, hopeful. The storm is starting to let up, Zara replied. The rain's still heavy, but the worst of it has passed. If the city's drainage system holds, the water in the sewers should start receding in the next few hours. A few hours? Jackson groaned. We don't have that kind of time. It's the best we can hope for, Frank said, standing up. We've waited this long. We can wait a little longer. Hours passed, and the rain outside finally began to slow. The relentless pounding against the roof had lessened to a steady patter, the storm beginning to lose its fury. Zara checked her tablet again, scanning the water levels in the sewers. It's happening, she said, her voice a mix of relief and exhaustion. The water levels are dropping. Frank stood by the manhole cover, peering down into the darkness. The air was thick with the smell of damp concrete and stale water, But he could see it. The floodwaters were starting to recede. Their escape route was slowly opening up again. "Everyone get ready," Frank ordered. "We're moving as soon as it's safe." Jackson let out a sigh of relief, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. "About damn time." Marcus checked his gear, his movements smooth and precise. "Let's make this quick." Leo nodded, gripping the handle of his duffel bag. "I'm ready when you are, Frank." Frank looked at his team, a strange mixture of pride and anxiety swelling within him. They had faced setback after setback, but they had held it together. They were almost there, almost free. Zara stood, her eyes scanning the final weather updates. "We've got a narrow window. Let's make it count." Frank placed his hand on the edge of the manhole cover, his eyes narrowing as he stared into the darkness below. "All right, team, let's get out of here." And with that, the gang prepared to descend into the Stonebridge sewer system, hoping that the storm had given them enough of a break to make their final escape. The weather was supposed to be perfect for the job. Crisp autumn air, a clear sky, and a quiet weekend. Frank Donovan, ever the meticulous planner, had checked the forecasts for weeks leading up to the heist. But even the most precise of planners can't account for the unpredictable. By Friday night, the skies over Stonebridge had turned a deep, threatening gray. The storm rolled in earlier than expected, an unforeseen force of nature that began to brew just as the gang set their plan into motion. Frank stood on the rooftop of the abandoned building adjacent to Stonebridge First National Bank, his face set in determination as rain lashed against the city skyline. The sound of thunder in the distance grew louder by the minute. It was supposed to be a straightforward weekend, but now, with the weather acting as it was, Frank felt an uneasy pit in his stomach. "Looks like it's gonna be a wet one, huh?" Jackson Cole, the car lifter, quipped as he adjusted the collar of his jacket, his eyes glinting with sarcasm. His attempt to lighten the mood did little to lift the weight pressing on Frank's mind. Frank glanced at Jackson, then shifted his gaze back to the bank. "It doesn't matter. We've got a job to do." "I dunno." Frank, Zara Malik, their hacker, said, her voice muffled beneath the hood of her raincoat. "Storms like this mess with more than just the weather. The city's sewer system wasn't designed for this kind of downpour. You sure it won't flood?" Frank didn't answer right away. His mind was already racing through the various contingencies they had discussed. The sewers beneath the bank were their escape route, an intricate web of tunnels that stretched for miles under the city. It was supposed to be their guaranteed way out, but Zara's words planted a seed of doubt in his mind. "It won't," he said firmly, more to reassure himself than the others. "The drainage system can handle it. We'll be fine." By the time Saturday morning arrived, the rain had turned into a full-blown deluge. Stonebridge, a city known for its steel towers and bustling streets, was now nearly underwater. The streets were slick with runoff, and the once quiet night was filled with the constant roar of rain hammering down from the heavens. Inside the bank, the gang continued their work. The vault had been opened, the loot was being stashed, and everything was still going according to plan, at least for now. Zara monitored the security system from her station inside the bank, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she kept the cameras and alarms disabled. But every few minutes, she would glance out the small window near her, watching as the rain pelted the glass. The storm wasn't letting up. If anything, it was getting worse. Jackson paced the bank's hallways, his nerves frayed. "This is insane. It's like the damn sky is falling. There's no way the sewers won't flood with this kind of rain." Frank, standing nearby with Marcus Cross, the team's sharpshooter, overheard Jackson's grumbling. He shot him a warning look. "We don't have a choice, Jackson. We stick to the plan." Leo Ramirez, the welder who had been in charge of cutting through the vault, appeared from the back room, wiping sweat from his brow. "You hear the news?" he asked, tossing a drenched towel aside. "The city's already declared a state of emergency. The storm's only supposed to get worse." Frank's jaw tightened. "We're not backing out now." "We're not saying we back out," Marcus interjected, his voice calm as ever, though his sharp eyes remained trained on Frank. "But if the tunnels flood, There's no way we can use them. We need to know what we're dealing with." Frank didn't respond, but the unease in the room was palpable. The storm wasn't just some minor inconvenience anymore. It was threatening to derail everything. By Sunday morning, the gang's worst fears were realized. The storm had not let up. In fact, it had only grown more severe. The once slick streets were now rivers of rainwater, and the city's drainage system was struggling to keep up. The gang gathered in the basement of the bank, where the manhole leading to the sewer system was located. It was the first time since the heist began that all 5 members stood together in one place, the weight of their collective anxiety hanging in the air like the storm outside. Zara crouched near the manhole cover, her brow furrowed in concentration as she studied the data on her tablet. The sewer system had sensors installed throughout the city, and she had hacked into them to monitor the water levels. What she saw wasn't good. "We've got a problem," Zara said, her voice tight. Frank, Marcus, Jackson, and Leo gathered around her. Frank was the first to speak. "How bad is it?" Zara looked up from her screen, her face pale. "The tunnels are flooded. Water levels are way above safe limits. We can't use them." "Damn it," Jackson spat, slamming his fist into the wall. "I knew this would happen. I told you." Frank ignored him, his mind working at full speed. This wasn't a minor setback. It was a full-blown disaster. The sewers had been their only way out. Without them, they were trapped inside the bank. Marcus, always the calm in the storm, remained silent for a moment, then asked, "How long until the water levels drop?" Zara shook her head. "There's no way to know. The rain's still coming down hard, and the city's drainage system is completely overwhelmed. It could be hours, maybe even days before it's safe." Frank cursed under his breath. They didn't have days. The bank was scheduled to reopen on Monday morning, and with the storm delaying emergency services, it was only a matter of time before someone noticed something was wrong. "We're not staying here that long," Frank said, his voice filled with resolve. "We need another plan." Jackson scoffed. "Another plan? We're underground with a storm on top of us. No way out, and bags full of stolen loot. What other plan is there?" "Calm down," Marcus said, his voice steady. "Frank's right. We're not done yet." Leo, who had been uncharacteristically quiet throughout the conversation, finally spoke up. "We could wait it out. There's a chance the rain stops soon, and once it does, the water will drain. The sewers will be usable again." Frank considered the idea. Waiting wasn't ideal, but it might be their only option. "How long do you think it'll take?" "Could be a few hours, maybe more," Zara said, tapping on her tablet. "The system should start clearing as soon as the rain slows." "We don't have much of a choice," Marcus added, folding his arms. "We wait until the water clears. Then we move." The hours dragged on, and the gang retreated to the basement, the sound of rain pounding on the roof above them growing fainter as they descended deeper into the bank. The sub-basement was cold and dimly lit, a storage area that had long since been forgotten. Shelves lined the walls, covered in dust, while old maintenance equipment lay scattered across the floor. It was far from comfortable, but it was the safest place to lay low while they waited. The group sat in tense silence, each member lost in their thoughts. The anticipation of escape had shifted into something darker. Fear, frustration, and the gnawing uncertainty of whether they would make it out at all. Frank paced the room, his mind still racing as he tried to think of every possible angle, every solution to their current predicament. The plan had been flawless until the weather turned against them, but now they were at the mercy of forces beyond their control. Zara sat in the corner, her eyes glued to her tablet. She had been tracking the storm all night, watching the radar as it swept over the city. Every time it looked like the rain might let up, another wave of dark clouds rolled in. Jackson, growing increasingly impatient, slammed his hand against a nearby shelf. "This is insane. We can't just sit here. We need to do something." Leo, ever the practical one, leaned against the wall, his arms crossed. "What do you suggest, Jackson?" "Walk out the front door with a couple of $1 million on our backs." "Maybe," Jackson snapped. "Better than sitting here waiting for the damn water to drain." Frank turned to face him, his voice calm but firm. We're not leaving until it's safe. We wait for the sewers to clear. Then we get out. Jackson opened his mouth to argue, but Marcus stepped between them, his expression stern. Enough. Frank's right. We wait. A tense silence fell over the group once more. The sound of rain echoed through the empty halls above, a constant reminder of the storm that was keeping them trapped inside the bank. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly as they waited, the hours blurring together as the gang's frustration mounted. By late Sunday night, the storm finally began to break. The rain, which had once been a relentless torrent, slowed to a steady drizzle. Zara, still monitoring the water levels in the sewers, noticed the change immediately. The rain's stopping, she announced, her voice cutting through the heavy atmosphere of the room. Frank stopped pacing, his eyes locking onto Zara. And the water? It's starting to drain, she replied, her fingers tapping rapidly across her screen. The levels are still high, but it's going down. If this keeps up, we should be able to move in a few hours. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Finally, after 3 days of anxiety and tension, they could see a way out. All right, Frank said, his voice filled with renewed determination. We wait a little longer. As soon as it's safe, we move. The gang settled in for what they hoped would be their final few hours in the bank, the sound of rain fading to a soft patter above them. The storm had tested their patience, their resolve, and their trust in one another. But with the rain finally easing, they were one step closer to freedom. But as they prepared for their escape, none of them could shake the lingering thought that perhaps their troubles were far from over. Monday morning arrived like a ticking time bomb for the gang. It was supposed to have been a smooth exit under the cover of darkness, down through the sewers, long before the start of the workweek. But now, they were trapped inside the Stonebridge First National Bank. Their escape route flooded, and the dawn of the new week brought with it a harsh reality. Rain still dripped from the cracks in the ceiling, but the once raging storm had calmed to a drizzle. Frank Donovan, the leader, stood by the basement's narrow window, watching the early morning sun struggle to break through the gray clouds. His face was drawn with tension. The weekend had slipped through their fingers, and now they had run out of time. They're going to open the doors any minute, Zara Malik, the hacker, said from behind her tablet. Her voice trembled slightly, though she tried to hide it. She had been monitoring the bank's internal systems throughout the weekend, but no amount of hacking could stop the inevitable. The bank was about to open for business, and they were still inside. We should have been out of here by now, Jackson Cole, the car lifter, snapped. He paced back and forth like a caged animal. Damn rain screwed us. Now what, Frank? What do we do? Leo Ramirez, the welder, leaned against a steel cabinet in the corner, his arms crossed. He hadn't said much over the past few hours, his normally calm demeanor strained by the gravity of their situation. Marcus Cross, the sharpshooter, stood by the vault door, checking his weapon for the umpteenth time. His face remained impassive, but there was an edge to his movements. He was preparing for the worst. Frank turned to the group, his mind racing through their options. They couldn't leave through the front doors with bags full of cash. And the sewer tunnel, their meticulously planned escape route, was still flooded. Worse yet, the bank staff and clients would start arriving any minute. We improvise, Frank said, his voice low but firm. We can't get out the way we planned, so we need to control the situation. When they open those doors, we take hostages. What? Zara's eyes widened, clearly uncomfortable with the idea. That wasn't part of the plan, Frank. Hostages change everything. We don't have a choice, Marcus said, cutting in. It's either that, or we sit here and wait for the police to show up once the alarms start going off. We need leverage, and the people who walk through those doors are the only leverage we're going to get. Jackson swore under his breath, his fists clenching. I didn't sign up for this. We were supposed to be out clean. In and out. No hostages, no blood. And we still can be, if we play this right, Frank assured him, though even he could feel the uncertainty creeping into his voice. We take them quietly. No one gets hurt. We keep them calm. Use them as cover until we can figure out a way out of here. Leo finally spoke, his voice level and calm. We need to act fast. They'll be coming in any second now. Frank nodded. All right, everyone knows their role. Marcus, you handle crowd control. Make sure no one does anything stupid. Leo, stay by the vault with the money. Zara, keep monitoring the security systems. We can't afford for any alarms to go off. Jackson, you're with me. We'll be near the entrance when the first person comes in. The group moved into position, the tension in the air thick enough to choke on. Frank and Jackson slipped into the shadows near the main entrance of the bank, crouching behind the front desk. The others spread out through the bank, each taking their assigned stations. The large bags of cash, jewelry, and gold were stashed behind the vault door, a grim reminder of what they had come for. The minutes stretched painfully, each second ticking louder than the next. The sound of keys rattling in the lock sent a ripple of dread through the gang. It was time. The main entrance doors swung open, and in walked a middle-aged man in a suit, one of the bank managers, judging by his appearance. He carried a briefcase in one hand and an umbrella in the other, shaking off the last remnants of rainwater as he entered. The man didn't notice anything unusual at first. The bank was silent, but that wasn't uncommon on a Monday morning before it officially opened. He made his way toward his office, his footsteps echoing in the empty lobby. Frank tensed, his heart hammering in his chest. This was it. He motioned to Jackson, and the two of them stepped out from behind the desk, moving quickly but silently toward the manager. The man barely had time to react. One moment he was walking toward his office, and the next, he felt the cold press of a gun against his back. "Don't move. Don't scream," Frank said in a low, controlled voice. "Do exactly what I say, and you won't get hurt." The manager froze, his breath catching in his throat. What do you want?" Frank tightened his grip on the man's shoulder, steering him toward the middle of the room. "I want you to stay calm. We're not here to hurt anyone. But if you make a sound, this could go bad for you. Understand?" The man nodded frantically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead despite the cold rain outside. "Good," Frank replied, his voice eerily calm. "Now you're going to stand here and wait quietly. More people are coming, and I need you to help keep them calm. No one tries anything stupid. Got it?" The manager swallowed hard but nodded again, his eyes wide with fear. Over the next 10 minutes, more bank employees trickled in, followed closely by the first wave of clients. Ordinary people with no idea what was waiting for them inside. Each time the doors opened, Marcus and Jackson moved swiftly, taking control of the situation with precision. Frank had made sure the team was prepared for every contingency, and now they had to act fast. Zara monitored the bank's systems closely, her fingers flying across her keyboard. She had temporarily shut down the alarm systems and CCTV footage from the inside, but she knew they only had a limited window before the external systems would detect the disruptions. Time was running out. By 9:15 a.m., the lobby was full of hostages. Bank tellers, clients, managers, all standing in silent terror as Marcus stood watch, his eyes scanning the room for any signs of resistance. His demeanor was ice cold, his military training kicking in as he held his rifle loosely but with unmistakable authority. One elderly woman, clearly confused by the sudden lockdown, started sobbing softly. "Please," she whimpered, clutching her purse close to her chest. "I don't understand. I just came to deposit a check." "Lady, shut up," Jackson hissed from across the room. His nerves were frayed, his patience wearing thin. But Marcus, ever the professional, stepped in smoothly. "Everyone needs to stay calm," he said, his voice steady and reassuring despite the tension in the room. "No one's going to get hurt as long as you all do exactly what we say." The hostages murmured softly amongst themselves, but no one dared to defy him. The sight of 5 heavily armed criminals had ensured their compliance, at least for the moment. As the minutes ticked by, the gang's anxiety grew. Frank's mind raced with the weight of their situation. They had hostages now, but the longer they stayed inside, the more likely it was that someone would notice something was wrong. The bank was supposed to be open for business, and sooner or later, customers would begin to wonder why they couldn't get in. Zara tapped away on her keyboard, glancing at the security feeds from time to time. "Frank," she called out, her voice laced with urgency. "We've got a problem. External security's picking up the disruption. They're going to know something's wrong soon." Frank's stomach dropped. "How much time do we have?" "Not much. Maybe half an hour, maybe less." Marcus, standing nearby, overheard the exchange. "We need to make a decision, Frank. The police will be here soon." Frank cursed under his breath. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. They were supposed to be long gone by now, not stuck in a hostage situation with the clock ticking down. Jackson looked ready to snap. "What now, Frank? You said we'd be out before the cops showed up. Now we're stuck here with a bunch of hostages and no way out." "We'll figure it out," Frank said, though his voice lacked the confidence it once had. He turned to Zara. "Is there any chance we can still get out through the sewers?" Zara shook her head, her face pale. "Not unless the water levels drop fast, and even then, it's a risk." Leo, who had been silent up until now, finally spoke. "We need a new plan, Frank. We can't hold these people forever." Frank rubbed his temples, the pressure mounting. He had led them into this, and now it was his responsibility to get them out. "We'll buy time," he said, making the decision. "We'll negotiate. Hostages give us leverage. We ask for something impossible, like a helicopter or a bus. It'll distract them while we figure out another way out." Marcus nodded, understanding the strategy. "Stall for time. Make them think we have a plan when we don't." "Exactly," Frank said. He looked around at his crew, his voice firm again. "Stay calm. Stick to the script. We're not out of options yet." The gang's carefully planned heist had spiraled into chaos, and now, as they faced the reality of a hostage situation, their only hope was to buy enough time to find an escape route. But with the police undoubtedly on their way, and the weight of their stolen loot hanging over their heads, the question remained. How long could they hold out before the situation erupted into violence? The atmosphere inside the Stonebridge First National Bank had shifted dramatically. What had once been an ordinary Monday morning routine had turned into a nightmare. With every passing second, the hostages, bank employees and clients alike, realized the severity of the situation, and a thick tension settled over the room. The gang's initial objective, a quick and quiet escape, had disintegrated, and now the challenge was maintaining control over the people trapped inside. In the center of the bank lobby, Marcus Cross stood as a vigilant sentry. The former military sharpshooter, a man with a reputation for staying calm under pressure, maintained a watchful eye on the crowd. His imposing figure and cold, calculated movements sent a clear message. Any attempt to defy them would be met with swift, possibly deadly consequences. A nervous murmur rippled through the hostages, who exchanged glances of fear and uncertainty. The youngest among them, a teenage girl who had come to the bank with her father, clung to his arm, her eyes wide and filled with tears. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Are we going to be okay?" Her father, a middle-aged man in a suit, swallowed hard. He kept his gaze on Marcus, his face etched with fear but trying to maintain a semblance of calm. "Just stay quiet, honey," he whispered back, squeezing her hand. "Don't look at them. Do as they say and we'll get through this." Across the lobby, Zara Malik remained on her tablet, eyes darting between the device and the room, occasionally glancing at Marcus to gauge his level of control over the hostages. Her fingers flew over the keyboard as she continued to monitor the security system, making sure they hadn't been spotted on external surveillance. But she was all too aware of how fragile their situation had become. Anxiety gnawed at her, a pit forming in her stomach as she anticipated the moment when the police would undoubtedly arrive. Meanwhile, Leo Ramirez leaned against the wall near the vault door, his hand resting on his utility belt. He looked calm, almost detached, but every so often, he cast a glance toward the hostages. His demeanor was intimidating, but it was Marcus who commanded the hostages' attention, maintaining order through his sheer presence and measured threats. "All right, everyone," Marcus announced, his voice cool and authoritative. "If you want to make it out of here safe, then I need you all to listen carefully. No sudden moves. No talking unless we ask you to. Understand?" The hostages nodded quickly, some swallowing their panic, while others kept their eyes downcast, unwilling to meet his gaze. A younger woman near the back of the group raised her hand, her face pale and lips trembling. "Please, I have a baby at home. I need to get home. Can you let me go?" Marcus's face remained impassive, though there was a glimmer of impatience in his eyes. "No one is going anywhere until we say so," he replied firmly. "The best thing you can do right now is stay quiet and cooperate." The woman's face fell, and she sank back down, hugging her purse to her chest. The reality of their captivity was sinking in, and for the gang, this was both a blessing and a curse. They needed to keep the hostages under control, but with each passing moment, the fear and desperation building among the captives could easily turn into rebellion if someone decided to act out. As the minutes dragged on, the hostages grew increasingly restless. Marcus could see the shift in their body language, the shuffling feet, the glances exchanged between certain individuals. It was only a matter of time before someone attempted something foolish. And then it happened. Near the back of the room, a young man in his 20s, a bank teller named Ian, slowly edged backward, inching toward the emergency exit. His movements were subtle, almost undetectable, but Marcus caught the slight shuffle out of the corner of his eye. With a swift, calculated motion, Marcus raised his gun and trained it directly on Ian. "Stop!" he barked, his voice slicing through the tense silence. The young man froze, his hands instinctively rising in surrender as he met Marcus's cold, unyielding stare. The rest of the hostages gasped, their eyes darting between Marcus and the man, fear evident on their faces. "You thought you could slip out without anyone noticing?" Marcus's tone was sharp, but he kept his voice low, measured. "If you try something like that again, it won't end well for you, or anyone else here." Ian's face went pale as he realized the severity of his mistake. I'm sorry," he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. I don't want to be here." "No one wants to be here," Marcus replied, his gaze steady. "But you don't get to make that choice. Not now." Frank stepped forward, placing a hand on Marcus's shoulder in a signal to de-escalate. The two exchanged a brief, unspoken understanding before Frank addressed the hostages. "Listen up, everyone," Frank said, his voice steady but firm. "We're not here to hurt anyone. All we want is to get out of here in one piece just like you. But if any of you tries to play hero, things will get ugly. Don't make us do something we don't want to do." The hostages nodded, their faces a mix of fear and resignation. Frank's words had the desired effect, reinforcing their power over the room without resorting to overt violence. While Marcus had maintained control over the hostages, tension was brewing within the gang itself. Jackson, the car lifter, paced near the windows, occasionally peering outside. He seemed jittery, his usual bravado tempered by the claustrophobic reality of their situation. "We need to get out of here, Frank," Jackson muttered, glancing over at Frank, who was double-checking his radio equipment. "This is insane. Hostages were never part of the plan. We were supposed to be ghosts, in and out without anyone even knowing." Frank shot him a warning look. "Keep your voice down. You think I don't know that? This rain threw everything off, but we're in too deep now. If we let go of control, it's all over." "But how long can we keep this up?" Jackson argued, lowering his voice. "Sooner or later, someone's going to crack. Either one of us or one of them." "Not if we keep our heads," Frank replied, his voice unwavering. "Right now, the hostages are our best bargaining chip. As long as we keep them under control, we have leverage. Zara's keeping an eye on the security system, and as long as Marcus holds the line, we'll be fine." Zara looked up from her tablet, her face tense but determined. "I'm doing what I can, but the system won't stay down forever. External monitors will pick up on the anomalies soon. We only need it to last a little longer," Frank replied. "Just enough to buy us some time." The hostages grew visibly tenser with each passing minute. Fear turned to murmurs, and murmurs threatened to escalate into panic. Some of them whispered to each other, exchanging theories about what the gang's intentions were, their hopes that someone might come to their rescue, and fears that the gang would lose control and start hurting them. A man in his late 40s with graying hair and glasses leaned toward the woman next to him, his voice low. "Do you think they'll actually let us go?" The woman shook her head, clutching her purse tightly. "I don't know. They don't look like they want to hurt us. But anything can happen." Across the room, Marcus watched them, his piercing gaze keeping them from stirring too much. He could sense their anxiety reaching a boiling point. Desperation was a dangerous catalyst. He'd seen it firsthand during his time in the military. Panic, left unchecked, could turn people into liabilities. "Everyone, quiet down," he commanded, his voice cutting through their whispered fears. "No more talking. Just keep calm and do as you're told." A hushed silence fell over the room once again, the hostages falling back in line under his authoritative gaze. Marcus knew he had to keep them in line. In this game, control was everything. As the minutes ticked by, Frank became acutely aware that their time was running out. He could feel the unease rippling through both the hostages and his team. They needed an exit plan, and fast. The sight of Zara tapping furiously on her tablet was not exactly reassuring, either. Every keystroke she hit seemed like a reminder of just how much was riding on the thin wire they were walking. Finally, Zara looked up, her face a mask of restrained panic. "Frank, we've got another problem. External surveillance has flagged the bank's internal systems as unresponsive. It's only a matter of time before someone checks in or reports it." Frank's jaw tightened. He turned to the rest of the team, his eyes narrowing with grim determination. "All right, everyone. Plan B it is. Hostages are our only leverage now. We're not out of this yet, but we need to be ready. Marcus, keep everyone in line. Jackson, stay near the windows. And everyone else, eyes on me." They nodded, each one understanding the stakes at hand. There was no going back now. All they could do was hold their nerve and pray that somehow, some way, they'd find a way out before things took a turn for the worse. The Stonebridge First National Bank was surrounded within minutes. A wave of flashing red and blue lights casting a surreal glow on the bank's exterior. Officers formed a perimeter around the building, their guns drawn, all faces taut with focus and urgency. Barricades were hastily erected, pushing back curious onlookers who had gathered, anxious whispers blending with the static-laden voices on police radios. "All right, people, keep moving back. We need this area cleared," shouted Officer Daniels, one of the senior officers on the scene. "No one crosses this line. Safety first." The police had been mobilized quickly, tipped off by bank employees who had seen something suspicious on the security feeds that briefly flickered to life before going dark. Within minutes, the tactical team was ready to assess the situation. Chief Inspector Grace Holden, a respected negotiator known for her calm but assertive approach, arrived on the scene, her eyes sharp and focused as she took in the chaotic scene. "Set up a command center over there," she ordered, pointing to a mobile command van being parked down the street. She turned to Officer Richards, her second in command. "Any updates on the number of hostages inside?" "From what we could gather, there's at least a dozen hostages," Richards replied. "Mix of employees and clients. We haven't seen anyone come out, so they're likely all still in there with the suspects." Grace nodded grimly, adjusting her radio headset. "All right, I want everyone in position. We're gonna try to make contact. No one goes in unless I give the word. We want this resolved without bloodshed if possible." The gang watched with tense expressions as police officers took up positions outside the bank. Marcus, standing by one of the windows, squinted through the blinds at the sea of uniforms forming a semicircle around the building. "We've got company," Marcus muttered, stepping away from the window and looking back at Frank, who had taken his place near the hostages. Frank nodded, his jaw clenched. "That didn't take long," he said. "All right, everyone, let's keep calm. We planned for this." Jackson, visibly anxious, muttered, We plan to be out of here by now, Frank. This is a bit more than we bargained for. Stick to the plan, Jackson, Frank snapped, eyes narrowing. We're not giving up now. The police are just another factor we have to deal with. Then let's deal with it, Zara interjected, her fingers hovering over her tablet as she kept an eye on the surveillance. They're probably going to try to negotiate. We just need to buy ourselves time until we can figure out another escape route. Chief Holden adjusted her earpiece, cleared her throat, and stepped up to the loudspeaker. Her voice was firm but calm as it resonated through the speakers, cutting through the rain and tension hanging in the air. This is Chief Inspector Grace Holden of the Stonebridge Police Department. We're here to resolve this situation peacefully. We know there are hostages inside, and we want to ensure everyone's safety. Whoever's in charge, please respond. Let's talk this out. Inside the bank, the gang fell silent, each member looking toward Frank. He took a deep breath, his mind racing as he considered his next move. Negotiation was inevitable, but he knew it would be a game of cat and mouse, with every word having the potential to either buy them time or backfire spectacularly. Frank, we should make contact. If we don't respond, they might think we're already out of control in here, Zara whispered urgently. All right, Frank replied, nodding. He picked up a small radio device they had brought along for communication, connecting it to an internal line they'd hacked to reach outside. Frank's voice crackled over the police radio, calm but laced with the subtle authority of a man who had everything under control, or so he wanted them to believe. This is Frank Donovan. I'm the one calling the shots in here. We've got a group of hostages and everyone's fine so far. As long as you cooperate, no one gets hurt. Chief Holden exchanged a glance with her team, giving a slight nod as she processed the information. Frank, we want this to end peacefully, she replied, keeping her voice even. No one wants anyone to get hurt here. Let's work together to ensure the safety of everyone inside, including you and your team. Frank let out a dry chuckle, glancing over at the rest of his crew. That's real considerate of you, Chief, but I have a few demands first. We'll need a bus, one that can take us to the city outskirts, and a helicopter for the final transport. Grace suppressed a sigh. The demands were predictable, yet logistically difficult to fulfill without compromising the police's control over the situation. But she knew better than to reject them outright. All right, Frank, I hear you. We'll look into that, but it's going to take time to get everything coordinated. While we're arranging this, can we at least have some assurances for the safety of your hostages? Not a hair on their heads will be touched, as long as you play nice, Frank responded. But don't test us. We're prepared to do what we have to if things don't go our way. From the corner of the lobby, Marcus shifted uncomfortably, listening to the exchange. Are you sure about this, Frank? He whispered. What if they're just stalling? They'll do anything to keep us talking. We need time as much as they do, Frank murmured back. As long as we hold our ground, they won't risk moving in. Back in the lobby, tension among the hostages continued to grow. As they overheard snippets of the conversation with the police, a faint glimmer of hope flickered in some of their eyes. Others, however, remained visibly on edge, fearing that the negotiations might turn into a deadly standoff. An elderly woman with silver hair clutched her handbag tightly, her knuckles white with tension. She whispered to the young woman beside her, "Do you think they'll actually let us go?" The young woman, her face pale and tense, glanced around, hesitant. "I don't know. I've seen things like this on the news. It's hard to say how these things end." Across the room, Marcus shot them a sharp look, his gaze silencing their conversation. "No talking," he ordered, his voice low but menacing. But his intimidation tactics couldn't completely quell the undercurrent of fear and hope rippling through the hostages. For each of them, every minute felt like an hour, and every glance exchanged was a silent prayer for freedom. In the meantime, Zara kept her focus on her tablet, scanning any potential changes in the security systems and police maneuvers outside. "Frank, it's not looking good," she said in a low voice. "The police have set up a full perimeter. There's tactical support arriving, snipers on the rooftops, and a team setting up what looks like a breach point at the back entrance. They're prepared for the long haul. Frank's jaw tightened. The police presence was indeed escalating, and time was running out faster than he'd hoped. They had expected some resistance, but this level of mobilization showed just how seriously Stonebridge PD was taking the situation. "We need to stay one step ahead," he replied. "Let's keep pressing for that bus and helicopter. The longer they think we're going along with their negotiation game, the more time we have to figure out an exit." Outside, Chief Holden held a quick briefing with her tactical team. "They're asking for a bus and a helicopter," she informed the officers. "Obviously, we're not giving them an actual escape route, but we'll keep them talking as long as we need to. Let's set up a decoy bus and make it look real." Officer Richards nodded. "And the helicopter?" "Same deal," Holden replied. "We'll tell them we're working on getting it, but it'll be a decoy. It's all about keeping them calm and buying us time to secure the area. I want sharpshooters in position around all possible exits. We'll wait until they're out of options." Richards acknowledged her orders and went to relay the instructions to the tactical units. The team worked efficiently, moving to establish a visible yet controlled display of compliance with the gang's demands. Frank paced near the hostages, casting periodic glances at his team. The psychological strain of their confinement was wearing on them, and each member dealt with it in their own way. Jackson, leaning against a wall near a window, nervously tapped his foot, the reality of their confinement sinking in deeper. Leo leaned in close to Frank, his voice a whisper. "If we don't figure something out soon, Frank, this whole thing's going to blow up. We're running on borrowed time." Frank clenched his fists, eyes steely. "I know, Leo. We just have to keep playing it smart. If we give them any reason to doubt our resolve, they'll move in without a second thought. We need them to believe that we're still in control here." As the hours passed, the standoff continued, and the tension both inside and outside the bank only grew. Hostages whispered, officers strategized, and the gang waited, each member feeling the weight of their predicament. In the command center, Chief Holden watched the bank carefully, her mind racing with options. With each tick of the clock, the possibility of a peaceful resolution seemed to slip further from reach. And inside the bank, Frank and his crew clung to the desperate hope that somehow, against all odds, they could make it out with both their freedom and their loot. In the dimly lit lobby of Stonebridge First National, Frank Donovan paced back and forth, each step carefully measured but masking an undercurrent of anxiety. He had run every conceivable scenario through his mind, calculating odds, preparing for the worst. But now, as he glanced at the hostages and then at his team, he knew the situation was slipping beyond his control. They were trapped, surrounded by law enforcement, and running out of time. The others were watching him closely, looking for direction. Marcus, the sharpshooter, stood by the hostages, a stoic expression on his face, maintaining an iron grip on the situation. Zara sat with her tablet, keeping tabs on the police's positions and movements outside, while Leo and Jackson exchanged glances, their faces clouded with doubt. Frank had to act, and fast. Turning to Zara, Frank asked, "Any update from outside?" Zara shook her head, her fingers gliding over her tablet screen. "They're holding steady, no change in their positions. Police snipers are on every vantage point, and they've blocked all possible exits." "Frank, we need to do something, man. This isn't sustainable," Jackson muttered, his face pale under the bank's fluorescent lights. "We're already in too deep," Frank replied, his tone sharper than usual. "The longer we keep them talking, the longer we stay alive." After a few seconds, Frank lifted the radio and took a breath. He knew the police were listening, waiting to negotiate or, even better, force a surrender. But Frank had no intention of making things easy for them. "Chief Holden," Frank said, his voice even and composed, "you've got yourself a situation in here, and we're ready to cooperate, but only if you're willing to meet our demands." Outside, Chief Grace Holden leaned into her radio, a slight frown etching into her brow. "Frank, this is Chief Holden. We're here to ensure everyone's safety, but we need some cooperation from you too." Let's keep things calm. Calm only works if you're willing to give us what we want, Frank retorted, glancing at the hostages to gauge their reactions. If you want to get these people out safely, we're going to need some transportation. Holden exchanged a look with Officer Richards. This was a typical play. Demand something big, knowing full well it would buy them time while they attempted to set up an escape. Still, she had to play along. All right, Frank, what exactly are you asking for? Holden asked, her voice clear and even. Frank nodded, maintaining his confidence. Here's what we need: a bus to take us to a nearby airfield, and a helicopter waiting there for a safe passage out of this city. We'll leave the hostages here once we're out of Stonebridge. Richards shook his head, his voice low as he whispered to Holden, "They're stalling Grace. They know they're not going anywhere." Holden held up a hand. "We keep him talking," she whispered back. Then, into the radio, she replied, "We hear you, Frank. A bus to the airfield and a helicopter. That's a tall order, but we'll start the arrangements. These things take time." Frank lowered the radio, looking over his team. "They're buying it," he said, "but it won't be long before they see through it. Zara, keep tracking their positions and try to give us a window if you see any weak points." "Got it," Zara replied, her voice steady despite the tension. "But you know they're already setting up a breach point. It's only a matter of time before they try something. Which is why we need to keep them on their toes," Frank said, addressing the group. "They'll stall as long as they think we're trying to negotiate, but they're planning to make a move. We need to be ready." Jackson scoffed, running a hand through his hair. "Ready for what, Frank? The whole building's surrounded. If they come in, it's over. I didn't sign up for a death wish." Frank's gaze hardened. "You signed up to finish the job, Jackson. We're seeing this through. Keep the faith." Leo stepped forward, placing a firm hand on Jackson's shoulder. "Look, none of us expected this mess, all right? But we're in it now. We can argue or we can figure out how to get out of here alive." Jackson's jaw clenched, but he nodded, albeit reluctantly. "Fine. What's the plan?" Frank crossed his arms, his mind racing as he considered their options. "We play along with the demands. They want us to believe they're working on it? Fine. We'll keep them waiting until we can make a move." The hostages had been silent, terrified by the gravity of the situation. But as they overheard snippets of Frank's conversation with the police, the flicker of hope in some of their eyes dimmed. The older man in the back, who'd earlier tried to comfort a younger woman, was now trembling visibly, whispering a desperate prayer under his breath. "What are they saying? Do you think the police will come in soon?" A woman whispered to her colleague, trying to remain hopeful. "Shoo, they'll hear you," the man next to her warned. His face was etched with fear and anxiety. "We're not in the clear yet. If they hear us, who knows what they'll do." From across the room, Marcus's gaze fell on the group, his brow furrowing as he watched the hostages carefully. He knew any sign of defiance could spark panic, and he needed them under control. "Everyone quiet down," Marcus barked. "You'll get out of here if you keep your heads down and stay calm. Just do what you're told, and you'll be fine." One of the hostages, a man in his 30s with a calm demeanor, met Marcus's gaze with a firm expression. "Are you sure about that?" he asked, his tone carrying a subtle challenge. "You're trapped here as much as we are." Marcus narrowed his eyes but said nothing, letting the words hang in the tense silence. Outside, Chief Holden and Officer Richards reviewed their options. Holden's voice was firm, but the weight of the decision was clear in her tone. "We can't afford to wait much longer. The longer we keep this going, the greater the risk for those inside. Let's get the SWAT team prepped and in place." Officer Richards nodded, glancing over at the tactical van where the SWAT team was receiving final instructions. "They're ready, Chief. We're going in on your signal. And we've set up a decoy bus. It'll be ready for the handoff as soon as you say the word." Holden watched the bank carefully. She knew that with each passing minute, the likelihood of a peaceful surrender dwindled. But she also knew that giving the gang a false sense of hope was the only way to prevent them from doing something rash. "Let's give them 10 more minutes," she said, glancing down at her watch. Then we move. Frank's radio crackled to life, and he heard Holden's voice. Frank, we have your bus. It'll be ready for pickup in 20 minutes. But we need to talk about the hostages first. Can you release a few of them as a show of good faith? Frank's face tightened. He could sense the trap but knew he had little choice. They needed the time, but releasing hostages would weaken their control and remove leverage. We'll release one, Frank replied, his voice firm. When we see the bus, show us that you're cooperating first. There was a pause on Holden's end, and Frank knew she was calculating her next response carefully. All right, Frank, she finally replied. We'll send the bus around shortly. We want to see that the hostages are unharmed. This has to stay peaceful. Frank didn't respond, turning off the radio and tossing it aside. He looked at his team, each of them tense, waiting for his next instructions. They're giving us a bus, he said, trying to mask his doubt with authority. This buys us a little more time, but we're not going to release anyone yet. We need every bit of leverage we have. Jackson shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. They're playing us, Frank. This whole thing, it's a setup. Maybe so, Frank replied quietly, but we don't have any other options. Outside, the police had positioned the bus as planned, parked just a short distance from the bankside entrance, its engine idling. Officer Richards signaled to Holden. The decoy's ready, Chief. Holden nodded, gripping her radio tightly. She knew it was only a matter of time before things escalated further. But for now, all they could do was maintain the illusion, hoping to wear down Frank and his crew. Let's keep the line open, she murmured, eyeing the bank's entrance. Stay ready, everyone. This ends today. Frank Donovan, his face tense and jaw set, paced the bank lobby, his footsteps echoing off the high marble walls. The situation had become a powder keg, with fear and tension thick in the air. Outside, Stonebridge's law enforcement had the building surrounded, and inside, the gang and hostages were trapped in an uneasy stalemate. The gang's carefully crafted plan had been derailed by forces beyond their control. The flooded escape tunnel had left them trapped with no clear route to freedom, and Frank knew he had to make quick decisions. His demands for a bus and helicopter were a stalling tactic, a bluff meant to buy his team time to regroup and brainstorm a new way out. Frank took a deep breath and motioned for his team to gather around him. Listen up, everyone, Frank said, his voice low but firm. The cops think they're calling the shots, but we still have leverage here. Our demand for a bus and helicopter? It's all smoke and mirrors. We're not going to get either of those, but as long as they think we're expecting them, they'll hold off on breaching. Marcus, the sharpshooter, gave a slight nod, his eyes scanning the room. They'll stall us as long as they can, waiting for us to slip up. Frank smirked, acknowledging the truth of Marcus's statement. Exactly. That's why we're going to make them believe we're still working on our escape. Every minute they waste negotiating buys us time, and we need every second of it. Zara Malik, the hacker, was scrolling through the tablet on her lap, her brow furrowed as she monitored police movements. They're positioning more officers in the back and to the sides, she said. They're closing in. If we don't act soon, they're going to take this place by force. Leo Ramirez, the welder, shifted uneasily, his voice betraying his frustration. And then what? We're sitting ducks in here. The longer we wait, the more boxed in we get. Frank met Leo's gaze and nodded slowly. I know, but we're not out of options yet. Outside, Chief Grace Holden monitored the negotiations from behind a row of police cars. She was well aware that Frank and his gang were stalling. From experience, she knew it was only a matter of time before the robbers either surrendered or made a desperate move. She raised her radio and spoke in a calm, controlled tone. Frank, this is Chief Holden. We're doing everything we can to meet your demands. The bus is here, but you need to keep up your end of the deal. Let a few of the hostages go as a sign of good faith. Inside, Frank listened to her words, a faint smile crossing his lips. He knew the police were trying to push him to reveal his hand, but he wasn't about to let them dictate the pace. Chief Holden, he replied into the radio. "We'll release a few hostages when we see that you're serious about the helicopter. You can't expect us to lower our guard without proof of good faith on your end." Holden sighed, exchanging a glance with Officer Richards. "This is a waste of time," Richards muttered. "He's buying himself more minutes. He knows as well as we do that he's not getting a helicopter." Holden's lips tightened as she considered her options. "We need to hold off for now. They're on edge, and if we push too hard, someone could get hurt." Inside, Frank put down the radio and turned back to his team. They'd bought themselves another 15 minutes at least. Now it was time to come up with a plan. "All right," Frank said, gathering everyone's attention. "Let's assume the police are going to move in sooner or later. We can't hold them off indefinitely, but we can give them something to keep them occupied." Marcus leaned in, his face unreadable. "Like what? We've got no way out. And the longer this drags, the worse it's gonna get." "We're not completely out of options," Zara said, glancing at Frank with a glint of understanding in her eyes. "We could send them a signal, something to buy even more time. Make them think we're close to releasing the hostages." Frank nodded. "Exactly. If we act like we're willing to cooperate, they might be more hesitant to make a move." Frank gestured for Marcus and Zara to follow him toward the main entrance, where they'd set up a line of barriers made from overturned tables and chairs. "Marcus, I need you to keep an eye on the police's movements outside. If they get any closer, let me know immediately." Marcus gave a curt nod, gripping his weapon and positioning himself by the window. Zara took her spot beside him, tapping into the security feeds she had access to from the bank system. Her eyes moved quickly over the screen, monitoring any subtle shifts. "They're holding their position," she whispered. "They're waiting on us to make the next move." "Good," Frank replied, glancing at the hostages. A few of them were huddled together, their eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. He moved toward them, keeping his tone measured. "We're doing everything we can to resolve this peacefully," he said, addressing the hostages directly. "But you need to stay calm and do exactly as we say. If you follow instructions, everyone's going to make it out of here just fine." A woman, sitting with her hands clasped tightly in her lap, looked up at Frank with pleading eyes. "Please, just let us go," she whispered. "We won't say anything. We just want to go home." Frank sighed, forcing himself to maintain his composure. "We're working on it. Just stay calm. All right?" Turning back to his team, Frank outlined his plan. "We're going to pretend to make arrangements for the hostages to be released. Zara, I need you to create a signal, something that looks like we're opening up one of the exits to send the hostages out." Zara's fingers danced across her tablet as she worked, pulling up the bank's door and alarm systems. "Got it. I'll set it to trigger an alert that shows movement at the back exit." "Perfect," Frank said, nodding approvingly. "When the police see it, they'll think we're gearing up to let people out. That should keep them on their toes and give us a little more breathing room." A few tense minutes passed as Zara finalized the setup. Then, she glanced at Frank, giving him a thumbs up. "Ready when you are." Frank took a deep breath and lifted the radio again. "Chief Holden, we're preparing to release a group of hostages, but we need confirmation on the helicopter. We're not taking any risks without seeing some commitment on your end." Outside, Holden's response was immediate. "We're working on it, Frank. Get those hostages ready, and we'll have your transport standing by." Frank smirked. "I'll believe it when I see it." He put the radio down, signaling to Zara to trigger the alert. Within seconds, a soft alarm chimed in the control room, indicating that the back exit had been accessed. On the police's surveillance feed, it looked as though the gang was preparing to open the door. Officers near the back of the building tensed, waiting for the appearance of the first hostages. Inside, Frank and his team watched the police's reaction through the security feed. Officers positioned near the back entrance moved closer, watching for any sign of the hostages. Zara suppressed a grin, keeping her eyes trained on the screen. "It's working," she whispered to Frank. "They're waiting for the hostages to come out." Frank nodded, satisfied. "Good. Let them think we're on the verge of surrendering." That'll buy us another hour, maybe even more. Marcus, however, remained skeptical. This only works for so long, Frank. The cops aren't idiots. They're going to catch on eventually. Then we adapt, Frank replied firmly. The second they get comfortable, that's when we make our move. We're not out of options just yet. An hour passed, and the back exit remained shut. The officers outside exchanged uneasy glances, and Officer Richards contacted Chief Holden. Something's not right, Chief. They haven't sent anyone out. Holden frowned, her gaze fixed on the bank. They're stalling, she murmured. They're playing us. Richards nodded. I'll order the team to prepare for a breach. If they're not going to cooperate, we need to move in. Holden considered her options carefully. Give it a few more minutes, she replied, her tone thoughtful. If they're stalling, it means they're desperate. Let's see if they slip up. Inside the bank, Frank's plan had successfully bought them time, but the tension was mounting. Jackson paced nervously, muttering under his breath. This isn't going to work, Frank. We can't keep fooling them forever. Stop panicking, Marcus snapped. Frank's got it under control. Jackson shook his head, his voice tight with frustration. Under control? Look around, Marcus. We're surrounded, and all we've got is a stalled plan and no real way out. Enough, Frank interjected, silencing the argument. I need everyone focused. We're buying time until the cops make a mistake. That's our only shot. Leo, who had been quiet until now, spoke up, his tone resigned. And if they don't make a mistake? Frank met Leo's gaze, his face hardened with determination. Then we make one for them. The tension in the bank was suffocating. The continuous rain had pounded down on Stonebridge City all weekend, blanketing the area in a thick, gray fog that mirrored the gang's diminishing hope. Hostages sat huddled together on the floor, their faces etched with fear and fatigue. The police outside were still on high alert, and Frank knew they were running out of time. But as he glanced at the front windows, something caught his eye. The sound of relentless rain had finally weakened, transforming into a soft drizzle that tapped gently against the glass. Frank's heart skipped a beat. For the first time in hours, he felt a sliver of optimism. If the rain had slowed, maybe the water levels in the sewers had started to drop as well. Quickly, he gestured for his crew to huddle around him, keeping his voice low so the hostages wouldn't overhear. All right, listen up, Frank began, his voice steady but laced with urgency. The rain's letting up. If the tunnels are draining, we might be able to get back to the original escape plan. The gang members exchanged glances, each of them visibly relieved by the news. Marcus, the ex-military sharpshooter, who had been positioned by the window keeping an eye on police activity, let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Finally, Marcus muttered, I was beginning to think we'd have to go out in handcuffs. Zara, the hacker, nodded in agreement, her face a mixture of hope and anxiety. If we're going to do this, we need to move fast. The cops aren't going to wait forever, and they're probably planning their own move soon. Leo, the welder, looked at Frank with a raised eyebrow. So what's the plan, boss? Do we just go for it? Frank took a deep breath, his mind racing through possible scenarios. He knew this was a delicate situation, and even a small misstep could mean the end of the line for them. But if there was even a chance that the sewers were usable again, they had to take it. Frank signaled to Leo and Marcus to follow him toward the back of the bank where the entrance to the basement lay hidden behind a heavy door. As they moved, the three men kept their footsteps quiet and avoided the gaze of the hostages, who looked at them with a mixture of desperation and suspicion. Keep an eye out, Marcus, Frank whispered as they reached the door to the basement. We don't want anyone getting curious. Marcus nodded, gripping his gun and keeping his stance alert as he watched the surroundings. Leo took out his flashlight as they descended into the basement, the stale, musty air thickening with every step. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting eerie shadows on the concrete walls. When they reached the manhole cover, Frank crouched down, studying it closely. Rusted and worn, the cover was a gateway to the network of tunnels beneath Stonebridge, leading directly into the sewer system. Leo bent down beside him. "All right, moment of truth," he said, gripping the edge of the cover. With a grunt, he managed to lift it, and immediately the strong, damp smell of the sewer air wafted up to greet them. He wrinkled his nose, grimacing. "Smells like it's still got some water down there." Frank leaned over, his face lit by the flashlight's beam, and peered into the depths below. The tunnel stretched out in darkness, murky water visible only a few feet down. But from what he could see, the water levels were significantly lower than they'd been before. "It's still not ideal," Frank muttered, "but it's manageable. At least we're not dealing with a full flood anymore." Leo shot him a questioning look. "So, are we really doing this? Crawling through that mess?" Frank nodded resolutely. "It's our best shot. Once we're in, we follow the map I laid out, straight through to the storm drain exit on the south side of the city. The police won't expect us to head into the tunnels now that the place was flooded. It's a risk, but it's one they won't see coming." Leo clapped him on the shoulder, a rare smile on his face. "Then let's do it." Back in the main lobby, Frank addressed the rest of the team. He took a quick glance at Zara, who was still monitoring police frequencies on her tablet. "They're holding steady," Zara informed him, "but it sounds like they're getting impatient. We probably don't have much time left." "Then it's now or never," Frank replied, addressing the group with confidence. "The rain slowed down, and the water levels in the sewer should be low enough for us to move through. We're heading down in 5. Jackson, the car lifter, shifted his weight uncomfortably. "Through the sewer? That's the plan now." Frank nodded, meeting Jackson's gaze with a steady determination. "It's the only shot we have. I didn't spend weeks planning out these routes for nothing. The storm drains lead out to the city's south end, and from there, we can split up." Jackson sighed, but didn't argue. He could see that Frank's mind was made up. Frank turned to Zara. "How long do you need to wipe the surveillance feeds?" 10 minutes max, she replied, her fingers already flying over her keyboard. "I'll erase everything from the time we entered until now. It'll be like we were never here." "Good. Marcus, keep your position by the front window and watch for any police movement. If they start to get too close, signal us. We need every second we can get." Marcus nodded, adjusting his grip on his weapon as he focused on the officers stationed outside. "Understood. I'll keep them busy." Frank moved through the lobby, distributing final instructions to his team. They all wore serious expressions, knowing that this was their last chance. He walked over to the hostages, addressing them in a firm but calm tone. "We're leaving soon. Just stay calm, and this will all be over. You'll be free to go, and no one has to get hurt." The hostages looked at him with expressions that ranged from fear to relief, but none dared to speak. He gave them one last nod before turning back to his team, who were now geared up and ready to go. Zara had her reinforced backpack slung over her shoulder, her tech equipment carefully packed inside. Jackson and Leo were similarly equipped, their bags filled with cash, jewelry, and valuables from the vault. Each of them looked at Frank, ready for the signal. "All right, this is it," Frank said, his voice low and resolute. "Let's move." One by one, the team filed down the steps to the basement. Marcus brought up the rear, casting one last wary glance at the hostages before he followed. Once everyone was gathered around the open manhole, Frank handed out small flashlights. "Stick together," he instructed, "and follow the path exactly. If we split up, we're done for. There's only one route out, and we can't afford to lose anyone." One by one, they climbed down the rusty metal ladder, entering the damp, musty darkness of the sewer tunnel. Water sloshed around their boots as they waded through the narrow space, their flashlights casting thin beams of light into the murky void. The sound of trickling water echoed through the tunnels, the smell of damp concrete and stale air pressing in on them. Each member moved cautiously, feeling the tension mount with every step. The farther they went, the closer they got to freedom, but also to the possibility of something going wrong. As they progressed, Zara consulted the digital map on her tablet, guiding them through the maze of tunnels. Every so often, Frank would stop to check their position, glancing back to make sure the rest of the group was keeping up. "All right, about a quarter-mile more," he whispered, his voice barely carrying over the ambient sounds of the sewer. They moved slowly, the weight of their backpacks and the slippery ground making every step a cautious effort. Jackson stumbled briefly, muttering under his breath as he regained his footing. "I never thought I'd be doing this," he grumbled, casting a wary look at the water swirling around his feet. "Just keep moving," Frank replied, his tone resolute. "We're almost there." Back at the bank, Chief Holden's patience had run out. Her negotiators had received no response from the gang for over 30 minutes, and she knew something was off. She ordered her officers to prepare for a breach, hoping to end the standoff swiftly and safely. The officers stormed into the bank, only to find the lobby empty, the hostages unharmed but bound and left behind. Holden's jaw clenched as the realization sank in. The gang had escaped. "They must have used the tunnels," she murmured, frustration flashing in her eyes. "They led us in circles this whole time." She immediately ordered a search of the city's sewer exits, but deep down, she knew they had already lost the trail. As the gang emerged from the storm drain, the late afternoon sunlight greeted them. The rain finally stopped and the air fresh with the scent of the damp earth. The city stretched before them, the weight of the heist still heavy on their shoulders. Frank gave a final nod to his team, each of them sharing a look that was a mixture of relief and disbelief. They'd done it, they were free. They split up without a word, melting into the city's labyrinthine streets, knowing that their paths might never cross again. The gang's pulse-pounding escape was about to take an ingenious turn. With the sewers flooded and the police now pushing closer to breaching the building, Frank knew they were running out of time. Every second felt like a countdown. He needed a plan that would not only buy them time but also throw the police off their trail entirely. And then it struck him, the masks. Frank turned to his team, his eyes gleaming with a sudden, cunning idea. "Listen up, everyone. We've got to make it impossible for them to tell who's who. It's time to even the playing field." Jackson, always quick to catch on to a plan, tilted his head. "What are you thinking, Frank?" "We've got the advantage here," Frank replied, motioning to the duffel bags filled with spare masks and gear. "We're going to make it impossible for the police to distinguish us from the hostages. If we blend in, they'll be too confused to know who to go after." The gang looked at him, their eyes widening as realization dawned. "So, you're saying we all wear the same masks? And we make the hostages wear them too?" Zara asked, her voice laced with surprise and a hint of admiration for Frank's quick thinking. Frank nodded. "Exactly. If we all look alike, it'll be pandemonium for them. They'll have no way of knowing who's a robber and who's a hostage." Frank wasted no time. He and Jackson quickly opened one of the duffel bags, pulling out the extra masks identical to the ones the gang wore. These masks were deliberately chosen, dark and featureless, each one a blank slate that could belong to anyone. They were the perfect disguise, designed to eliminate any identifying features. He approached the huddled group of hostages, who looked at him with a mixture of fear and confusion. Frank held up one of the masks. "Listen carefully," he said, his tone calm but commanding. "Each of you is going to wear one of these masks. Do as we say and you'll be fine. We're not here to hurt anyone, but you need to cooperate." The hostages exchanged nervous glances, unsure of what was happening. One woman, a middle-aged bank employee named Linda, spoke up, her voice shaking. Why do we have to wear masks?" Frank met her gaze with a cool but reassuring look. "This is for your protection, too. The police outside won't know who's who. They'll be forced to treat everyone carefully, which means no one will be hurt if they try anything." Linda looked around at her fellow hostages, then reluctantly nodded, taking a mask from Frank's outstretched hand. One by one, the rest of the hostages followed suit, each of them donning the masks that obscured their identities and hid their expressions. Frank and the others helped them adjust the masks, ensuring they were securely in place. As the masks went on, the atmosphere in the bank lobby shifted dramatically. The line between captor and captive began to blur, creating an unsettling tableau of identical masked figures. The robbers and the hostages were now visually indistinguishable, all of them reduced to the same blank, faceless anonymity. Frank surveyed the scene, satisfied with the result. It was perfect. No one could tell who was part of the gang and who wasn't. Even his own team members looked different now, their features hidden behind the dark masks. Jackson chuckled softly, clearly impressed by the effect. "Damn, Frank, you've really thought of everything, haven't you?" Frank allowed himself a small, grim smile, just trying to stay one step ahead. The more confusion, the better our chances. Meanwhile, Marcus, standing near the entrance, kept his gun close but lowered, watching the police movements outside. "They're getting ready to come in. I can see them setting up breach equipment," he muttered, his voice tense. Zara nodded, her fingers hovering over her tablet. "I've been monitoring their communications. They're growing impatient. They're just about ready to make their move." Frank raised a hand to quiet them. "Then let's keep them busy a little longer." Everyone spread out among the hostages. "We're blending in completely." As the gang moved to mingle with the hostages, Frank issued final instructions to the team. "Act natural. Stay calm. If you need to move, do it slowly. The more time they spend figuring out who's who, the more time we have to execute our next move." The gang's careful movements further blended them with the hostages. Frank positioned himself near the center of the group, while Jackson and Leo stood at the edges. Zara stayed close to the security desk, her eyes on her tablet, ready to scramble any last-minute security footage. Marcus kept his back to the wall, acting as an extra set of eyes, prepared to step in if anyone tried to do anything foolish. On the police radio, Zara could hear snippets of the negotiators' tense conversation with the officers outside. "We're moving in. It's a controlled breach. Just be prepared for unexpected challenges." A voice crackled through her earpiece. The negotiators' uncertainty was evident, and Zara exchanged a quick glance with Frank. "They're nervous," she whispered. "They're expecting the worst." "Good," Frank replied, his voice barely audible. "The more cautious they are, the less likely they are to take drastic action." Suddenly, the doors burst open, and a team of armed police officers flooded into the lobby, their weapons raised and eyes scanning the room. They froze momentarily, stunned by the sight before them. 30 identical masked figures, hostages and robbers alike, stood scattered around the lobby. The officers exchanged bewildered looks, each of them hesitant to make a move for fear of targeting the wrong person. "Hands in the air. Everyone, hands up!" one officer shouted, his voice echoing through the high ceilings of the bank lobby. As instructed by Frank, the hostages and the gang members all complied, raising their hands in unison. The officers looked around, clearly at a loss. With everyone looking the same, they had no way to determine who was a threat and who was a victim. The lead officer, Lieutenant Graves, stepped forward, his frustration palpable as he attempted to take control of the chaotic scene. "All right, listen up," Graves barked. "We know there's a group of robbers in here. If you're one of the hostages, stay calm. We're here to help you. If you're one of the robbers, make it easier on yourselves and come forward." A tense silence fell over the room. Frank held his breath, remaining perfectly still, blending seamlessly with the group of hostages around him. He could see the officers' eyes moving from one masked figure to another, searching for any hint of guilt or panic. But each person stood motionless, giving away nothing. Graves exchanged a helpless look with one of his officers, frustration deepening on his face. He muttered into his radio, likely asking for guidance from his superior. Frank seized the opportunity to sow more confusion. Slowly, he took a step back, nudging a few hostages to move with him, subtly encouraging them to shift position. He knew that even a small amount of movement would make the police's job more difficult. "Everyone, stay where you are," Graves shouted, his patience wearing thin. But it was too late. Frank's subtle maneuvering had caused a ripple effect, and the group began to shift, creating a swirl of masked faces and uncertain stances. The officers' hesitation grew as they struggled to regain control, their tension escalating with each passing second. Sensing the police's rising frustration, Frank leaned over to Zara and whispered, "Now's our chance. Drop a smoke bomb." Zara nodded, reaching into her pocket and discreetly palming a small smoke device they had prepared for emergencies. She activated it, rolling it toward the center of the room. A moment later, thick, gray smoke began to billow up, filling the air and further obscuring the officer's vision. The smoke engulfed the room in seconds, reducing visibility to almost nothing. The officers, already on edge, began to shout over each other, each one desperately trying to maintain order. "Get everyone out. We need to clear the area." Graves' voice echoed through the haze, his tone a mixture of panic and authority. The hostages began to cough and panic, some of them stumbling as they struggled to find their way through the smoke. Frank took advantage of the chaos, guiding his team toward the back of the lobby, toward the emergency exit that led back down into the basement. "Move now," he urged, his voice low but forceful. They moved as one, slipping through the smoke, blending in perfectly with the panicked hostages. In the confusion, the gang managed to slip out of sight, leaving the police floundering in a sea of identical masked figures. Graves and his team were left helpless, unable to differentiate the robbers from the innocent bystanders. Frank led his team back to the basement, his mind racing as they regrouped. "That smoke bought us time, but we can't rely on it for long. The police will realize what happened soon enough." Jackson shook. The bank was now a maze of smoke and confusion, filled with the sounds of coughing, shouting, and the restless movement of masked figures. Frank quickly rallied the gang members, his mind racing with the final steps of their improvised escape plan. With the police surrounding the building and no clear exit, he knew they had to make their way out by blending seamlessly with the hostages. The smoke was beginning to dissipate, giving them only minutes before visibility was fully restored. Frank scanned the crowd of hostages, who looked around in a mixture of fear and confusion, uncertain of where the robbers were or what they would do next. "Everyone, listen up." Frank's voice was calm, assertive, cutting through the din. He spoke as if he were part of the bank staff, his tone directed at the hostages but loud enough for his team to hear and follow. "We're all getting out of here together. Just stay calm and keep moving in a single file line." The hostages, anxious to leave, began to comply, moving toward the exit in a slow but steady line. Frank motioned to his team to merge with the crowd. He had already given them specific instructions. Stay in line, act like hostages, and keep their heads down. Each of the robbers positioned themselves carefully within the line, moving at a steady pace along with the real hostages. Jackson was near the front, his hands slightly raised in a gesture of surrender. Zara kept her head down, her shoulders hunched to appear unassuming. Marcus kept his calm demeanor, maintaining eye contact with no one, while Leo and Frank blended into the middle of the line, careful not to stand out. The plan was straightforward but risky. If the police suspected even one of them, the entire escape could be ruined. The line slowly moved toward the front door, where police officers stood waiting. Each hostage stepped out, hands raised one by one, closely observed by the officers stationed there. The police had no choice but to take every precaution, unsure who among the masked figures might be dangerous. Outside, additional officers kept watch, rifles raised, ready to respond to any suspicious movement. Lieutenant Graves was at the entrance, his sharp eyes scanning each person as they passed. His expression was a mix of frustration and confusion as he struggled to identify the robbers amidst the hostages. Widened. Did the police find the tunnel? Possible, but unlikely, Frank replied, his voice barely audible. They'd need time to track us down here, but just in case, let's pick up the pace. Quietly, the gang moved faster, careful not to splash as they waded through the last stretch of water. The sound of footsteps faded, replaced by the steady hum of traffic growing louder above them. The gang could see the faint outline of their exit, a metal ladder leading up to a small, weathered manhole cover. Frank reached it first, carefully securing his backpack as he climbed the rungs one by one. He pressed his ear against the cover, listening for any signs of activity above. Hearing nothing, he whispered, "Clear. Follow me up, one at a time." He pushed open the manhole cover just enough to peek outside. The street was quiet, with only the occasional car passing by, the city still cloaked in the aftermath of the rain. The gang had timed it perfectly. It was the evening rush, but this particular alley remained undisturbed. One by one, they climbed the ladder and slipped out onto the street, each moving swiftly and quietly. They stashed the manhole cover back in place, leaving no trace of their escape route. They could see the van just down the block, exactly where they had left it, its windows tinted and engine already warm thanks to the remote start. Once inside the van, the gang finally allowed themselves a moment of relief. They were covered in grime, drenched in cold water, and exhausted, but they had made it. The stolen cash and valuables sat securely in the back, every piece accounted for. Frank took the driver's seat, gripping the wheel with a grim smile as he looked around at his team. "Everyone good?" Jackson gave a weary thumbs up, while Zara slumped back in her seat, sighing in relief. "Good enough," she replied, a small smile breaking through her exhaustion. Leo smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Remind me to thank you for this glamorous escape route, Frank. Sewers, rainwater, and all." Marcus chuckled, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. "I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for a long shower and a drink." Frank nodded, his smile widening as he shifted the van into gear. "Drinks are on me. Let's get out of here." As the van pulled away, leaving Stonebridge and its memories behind, the gang sat in a contented silence. They had pulled off the impossible, escaping both the police and the bank's impenetrable walls. The thrill of victory hummed through them, the exhaustion of the ordeal overshadowed by the sheer triumph of their successful heist. And as the city lights faded into the rearview mirror, they knew that they had just made history, vanishing into the night with their spoils, leaving only shadows and unanswered questions in their wake. The gang's getaway was slick, their steps silent as they vanished into the depths of the Stonebridge sewer system. But in their intense focus on escaping, they overlooked one critical detail. The vault room, once the site of meticulous planning and calculated maneuvers, lay in eerie silence, holding clues that could unravel the entire operation. The abandoned tools lay scattered, each piece of equipment serving as a mute testament to the heist. The welding torch was still warm, and the high-powered thermal cutters, although cooled, bore the imprint of hands that had wielded them only hours before. A laptop, Zara's prized tool, sat open on the floor next to a pile of cut cables from the alarm system. Next to it, a pile of small, complex devices used to bypass the bank's secure software and override the alarm sat scattered in disarray. Their departure had been so hasty that they'd neglected to gather these high-tech tools that would soon lead authorities directly to them. As the last of the police officers cleared out the building, the remaining detectives began their inspection of the scene. Officers roamed each room, assessing the damage, cataloging the missing valuables, and piecing together the sequence of events from the remaining clues. But it was Detective Sarah Matthews, a seasoned investigator, who approached the vault room with a critical eye. She paused at the doorway, assessing the scene before stepping in. The scent of burnt metal lingered in the air, mixing with the faint odor of electronics. Her gaze sharpened as she took in the scattered tools, her mind immediately recognizing the sophistication of the equipment left behind. "Detective, looks like they left quite a few things behind," an officer named Grant said, gesturing to the tools on the ground. She crouched down, her gloved hand reaching for the abandoned welding torch. She inspected its nozzle, noting the quality and the make. "High-end stuff," she murmured, turning it over. "This isn't something you pick up from your average hardware store." Grant nodded, his brow furrowing. "No doubt. They were prepared, well-funded, and well-connected. No way they bought this with pocket change." Sarah placed the welding torch down carefully and examined the thermal cutters next. Their sleek design and high-grade materials confirmed her suspicions. These tools were planned meticulously. This wasn't just a simple break-in. These were pros. Her eyes fell upon Zara's laptop, its screen flickering softly, casting faint shadows over the walls. The laptop looked out of place among the welding gear and cutters, but the small, intricate devices surrounding it told her that this was no ordinary computer. "Now, what do we have here?" Sarah muttered to herself, picking it up and examining the display. She flipped it open and scrolled through the screen, her heart racing as she saw bits of code and patterns Zara had left behind. A small team of forensic analysts was called to examine the laptop and other electronic devices. Sarah's instincts told her these devices would be key to tracking the perpetrators. The forensic team moved quickly, dusting the tools and equipment for fingerprints, looking for any genetic material left behind in the gang's heist. As the evidence was cataloged, the realization began to set in among the team. The gang had made a rare mistake, leaving a trail of clues. Sarah Matthews began directing the forensic experts in the lab, reviewing each piece of evidence as it came in. Detective Matthews, one of the technicians, called out as he examined the laptop. "Whoever set this up was no amateur. This laptop has encryption software on it that's top tier. It'll take time, but I'm confident we can decrypt it. And if we're lucky, we might find something that links us to the owner." Sarah gave a slight nod, her mind racing through possibilities. "If we can recover anything from that laptop, photos, communications, emails, it'll be enough to start identifying these people." Grant approached, holding a pair of pliers and an electronic jammer device that was used to bypass the bank's alarms. "This isn't even on the market yet, Detective. I looked it up, this model is military grade." The gang had someone skilled with tech, probably someone with insider knowledge. Sarah's lips pressed into a tight line. A tech genius, a skilled engineer, high-end equipment. These people were thorough, but this one mistake might unravel everything. By Tuesday morning, Sarah and her team had already pulled substantial data from the laptop. Although heavily encrypted, they had managed to find a few clues. Within the files, fragments of Zara's code had been recovered, pieces of scripts she'd used to disable the bank's internal security systems. Through extensive analysis, they managed to link parts of the encryption code back to a very specific software used by high-end hackers, a detail Sarah knew could be their big break. "We're looking at a hacker who specializes in high-security systems. This is unique software. Only a handful of people even have access to it," explained the technician, showing Sarah a complex string of code on his monitor. "That narrows things down," Sarah replied, a spark of excitement in her eyes. She had been in law enforcement long enough to know that such specific information could help track down the hacker's network. "Can we trace the software back to the black market? We'll need time, but we might be able to follow some trails. If we find any online footprint or connection, it could lead us to the hacker's alias," the technician explained. Sarah nodded. Every bit of information pulled from this equipment brought her one step closer to identifying each member of the gang. Across town, in a safe house they had rented under a false name, the gang sat around a small table, finally able to relax after the adrenaline-fueled heist. But the mood was tense. "Do you think they'll trace anything back to us?" Zara asked, her voice betraying her worry. Frank was calm, but his brow furrowed slightly as he considered the possibility. "I don't know. We were careful, but leaving the tools behind was a mistake. I won't sugarcoat it." Jackson clenched his fists. "All that gear? Frank, that's practically a roadmap straight to us. They'll know we had a welder, a hacker, an engineer, everything they need to figure out our roles." Zara's face paled as she thought about the laptop. "That laptop, if they get into it, they'll have access to some of my programs, maybe even encrypted communications." Frank's expression darkened. "Then we lay low, keep moving, and monitor any news. They won't break through that encryption easily. Zara, I know you secured it, but if it looks like they're making headway, we'll have to adjust." Marcus's gaze was intense as he turned to Frank. "So what's the plan if they're onto us?" "We wait," Frank said, his voice low and resolute. "We watch the news. Anything that looks like a lead, we disappear. For now, we're just a team that got away. But we won't be complacent." 2 days later, Zara's fears became reality. The local news flashed headlines about the heist, reporting not only on the stolen valuables, but also on the significant evidence left behind by the robbers. Zara's encrypted laptop, the advanced thermal cutters, and other high-grade tools were at the forefront of the report, with experts speculating on the level of sophistication required for the heist. Sources close to the investigation say that the equipment points to highly trained professionals, the news anchor stated. With access to military-grade devices and specialized software, authorities are confident they will track down the perpetrators. Jackson threw down his phone in frustration. "They're on to us, Frank. You heard them. Military-grade devices? They know we're professionals." Frank's face was impassive, but his eyes narrowed. "They have suspicions, but they don't have us yet. We stay calm, watch for patterns, and if it gets too hot, we vanish." Zara stared at the floor, her heart racing. She knew the news meant that her code had been breached at least partially. They had linked her high-tech systems to the heist, narrowing the net. "What about my software?" she asked, her voice small. "They know it was used in the heist. If they dig deep enough." Frank met her gaze, his tone firm. "Then we'll make sure they can't find you. I know some places where we can go if we need to disappear. It won't be easy, but we planned for this." As night fell, the gang gathered once more, tension etched on every face. Frank looked around at his team, resolute. "We pulled off the heist, but this is the fallout. We underestimated the risk of leaving those tools behind, and now we're in the spotlight." Jackson folded his arms. "Do we have to go on the run?" "For now, yes," Frank replied. "We'll lay low, avoid any recognizable patterns, and head to a safe spot. I know. This isn't the end, we just have to adapt." Leo, always the pragmatist, shrugged. "So we're ghosts then. They'll never know our names." But as they packed their bags, each member knew that their mistake had come at a steep price. The heist was behind them, but the real escape had only just begun. The morning after the heist, the Stonebridge Police Department buzzed with tension and urgency. News of the Stonebridge First National Bank robbery had spread quickly, capturing the attention of the public and officials alike. As officers reviewed the reports coming in, the scene unfolded in the minds of Detective Sarah Matthews and her team as they examined the bank's high-security footage. With such sophisticated gear left behind, they knew immediately that they weren't dealing with ordinary criminals. Detective Matthews, a seasoned investigator with a sharp eye for details, paced in the conference room where she and her team were piecing together their findings. It wasn't just the scale of the robbery that puzzled them. It was the planning, the precision, and the fact that no traceable personal identifiers had been left behind. Yet, as Matthews stared at the series of high-powered tools, laptops, and hacking devices that the thieves had left, she felt the beginnings of a breadcrumb trail. Sarah Matthews *, "This was no spur-of-the-moment crime," she said, her voice cutting through the chatter. "Everything about this operation screams professional. These tools? Not your typical break-and-enter equipment. Someone invested a lot to make sure they were equipped to handle even the toughest defenses." Officer Grant, a younger detective known for his meticulous attention to detail, nodded in agreement. "We've cataloged every piece of equipment they left behind. It's like they brought an entire shop with them. Welding gear, high-grade thermal cutters, even military-grade hacking devices." He paused, clearly disturbed by the evidence. They knew exactly what they were up against. Sarah nodded, her brows knitted together. "That's what's so concerning. They knew every detail about the bank's security. From the CCTV to the vault, every step was mapped out, and not just any group could get their hands on equipment like this. Whoever these people are, they didn't get this gear from a local hardware store." Detectives Sarah Matthews and Officer Grant arrived at the crime scene in the vault room to examine the equipment more closely. A palpable energy filled the room, each tool and piece of tech exuding a haunting reminder of the mastermind-level planning that had gone into the heist. Sarah walked slowly around the room, her gaze sweeping over each piece of equipment. The welding torch had cut with exact precision, leaving clean, almost artistic lines in the vault door's thick steel. She crouched down and examined it closely, noting the level of skill required to handle such a tool so precisely. Sarah *, "This was handled by someone who's done this before. You don't get clean cuts like this without extensive experience," she murmured. tracing a finger along the edge of the door. It takes more than brute force. This is the work of an artist. Grant knelt beside her, examining a pair of electronic jammers that lay beside the disabled alarm system. And look at this setup. This isn't standard jammer tech. This is military grade. They used it to intercept and block the alarm signals entirely, even sending fake signals to the security company. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were dealing with. Sarah's eyes narrowed, her mind working through the complexities. It means one of them is a tech expert. No regular thief could bypass a system like this. The detectives regrouped in the conference room, where Sarah stood in front of a whiteboard filled with notes, sketches, and theories. With each new piece of information, the outline of the heist began to take shape. Sarah *, let's look at the roles we think they had. Based on the equipment left behind and the precision of each cut and hack, we're dealing with a specialized team. She pointed to the sketches. From the looks of it, there was someone who could handle welding and cutting into the vault, someone highly trained in tech and hacking, and likely a leader orchestrating each move. Grant chimed in, we've also got the distinct possibility of a military background. The handling of these tools, especially the precision with which they disabled the alarm, speaks to advanced training. A third officer, Thomas Brooks, leaned forward. I'm no profiler, but it seems like they took their time and studied every angle. It's not just about the tools. It's about understanding how each piece of the bank's infrastructure worked. These people are meticulous, and it shows. Sarah's face darkened as she took in his words. Exactly. They didn't just bypass the alarms. They adapted and planned with precision. Whoever orchestrated this must have intimate knowledge of bank security systems. She turned to the tech team seated at a table nearby. And where are we with the laptop? Tech specialist *, we've managed to decrypt some of the files. It's loaded with encryption software that's not easy to crack. But we did find traces of unique coding patterns. They lead us to a specific type of encryption, one that's mainly used by high-level hackers. We're starting to search databases to see if it matches any known digital footprints. Sarah and Grant sifted through data, narrowing down leads based on the equipment. Each piece of tech led them closer to understanding the team they were dealing with, but also brought up more questions. They knew they were facing professionals, but the level of sophistication only continued to raise the stakes. Grant *, if we can identify the type of market they sourced this equipment from, we might be able to pinpoint suppliers. Military-grade equipment like this isn't exactly sold on the open market. Sarah *, right? I'll reach out to our contacts in defense and tech. If any of these tools have serial numbers, we might get lucky with tracking. As they continued to dig deeper, they uncovered a lead that hinted at connections to high-level hacker forums where devices like these were occasionally sourced. But it wasn't only the source of the equipment that interested Sarah. It was how they had been used. Sarah *, so they knew to disable every camera angle that could have compromised their identities and left only the footage of empty hallways or obscured movements. Grant nodded, eyes wide with realization. They essentially deleted themselves from the crime scene. With each tool examined, the team began constructing profiles of the suspects based on their skills and approach. Sarah *, I'm seeing a 5-person crew. First, there's the mastermind, the leader who knows the layout and coordinated the timing. They knew exactly how much time they needed to open the vault, bypass each alarm, and stay out of sight. Then we have a tech expert, someone with the know-how to hack into a high-security system. And the welder, a professional, experienced with this caliber of machinery. Grant *, then we're likely looking at a security specialist, probably ex-military, judging by the handling of the equipment. Lastly, someone skilled in logistics, moving the cash, covering their tracks, ensuring the hostages stayed quiet. As the profiles emerged, Sarah's mind raced through potential suspects. The description painted a picture of high-stakes, high-skill criminals who had likely pulled similar heists. But this was no ordinary crew. The level of coordination suggested they had access to resources and connections beyond what was typical for local heists. 2 days after the heist, Sarah received a call from the tech team. Tech specialist *, Detective Matthews, we may have found something. It's the coding pattern we discussed. The software we traced on the laptop has a signature we've seen in a few other cases. It's been used in security breaches in New York, London, and Tokyo, all in high-stakes robberies. We believe the hacker might go by an alias, Cypher. Sarah's heartbeat quickened as she processed the information. This might be our first tangible lead. See if you can link Cypher to any known associates. If this heist was conducted by a professional crew, there might be chatter about them online. As Sarah and her team began tracking Cypher and looking into connections to the stolen tools, she couldn't shake a growing feeling of urgency. She pulled out her phone and dialed Grant. Sarah *, Grant, we're onto something big. If we're dealing with Cypher, this is no small-time hacker. We're talking about an international figure. We have to act quickly before they disappear entirely. Grant *, you think they'll be gone? Sarah *, if Cypher's involved. This group knows the system better than most. They won't stick around, and if they left this equipment behind, they'll know we're on their trail. After long nights of intense investigation, the pieces finally started to come together. With Sarah's leadership, the team prepared to strike as they uncovered more evidence linking the equipment to black market sources and connecting Cypher's alias to hacking circles. The tools left behind had been the key to unlocking the profiles and narrowing the suspects. But as each clue emerged, the urgency grew. Sarah knew this was a fleeting opportunity. The gang had left behind high-stakes tools that illuminated their every move, but it was only a matter of time before they went completely dark. Sarah *, we're close. We'll find them, she murmured to herself, eyes fixed on the profiles. Her resolve was set. The Stonebridge team was ready, their sights locked on masking the team behind the most ambitious heist the city had ever seen. End of the heist. Detective Sarah Matthews sat alone in the cold, fluorescent-lit evidence room, studying the equipment her team had collected from the bank. She ran her fingers over the sleek surface of a thermal cutter, its design sharp and flawless. This was no ordinary tool. Its precision, craftsmanship, and sophistication set it apart from anything she had seen in a typical break-in. Whoever had left this behind wasn't just a small-time crook. These were the tools of skilled professionals who had invested both time and money to ensure their heist was meticulously executed. Sarah's keen eyes shifted across the equipment, taking in the wireless hacking devices, portable battery packs, and the customized jamming technology used to bypass the bank's alarm systems. Each piece screamed intelligence, planning, and, perhaps, a touch of overconfidence. Her mind raced with questions. Who were these people? Why would they leave such valuable equipment behind? And had they really thought they could outsmart the system? Just then, Officer Grant stepped into the room, drawn by the glow of the equipment under the fluorescent lights. He was a large man with a calm demeanor, seasoned by years of experience in law enforcement. Sarah, gesturing to the equipment, look at these. Thermal cutters, wireless hacking devices. This crew came prepared. But leaving this behind? That's a rookie mistake. Grant, nodding, examining a device. This isn't what we usually see. These tools aren't exactly dime store purchases. So, what's our next step, Sarah? Sarah, thoughtfully, we trace each piece. Every wire, every chip, every ounce of metal. If these guys were smart enough to pull off a heist like this, they might be overconfident enough to leave a trail. And something tells me they did. With renewed focus, Sarah set the wheels in motion, assigning her team to analyze each piece of equipment for any hints of where it came from. The team worked late into the night, cataloging the gear, dusting for prints, and scouring the database for matching serial numbers. But Sarah knew that for professionals like these, they'd be smart enough to use untraceable equipment. By noon the following day, Sarah's gut instinct was validated. Her team managed to track down the origin of several thermal cutters and customized hacking devices to a specialized hardware supplier located on the outskirts of Stonebridge. The store, known for catering to engineers and tech enthusiasts, kept logs of all its recent sales. While the equipment had been purchased with cash and lacked a trail, the shop security cameras painted a different picture. Sarah and Grant made their way to the small, nondescript hardware store, the cold drizzle of the morning adding an edge to their focus. Inside, they were greeted by a store manager who, although visibly nervous, was eager to cooperate. He led them to the back office where he pulled up the CCTV footage. Store manager, nervously, "We don't get many buyers for this kind of equipment. It's specialized, you know? Only serious buyers and mostly contractors or engineers." Sarah, "I imagine you'd remember anyone unusual then?" Store manager, nodding. "Yeah, we don't keep much of this in stock either. So, when this guy came in last week asking for the high-end thermal cutters and all, he stood out." Sarah's eyes were glued to the screen as the footage played, showing a man in a baseball cap and dark sunglasses entering the store. His movements were deliberate, as if he knew exactly what he was looking for. Though he was careful not to draw attention, something in his stance struck Sarah as familiar. The man approached the counter, exchanging a few words with the store clerk. Even with the cap and glasses, there was a subtle confidence in his gestures, a smoothness that suggested he was accustomed to controlling his environment. He paid in cash and left quickly, glancing over his shoulder as he walked out. Sarah, turning to Grant, "I swear, I've seen this guy before, even if I can't put a name to the face yet. The way he talks, the way he gestures, it's methodical. He's confident, but in a way that says he thinks he's invisible." Grant, "You think he's done this kind of thing before?" Sarah, "Without a doubt. This man is calculated, but even the smartest make mistakes. He just didn't think we'd trace his steps back here." Sarah took a still image from the footage and began the process of running it through their database. After hours of waiting, a match came back: George Matthews, an alias associated with Frank Tillman, a known mastermind of high-profile heists who had evaded the authorities multiple times in the past. Sarah, smiling slightly, "Got you, Frank Tillman." With Frank's alias established, the pieces started falling into place. Frank wasn't working alone. He was too smart to attempt a heist like this without a skilled team. Sarah ordered her team to pull any available records on Frank's known associates, hoping to identify the other members of the gang. A few names surfaced: Zara Malik, an expert hacker; Marcus Cross, the charismatic leader with an extensive criminal record; Leo Ramirez, the skilled welder; and Decker Phillips, the silent but deadly strategist. Her team's determination intensified as they reviewed additional footage, establishing a timeline of purchases and movements for each gang member. The criminal masterminds had believed themselves to be invincible, hidden behind careful planning, and Sarah felt the satisfaction of slowly uncovering their identities. Grant, holding up a purchase log, "They didn't go cheap on this. High-end equipment, international suppliers, some of these parts are hard to come by. They planned for months." Sarah, nodding, "They thought if they paid in cash and left no digital footprint, they'd be invisible. But they underestimated how small details build a bigger picture." Armed with evidence and a clearer picture of Frank's gang, Sarah coordinated with her team to monitor known locations where the gang might be lying low. They tapped into CCTV cameras, reviewed any cash withdrawals made in nearby ATMs, and cross-referenced each gang member's movement in the days following the heist. The net was closing around them. A week later, a major breakthrough came when one of Frank's aliases surfaced in a hotel registration. The clerk at the hotel recognized him from a police sketch and informed Sarah's team. Within hours, Sarah had mobilized her team, securing the perimeter around the modest hotel where Frank was hiding out with Zara, Marcus, Leo, and Decker. At dawn, a team of officers assembled in the parking lot near the hotel, quietly discussing the final approach. Sarah moved to the front, her focus unbreakable. She was determined to be the one who personally saw Frank's capture, to see the man whose arrogance had led to his own downfall. With a loudspeaker, she addressed the gang. Sarah, over the loudspeaker: "Frank Tillman, Zara Malik, Marcus Cross, Leo Ramirez, and Decker Phillips. This is Detective Sarah Matthews with the Stonebridge Police. You're surrounded. Come out with your hands up, or we will come in." The gang members inside exchanged panicked looks. Frank, still processing the reality of their capture, glanced around at his team, disappointment etched on his face. Frank, sighing, "We got careless. Should have doubled back, covered our trail better." Zara, anxiously, "What now, Frank? They have us surrounded." Marcus, "Let's not make it worse than it already is. They'll hunt us down if we try to run." Frank, defeated, lowering his head, we walk out. It's over. Moments later, the gang filed out of the hotel one by one, hands raised, faces solemn. Sarah watched as they were handcuffed, feeling the weight of victory mixed with a slight pity for the team who had believed they could outsmart the system. Sarah, to Frank, as he was led past her, leaving behind your equipment? That wasn't like you, Frank. Frank, meeting her gaze with a hint of respect. Guess I underestimated you, detective. Back at her desk, Sarah compiled the final report on the Stonebridge heist. It had been one of the most intense cases of her career, one that tested every skill, every instinct she had. The equipment Frank's gang left behind, the thermal cutters, the hacking devices, the jammers, became symbolic of their downfall. What was meant to be a clean, sophisticated heist had unraveled, thanks to one oversight. Grant, walking into her office. Well, Sarah, looks like the perfect crime doesn't exist after all. Sarah, smiling, not when you leave a trail, no. They were smart, but sometimes it only takes one mistake. As she filed the last of the paperwork, she looked over the photos of the heist equipment one last time. For all their high-tech tools and cunning strategies, Frank and his gang had been taken down by a combination of arrogance and carelessness, elements no amount of technology could cover up. The story of the Stonebridge heist would become a case study in criminal overconfidence, and Sarah was proud to have been the one to end it. Detective Sarah Matthews leaned back in her office chair, eyes glued to the grainy CCTV footage playing on her computer screen. The man on the screen wasn't your usual suspect. He moved with a smooth, assured confidence, barely interacting with the shop owner except to ask pointed, direct questions. His movements were efficient and unhurried, every gesture conveying an air of purpose and control. There was something almost too polished about him. Sarah's instincts, honed over years of detective work, told her he wasn't just another criminal looking to make a quick buck. She hit the rewind button for what felt like the 100th time, studying the way he held himself, the way he adjusted his cap with a brief, practiced flick. The store's camera wasn't great. The image was slightly blurry, and his face was partially obscured by his cap and sunglasses. But there was a familiarity about him, something she couldn't quite place, like a name on the tip of her tongue. She zoomed in on his posture, the tilt of his head as he talked with the shop owner. Just then, Officer Grant walked in, carrying a cup of coffee. Grant, Sarah, you're still at this? You've been staring at that footage for hours. Sarah, not looking away from the screen. I can't shake the feeling that I've seen this guy before, even if I can't put a name to the face yet. The way he talks, the way he gestures, it's methodical. He's confident, but in a way that says he thinks he's invisible. Grant leaned in to take a closer look. The man on the footage seemed almost meticulous in his interactions, as if he wanted to keep everything precise, smooth, and perfectly forgettable. Grant, well, that's a hard thing to fake. Looks like he's been through this routine before. Have you run his image through the database? Sarah, I've tried, but the resolution on this footage is too low for our facial recognition software to get a hit. He covered his tracks well, paid in cash, gave a fake name. But still, there's something about him. She kept replaying the footage, trying to find any little detail that might give them a lead. Then something clicked. The alias George Matthews appeared in the store's sales records, which flagged Sarah's memory. The name seemed familiar from an old, minor heist report that had crossed her desk years ago. Sarah, after a long pause, George Matthews. That name, it showed up in a minor heist report years ago. Low-level job, but the precision was something else. I thought it was a fluke back then, but this might just be the same guy. She quickly pulled up the database, searching through old case files under that alias. Sure enough, George Matthews had been linked to several smaller heists across the region, all executed with a level of precision and planning that had left law enforcement baffled. His name would pop up in one town, then vanish only to reappear a year later in another. Sarah, with a slight grin, got you, Frank Tillman. The realization that George Matthews was likely an alias for Frank Tillman, a known criminal mastermind, set a fire under Sarah and her team. With renewed purpose, she began digging through everything she could find on Tillman. She pieced together a rough profile of him from old reports: intelligent, calculating, and patient. Tillman was known for his ability to stay below the radar, disappearing without a trace after every job. But his arrogance was beginning to show. The fact that he allowed himself to be caught on camera, even in disguise, was proof that he thought he was untouchable. Sarah spent the rest of the night poring over Tillman's criminal history, comparing his movements with recent heist patterns in the area. The pieces started to fit together, revealing a pattern of heists that stretched across multiple states and spanned over a decade. Each crime bore the hallmarks of a highly skilled crew, but Frank's face or aliases were rarely caught on camera. This time, however, his overconfidence in assuming he was unrecognizable might be what brought him down. Sarah, to her team, "We're not dealing with small-time crooks here. This guy has been doing this for years, moving from one city to the next. He's meticulous, but his arrogance just might have left us the trail we need." Sarah and Grant continued working with the evidence lab to analyze every scrap of footage and every receipt connected to the equipment Tillman and his team had purchased for the heist. They cross-referenced the dates of his purchases with other transactions and eventually discovered that most of the equipment had been bought in a 2-day window, further cementing Tillman's involvement. Sarah decided to bring in the hardware store manager who had helped Tillman that day. His first-hand account could fill in some gaps and possibly confirm whether George Matthews was indeed Frank Tillman. Sarah, to the store manager, "So, you remember this man? George Matthews?" Store manager, nodding nervously, "Yes, ma'am. He was polite, very polite, but also reserved. Knew exactly what he wanted and didn't waste time. Seemed like he knew his way around the equipment too. Didn't ask any questions, didn't need any help." Sarah, "Did he leave anything else? Any other clues you might remember?" The store manager shook his head but then hesitated, as if recalling something. Store manager, "Well, there was something odd. He mentioned working on a special project. When I asked if he needed any help, said it was important to keep everything quiet. That's about it." Sarah's eyes narrowed. She had dealt with career criminals before, but Tillman's sense of control over his environment, and the confidence to drop hints even while purchasing incriminating equipment, was something else. Sarah, determined, "Thank you. You've been a great help. Don't worry, we'll take it from here." Sarah returned to her desk, organizing the team to cross-reference the store's inventory with other recent thefts in the city. Soon, more connections surfaced. Similar equipment had been purchased or stolen just before other sophisticated break-ins in neighboring areas. The pieces were falling into place. Tillman and his team had a pattern, and Sarah was on the trail. Each bit of equipment they had left behind was like a puzzle piece, linking them to previous heists across the state. Grant, "So they think they're ghosts, huh? A master crew. You've got to hand it to them, they know their stuff. But even the best leave a trail." Sarah, focused, "This is how they operate. They think they're invisible, but once you dig deep enough, there's always a pattern. They messed up, left us the tools, and that's what's going to sink them." As Sarah's team continued tracing the equipment's origins, they discovered that several pieces were custom-made. One of the devices, a wireless hacking tool, had been crafted by a local supplier who, thankfully, had detailed records of each customized order. Sarah's team reached out to the supplier, who reluctantly provided an invoice under the alias George Matthews, dated 10 days before the heist. Sarah, smiling, "Well, Frank, it looks like your perfect crime wasn't so perfect after all." With each discovery, Sarah and her team pieced together the full timeline of the heist. They mapped Tillman's visits to various suppliers, tracking his preparations leading up to the bank robbery. This timeline provided critical insight into his planning methods, revealing just how deeply he and his team went to pull off their operation. But that one mistake, leaving behind the tools, had shattered their carefully crafted web of invisibility. Finally, with Tillman's timeline established, Sarah reached out to the local FBI office. She needed the full force of the law to bring this man to justice. With the agency's help, they prepared warrants and mobilized their teams to arrest Frank and his accomplices. At 4 a.m., a SWAT team surrounded the safe house where Tillman and his crew were lying low. Sarah was in the command van, her eyes fixed on the monitors as agents moved into position. The quiet tension in the air was thick, everyone holding their breath. SWAT commander into radio positions secured. Awaiting your go, Detective Matthews. Sarah into the radio, steady and calm. Proceed with caution. Remember, these guys are pros. The agents breached the doors, and within minutes, each member of Tillman's crew was in custody, handcuffed and subdued. Tillman himself was last, calm as ever, even as the cuffs clicked around his wrists. As he was led outside, he met Sarah's gaze with a smirk, defiance simmering beneath the surface. Frank, smiling slightly, "You're good, detective. Really good. But don't flatter yourself. Luck played its part." Sarah, smiling back, "Maybe it did. But that luck was your mistake, Frank. And it's what got you caught." Back at the station, Sarah sat down at her desk, letting out a long, satisfied sigh. The evidence they'd gathered on Tillman and his crew was enough to convict them on multiple counts, and the media was already abuzz with the story of the perfect crime that wasn't. Grant walked in, dropping a fresh cup of coffee on her desk. Grant, grinning, "Looks like we closed the case of the decade." Sarah, smiling, "They thought they were untouchable. But even the best slip up eventually. And all it took was one blurry image, one piece of carelessly left behind equipment." The Stonebridge heist became a classic in detective training for years to come, a testament to the dedication, instinct, and perseverance of Detective Sarah Matthews and her team. And as for Frank Tillman, the man who once thought himself invincible, his overconfidence had become his undoing, proving that, in the end, no one is truly invisible. Detective Sarah Matthews slumped back in her chair, eyes narrowed as she focused intently on the grainy CCTV footage replaying before her. The screen flickered with images captured from a modestly equipped hardware store, where a man with a cap pulled low and sunglasses shading his eyes moved with practiced composure. This wasn't just anyone. His movements had a precision that was unusual, almost too smooth, as though every gesture and footstep had been calculated. Sarah sensed that he was no ordinary criminal. A flash of something familiar tugged at the edges of her memory, but she couldn't quite place it. Rewinding the footage for what seemed like the 100th time, she leaned closer to the screen, her gaze fixed on the minute details. The careful way he adjusted his cap, the slight nod of acknowledgement to the shop owner, and the efficient handling of each item he examined. The hardware store's camera was far from high definition, so she couldn't make out the man's facial features. But it wasn't his face that held her attention. It was his confidence, the silent assumption that no one would pay him any mind. Her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Officer Grant, who entered the room with a cup of coffee in hand. "Grant," handing her the coffee. "Sarah, you're still at this? You've been glued to that footage for hours." Sarah, absently taking the coffee, her gaze never leaving the screen. "I can't shake the feeling that I know this guy. The way he talks, the way he gestures, it's methodical, like he's done this 100 times. He's confident, but in a way that says he thinks he's invisible." Grant leaned in, his eyes following hers to the screen. The figure on the footage seemed almost meticulous, his every movement exuding a quiet command over his surroundings. There was a disconnect between the humble surroundings of the small hardware store and the imposing presence of the man on the screen. Grant, noting the man's composure, "That's a hard thing to fake. If he's this calm and controlled, he's probably pulled off more than a few jobs before. Have you tried running his image through the database?" Sarah, nodding, "I did. But the resolution is too low for facial recognition software to get anything useful. He covered his tracks well, paid in cash, gave a fake name, kept his head down. But there's something about him." She continued to study the footage, searching for any minute detail that might offer a clue. Then it clicked. A familiar alias floated to the surface of her memory. George Matthews. She had seen that name somewhere, in an old report that crossed her desk years ago. Sarah, eyes lighting up as she digs through the database. "George Matthews. I remember that name. Low-level job, but it had an unusual level of precision. Back then, I thought it was a one-off, just someone careful. But now..." She entered the name into the database and pulled up files spanning several years. Sure enough, George Matthews had been linked to a string of minor heists scattered across the region. Nothing flashy, and nothing that ever left a significant paper trail. But each job had been clean, efficient, and remarkably consistent. Sarah, after a long pause, smirking, "Looks like our George Matthews is actually Frank Tillman." Discovering that George Matthews was likely an alias for Frank Tillman ignited a spark within Sarah. Her instincts told her they were dealing with a seasoned professional, someone who had eluded capture by keeping his movements under the radar and avoiding high-profile targets. But now that she had linked him to the alias, her determination sharpened into an unbreakable focus. She pulled out everything she could find on Tillman, piecing together a rough profile from his scattered history. Tillman had been involved in small-time heists for over a decade. He was intelligent, calculating, and, above all, patient. He struck without warning, and after each job, he would disappear without a trace. But this time, his arrogance had left him exposed. Showing up on camera, even in disguise, was a rare mistake, a crack in his carefully maintained facade. The longer she worked, the more the pieces began to fall into place. Sarah compiled a timeline that stretched back years, spanning several states and countless small towns. Each job bore the hallmarks of a well-organized crew, yet Tillman's face was rarely seen, and his aliases changed constantly. He had perfected the art of anonymity, but this time, his confidence in his own invisibility might have finally betrayed him. Sarah, to her team, were not dealing with small-time crooks. Tillman's been pulling jobs for years, moving from one town to the next, blending in and vanishing without a trace. But his arrogance is starting to show. He made a mistake coming into that store, thinking he was untouchable. Her team, inspired by her insight, redoubled their efforts. Sarah and Grant began coordinating with the evidence lab, sifting through every frame of footage and every transaction linked to Tillman and his team. They identified a pattern. Most of the equipment Tillman had purchased for his heists had been bought within a 2-day window, a narrow but vital clue that indicated a clear link to his recent job. Sarah decided to bring in the hardware store manager who had interacted with Tillman on the day he purchased the equipment. If she could get a detailed description or even a minor clue from the manager, it might confirm her theory about Tillman's identity. Sarah, sitting down with the store manager in the interrogation room, "Thank you for coming in. I know this must be unsettling, but your cooperation could be critical in catching this guy." Store manager, nodding nervously, "Of course. I want to help however I can." Sarah, showing him a still image from the footage, "Is this the man you remember helping that day? He went by the name George Matthews, right?" Store manager, "Yes, ma'am, that's him. He was polite, very polite, but quiet, reserved. He knew exactly what he wanted and didn't waste any time. Seemed like he knew his way around the tools and didn't ask for help." Sarah leaned forward, her gaze never wavering. "Sarah, did he mention why he was buying that particular set of equipment? Anything about his plans?" The store manager paused, frowning as he recalled the encounter. Store manager asterisk, "Actually, now that you mention it, he did say something about a special project. When I asked if he needed any assistance, he just said it was important to keep everything quiet. That stuck out to me. Most people don't go out of their way to say things like that." Sarah's jaw tightened. Tillman's sense of control over his environment and his confidence to drop hints even while purchasing potentially incriminating equipment only solidified her belief that they were dealing with a criminal who thought he was untouchable. Sarah determined, "Thank you. You've been a great help. We'll handle it from here." Back at her desk, Sarah organized the team to cross-reference the store's inventory with records from recent heists across the state. As the data rolled in, a pattern began to emerge. Similar equipment purchases had occurred in cities where break-ins followed shortly after. Tillman and his team had a clear modus operandi, a meticulously crafted plan that had gone undetected for years. Each tool and device they left behind became a piece of the puzzle, slowly revealing the shape of a long-spanning criminal enterprise. Grant, leaning back, shaking his head in amazement. "These guys think they're ghosts. It's impressive, really, but even the best make mistakes. And here we are, picking up their trail." Sarah, focused, her mind racing. "They think they're invisible, but everyone has a pattern. And it's that pattern that's going to catch them." Every piece of equipment they left behind, every receipt, it's a breadcrumb leading us straight to them. While continuing to trace the equipment origins, Sarah's team discovered that some of the tools were custom-made. A wireless hacking device, in particular, had been crafted by a local supplier who maintained detailed records of each custom order. When Sarah contacted him, he reluctantly confirmed an invoice under the alias George Matthews, dated 10 days before the heist. Sarah, smiling to herself, "Looks like your perfect crime wasn't so perfect after all, Frank." As Sarah's team painstakingly put the timeline together, the picture of Tillman's movements became increasingly clear. They mapped his visits to suppliers, tracked his purchases, and charted every step of his preparation for the bank heist. With every detail they uncovered, they gained a deeper understanding of his methods. But that single mistake, leaving behind a few pieces of equipment, had shattered his perfect plan. With the timeline established, Sarah reached out to the local FBI office, enlisting their support to bring Tillman and his crew to justice. Coordinating with federal agents, she prepared the warrants and organized the raid. At 4 a.m., a SWAT team surrounded the secluded safe house where Tillman and his crew were hiding. Sarah watched from the command van, her eyes glued to the monitors as the agents moved into position. The air in the van was thick with tension, everyone waiting for her command. SWAT commander into radio positions secured. "Await, Angie, your go, Detective Matthews." Sarah into the radio, steady and calm. "Proceed with caution. Remember, these guys know what they're doing." Within minutes, the SWAT team breached the doors, apprehending Tillman's crew one by one. Tillman himself was last, calm and composed even as the handcuffs clicked around his wrists. As he was led outside, he locked eyes with Sarah, his face a mask of defiance. Frank Tillman, smirking, "You're good, detective, really good. But don't fool yourself, this was a game of luck." Sarah, returning his smirk, "Maybe it was. But your luck ran out, Frank. And that's what got you caught." Back at the station, Sarah settled into her chair, exhaustion and satisfaction mingling as she looked over the evidence laid out before her. The media was already calling it the perfect crime that wasn't, praising her team's dedication in taking down Tillman's elusive crew. Grant walked in, setting a fresh cup of coffee on her desk. Grant, grinning, "Looks like we closed the case of the decade." Sarah, smiling, "They thought they were untouchable. But even the best slip up. All it took was one blurry image, one mistake with a fake name." The Stonebridge heist became a celebrated case, taught in detective academies as a masterclass in the power of persistence, insight, and the importance of tracking even the smallest clues. And Frank Tillman, the man who once thought he was invisible, would spend the rest of his days paying for the confidence that ultimately became his downfall. In the adrenaline-fueled chaos following the heist, Frank Tillman and his gang had one critical oversight. None of them had bothered to wear gloves while handling the equipment. It was a careless mistake for a group usually so meticulous. Every plan, every step, and every detail had been mapped out down to the second, but their overconfidence had betrayed them. They had assumed they would recover all the equipment or destroy it as planned, leaving no traces behind. But the rainstorm that broke out that night had added an unexpected layer of confusion. The torrential downpour had transformed the once clear escape route into a mud-slicked maze, slowing their movements and fraying their nerves. As the gang scrambled to escape, they left several pieces of equipment behind in their haste. Crowbars, lock-picking tools, and even a high-tech signal jammer, all now soaked and lying in the mud. The rain and the rush blurred their senses, and in their desperation, the gang overlooked what would become their most incriminating mistake. The aftermath was a dream for the forensic team. They arrived the next morning to the scene of what looked like the remnants of a violent storm, complete with scattered tools and a few overlooked personal items. The gang had used each item to bypass the bank's security and open the vault. Now, they lay strewn about, marked with greasy fingerprints preserved by the humidity in the air, waiting to reveal their secrets. Detective Sarah Matthews waited at the precinct, poring over recent evidence reports. She knew that a single piece of damning proof would make the difference in catching Frank's elusive gang, but her patience was wearing thin. When her phone buzzed with an update from the forensics team, she snatched it up immediately, her heart pounding in anticipation. Forensic officer on the call, Detective Matthews, we've got something big. 2 sets of fingerprints have matched our database records. They belong to Zara Nichols and Decker Lewis. The names shot a surge of satisfaction through Sarah. Zara and Decker were known associates of Frank, his trusted right and left hands. This confirmation was the smoking gun they had been waiting for. Sarah, grinning, you've just handed us the breakthrough we needed. With these prints, we're no longer piecing theories together. We're proving they were there. After ending the call, she turned to her partner, Officer Grant, who had been watching her with an expectant look. Grant, you look like you just hit the jackpot. Sarah, nodding, you could say that. Zara and Decker left their prints on the equipment at the scene. It's all over the tools they abandoned in the chaos. They were too sure of themselves, Grant. This time, they didn't count on being found out. Grant letting out a low whistle, so not only did they leave the equipment, but they left a signature. They thought they could just walk out and leave us with nothing. But a heist this big leaves more than footprints in the sand. Grant's words hung in the air, each one adding weight to their realization. The fingerprints meant they now had physical proof connecting the gang to the scene, erasing any lingering doubts that this was Frank's crew at work. Reflecting on the gang's mistake, Sarah realized how much their overconfidence had played a part. Frank's team was no rookie outfit. They had successfully executed a string of small heists over the years. Their stealthy methods and careful planning had allowed them to avoid capture time and time again. But success had made them cocky, and that cockiness had been their downfall. Each gang member, from Frank himself to the lower-ranking members like Zara and Decker, had come to believe in their own invincibility. They had spent weeks planning, mapping escape routes, testing counter-surveillance techniques, and rehearsing every aspect of the heist. And in their overconfidence, they thought they could rush the escape and collect the tools afterward, no evidence left behind. But the storm, the unexpected wrench in their flawless plan, had changed everything. As Sarah and Grant reviewed the forensics report, they were presented with an inventory of the equipment left behind. Bolt cutters, a specialized lockpick gun, a laptop rigged to override security cameras, and even a jammer to cut off radio signals within the bank. Grant, sifting through the list, this isn't amateur hour gear. Each piece of equipment was customized for the job. They must have spent weeks preparing, only to let a rainstorm wreck it all. Sarah, exactly. They were too sure of themselves. They thought they could just walk out and leave us with nothing. But that confidence made them sloppy. Her mind raced as she considered Frank's meticulous nature. Normally, he would have ensured every piece of evidence was removed from the scene. But in the heat of the moment, his control had slipped. It was a small lapse, but a fatal one, and it was that single miscalculation that had tipped the balance in their favor. Back at the lab, the forensics team worked tirelessly, lifting clear, identifiable prints from each item. The prints were cataloged and analyzed, with specialists verifying each set against known records. Sarah received frequent updates on the progress, each one building her confidence that they had enough to issue arrest warrants. Forensic experts noticed patterns in how each gang member handled the tools. Zara's prints covered the laptop and jammer, while Decker's were most prominent on the bolt cutters and lockpick gun. It became clear that each gang member had a role and responsibilities assigned to them. Frank, the leader, was the only one whose prints remained elusive, though his presence was evident in the planning and execution. During a briefing session, Sarah outlined the findings to her team, using the fingerprints as evidence to cement the gang's involvement. Sarah, to the team, we have everything we need here. Zara was on tech duty, running the laptop and jammer to disable the cameras and keep the bank's alarms quiet. Decker was in charge of breaking through the doors and vault. Every one of these prints ties them directly to the crime. Grant, chiming in, they were so busy orchestrating their perfect heist, they didn't see the ground slipping out from under them. I'd say it's about time we brought them in. Sarah looked around the room, gauging her team's readiness. They had spent weeks chasing shadows, and now, they finally had solid ground beneath their feet. It was time to act. With the fingerprints serving as indisputable proof, Sarah proceeded to secure arrest warrants for each member of the gang. The documentation was meticulous, outlining each suspect's role in the heist and the evidence directly linking them to the crime. Given the nature of their offenses and the scale of the heist, they knew this would be a high-profile case, and every I would need to be dotted, every T crossed. The judge, who had been following the case closely, took little convincing. Sarah and Grant met with him in his chambers, presenting the prints, the CCTV footage, and the equipment list with each item cataloged and labeled. Judge Harrington, reviewing the documents, "This is quite a thorough case you've built here. You're certain of the identity of each member?" Sarah, nodding confidently, "Absolutely, Your Honor. The prints on the equipment, matched with our database records, leave no doubt. Zara Nichols and Decker Lewis were at the scene, and their specific roles in the heist are consistent with the evidence we gathered." Judge Harrington, signing the warrants, "Then you have my approval. Issue the warrants. I trust you'll handle their apprehension with the same attention to detail." Sarah, "Thank you, Your Honor. We won't let this slip through our fingers." As they exited the judge's chambers, Grant let out a deep breath, a relieved grin spreading across his face. "Grant, it's official then. They'll be in custody before the day's out." With the warrants in hand, Sarah and her team began coordinating with local law enforcement and SWAT units for a simultaneous raid on multiple locations. They knew that Frank's gang wouldn't go down without a fight, and they wanted to minimize any potential for escape or resistance. Every detail was reviewed with precision, just as the gang had planned their heist. Sarah briefed her team once more, outlining each member's role in the upcoming operation. The forensics findings had made this arrest possible, but it would be the careful coordination of her team that would bring it to a successful close. Sarah, addressing her team, "Listen up, everyone. We've worked too hard and come too far to let anything slip now. Each of you knows your role, and I expect this to be clean and efficient. We're dealing with career criminals who won't hesitate to fight back. But remember, they're cornered. Overconfidence has already cost them their freedom." Each officer's face reflected the gravity of their task. This case had become personal to many of them, a matter of pride as well as justice. The arrests wouldn't just be a victory for law enforcement, but a reminder that no one, not even the most elusive criminals, could escape the reach of the law indefinitely. Grant, nodding in agreement, "Let's make it count, team. We've chased these guys long enough. It's time to bring them in." With everything in place, the operation moved forward, the final steps in a pursuit that had been built on patience, perseverance, and a single, pivotal mistake: the fingerprints left behind. Armed with solid evidence, purchase receipts, CCTV footage, financial transactions, and the fingerprints from the abandoned equipment, the police had finally assembled an airtight case against Frank Tillman and his crew. Each piece of evidence, individually powerful, combined to form an undeniable narrative of guilt. The gang's overconfidence had left trails too visible to ignore, and Sarah Matthews knew that it was now only a matter of tracking them down. Over the next few days, Sarah and her partner, Officer Grant, worked tirelessly, analyzing the details of the gang's habits and possible hideouts. They combed through hotels, hideouts, and possible safe houses, narrowing down where the gang might be hiding. Finally, on a Friday afternoon, Sarah received the break she'd been waiting for: confirmation of their location in a secluded farmhouse on the outskirts of town. Sarah immediately assembled a task force and organized the operation to take down the gang. The farmhouse, remote and concealed by dense woods, was difficult to reach, but it provided limited escape options. By dawn the next day, SWAT teams had positioned themselves around the property, strategically blocking any potential exit routes. The plan was set. Now all they had to do was wait for the gang to make the final move. As dawn broke over the farmhouse, the surrounding woods were cast in a pale, golden light. Sarah and her team were crouched behind trees and shielded vehicles, their faces tense with anticipation. The operation had been meticulously planned, with each team member positioned to ensure that no one inside the farmhouse could slip away unnoticed. The air was thick with the tension of impending action, every officer primed to follow Sarah's lead. Sarah took a deep breath and signaled for the loudspeaker to be activated. Her voice cut through the morning silence, echoing off the farmhouse walls with calm authority. "Sarah, Frank Tillman, Zara Malik, Marcus Cross, Leo Ramirez, and Decker Phillips. This is Detective Sarah Matthews with the Stonebridge Police. You're surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Come out peacefully. Inside the farmhouse, Frank Tillman and his crew were jolted awake by the booming voice outside. They looked at each other, realizing immediately what was happening. Frank, ever the hardened leader, tried to mask his reaction, but the others could see the flicker of anger and disappointment in his eyes. The perfect crime had crumbled around them. Frank's thoughts raced. He had planned this heist down to the smallest detail, taken every precaution, or so he thought. But the simple oversight of leaving fingerprints on their tools had given the police the break they needed. As he looked around the farmhouse, he saw the shock and despair settling over his team's faces. Frank, coldly, "We got too cocky. That's on me." Zara, whispering, a note of panic in her voice, "What now? We can't just walk out there and give up, Frank. There has to be another way." Zara had always trusted Frank's plans, but the certainty in his voice was now gone, replaced by a resignation she'd never seen before. She looked around at the others, but no one seemed to have the answers she was looking for. Marcus, looking out the window, his voice resigned, "Look around, Zara. It's over. We had a good run, but we missed one detail, and that's all they needed." Frank's expression softened slightly, and he looked at his team with a sense of finality. He knew that he couldn't let this turn into a bloodbath. Despite his anger, he felt a responsibility to get them out without anyone getting hurt. Frank, sighing, voice low but firm, "Let's just go out there. The game's over. Better to walk out than go out in body bags." The words landed heavily on each of them. It was over. The vision of escaping unscathed, of evading capture one last time, dissolved in the reality of the flashing lights and armed officers waiting outside. They had put everything into this, but the consequences had finally caught up with them. With a final nod to each other, they prepared to step outside. Frank led the way, his head held high despite the sting of defeat. His expression hardened into a mask of resolve. One by one, the gang members followed, each of them marked by the understanding that they had crossed the line from masterminds to captured criminals. Outside, Sarah and her team waited, watching as the 5 figures emerged from the farmhouse. Frank, Zara, Marcus, Leo, and Decker raised their hands in surrender, their postures weighted by the realization of their fate. The officers moved in swiftly, securing each gang member with cuffs. As Frank was escorted towards the police van, he locked eyes with Sarah, a mixture of bitterness and reluctant respect in his gaze. Frank, smirking, "You got us, detective, but don't think we didn't give you a run for your money." Sarah, steady and calm, "You're right, Frank. But a run means nothing if you can't reach the finish line." The smug expression faded from Frank's face as he processed her words. He had always prided himself on staying ahead of the law, of playing the game with cunning and precision. But standing there, bound in handcuffs, he knew he had lost not only the game but also his pride. Back at the station, Sarah and her team gathered for a debrief. The adrenaline of the standoff had faded, replaced by the satisfaction of a hard-won victory. The gang members were secured in holding cells, awaiting formal charges, and the case files were neatly stacked, filled with undeniable evidence that would ensure their conviction. Grant, sighing with relief, "Can't believe we finally got them." Frank and his crew thought they were untouchable. Sarah, nodding, they did everything they could to stay one step ahead. But overconfidence is a weakness. They thought they were too smart to get caught. The room fell into a quiet murmur as each officer shared their reflections on the case. Sarah's thoughts drifted back to each step of the investigation, each sleepless night, each piece of evidence meticulously gathered. It had all culminated in this moment, where every decision, every lead followed, had finally brought justice to a close-knit team. Meanwhile, in the holding cells, Frank sat on the edge of his cot, his mind racing. Zara and Marcus were in adjacent cells, and while their captors were out of earshot, they quietly discussed their predicament. Zara, frustrated, pacing in her cell, "I still can't believe it. We were so close." Marcus, leaning back, trying to stay calm, We got too confident, Zara. We thought we were invincible. But every detail matters, especially when you think they don't. Frank listened, absorbing the words of his teammates. He had always preached the importance of careful planning and attention to detail. But somewhere along the line, they had lost sight of that. The thrill of success had clouded their judgment, and now they were paying the price. Frank, quietly, almost to himself, we let our own success blind us. That's why we're here. Days later, Sarah visited Frank before his transfer to a maximum security prison. She stood outside his cell, observing him with a mixture of curiosity and finality. Frank looked up, acknowledging her with a slight nod. Sarah, thought you might like to know. The case is officially closed. Every piece of evidence we have will hold up in court. You and your team will be behind bars for a long time. Frank, leaning forward, a flicker of bitterness in his eyes. I suppose you'll get a commendation or promotion for this, won't you? Sarah, unfazed maybe. But that's not why I took this case. People like you need to be held accountable. You've done enough damage. Frank, smirking slightly, you talk a good game, detective. But remember, it's just a game. A game we both play. Sarah held his gaze, recognizing in Frank the mindset that had driven him for so long. To him, the heists, the chase, the entire lifestyle was a game, a high-stakes challenge that gave him purpose. But she didn't see it that way. Sarah, firmly, this isn't a game, Frank. Not for the people who lost their livelihoods, their savings. Not for the families who suffered because of you and your crew. You might think you're playing, but the consequences are real. For a moment, Frank's confidence wavered, his smirk fading as he considered her words. Sarah saw a glimpse of vulnerability, a crack in the hardened criminal facade. But it was fleeting, and he quickly composed himself. Frank, chuckling, maybe you're right. But even so, it was worth every second. Sarah shook her head, understanding that Frank was beyond redemption. For him, the thrill of the chase outweighed any remorse. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving him behind the bars that would hold him for the rest of his life. In the weeks that followed, the public hailed the Stonebridge Police Department's success, especially Detective Matthews' role in bringing down one of the most notorious gangs the city had ever known. Back at headquarters, Sarah reviewed the final case file with a mixture of satisfaction and relief. Frank and his gang had been brought in, and the pieces of their heist laid out, step by step, creating a story of ambition and carelessness. The evidence was irrefutable, their plan now an open book. As she looked at Frank's mugshot on her desk, she thought back to the many days and sleepless nights she'd spent chasing shadows. This had been more than just another case. It was a personal challenge to outsmart someone who believed he was untouchable. Grant, walking in, case closed, Sarah. You pulled it off. Sarah, smiling, they did most of the work for me, Grant. One mistake. That's all it took. The perfect crime, brought down by its own flaw. And so, the story of the Stonebridge heist ended not with a blaze of glory but with the quiet sound of cell doors closing. The gang's dreams of riches and escape had dissolved in the light of dawn, leaving them only as a cautionary tale. A reminder that no matter how clever a plan may seem, there is always a flaw waiting to be uncovered. Sarah, to herself, everyone makes mistakes, Frank. But not everyone pays for them this way. Thank you for listening to IFFI Audiobooks. We hope you enjoyed the story. Please subscribe and press the bell icon.